around 2017. Meanwhile, crude oil is down 3.3% at $34.77 a barrel. This is ahead of a report expected to show that inventories rose by 0.1% last week. ADP reported earlier that private payroll growth for December was 257,000. That figure was much better than what economists were projecting ahead of time. Projections were looking for a gain of 198,000. The ADP data comes 2 days ahead of the government's jobs report for the month, which will include both public and private sector numbers. Today, we're also watching for an update on the services sector, and the Fed releases minutes from its most recent meeting. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Okay, so here's something to consider. If you're one of those folks, you've had problems with medical bills or credit cards or maybe even a foreclosure, and you need a vehicle to get back and forth to work, you need to contact Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet and their Good People, Bad Credit program. They've been helping people with financial setbacks over the last few years get into a quality, safe, reliable vehicle in 48 hours, in some cases even less. And they're going to stand behind you every mile of the road to help you reestablish your credit. So you can get back onto the road to developing your credit and get back onto the road, hopefully, to prosperity. With the Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet Good People, Bad Credit program, they can help you get into a car, a truck, or an SUV to get your family where they need to go during the Oregon winter. Call Robert Sloan at 541-998-2333. That's 541-998-2333. If you're a good person with bad credit, contact Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet.
The Wake Up Call.
To be honest, I've never seen such dysfunction.
With Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
6:29. Hey, good morning to you. Welcome in. Hopefully your Wednesday is going along swimmingly. 34 degrees, so at least on the valley floor, nothing to report as far as really slippery conditions. Do be careful out there. It's not like we're saying because things aren't, crazy disastrous, you can just, drive crazy and disastrous, because we would love for you to be
not crazy and not disastrous.
Yeah. Couple of things. 450 million buckaroos. Might want to get a Powerball ticket or two, or get the office thing going where everybody chips in and you guys can
lose together.
Dream about what it would be like. How quickly would we quit our jobs collectively
and waste all of that money?
Yeah. There is a couple of things that apparently you need to keep in mind if we are talking to the winner. First off, you need to sign the back of your ticket. That way nobody can steal it.
Oh.
If you want to be extra careful, sign it before. And here's a biggie. And we've talked about this in regards to, kids having romantic dalliances with their teachers and staff.
But don't go out and have sex with a teacher after you win.
Keep your mouth shut. Resist the urge to tell everybody. For one thing, you don't want people, hitting you up and coming out of the woodwork, because that's going to happen. As soon as oh yeah, your third grade, best friend is going to all of a sudden be your best friend again. Hire a money management team.
Yeah, no kidding.
Don't start buying stuff, which I think a lot of people, 44% of lottery winners blow their entire booty within 5 years. But that's usually, if it's $1 million. If it's $450 million, which, after taxes, still going to be...
It's going to take you at least 2 or 3 years beyond 5.
Yeah. And then, I'm curious, how quickly if you were to win, how quickly would you quit your job?
$450 million?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'd probably give a month's notice.
Probably. That's big of you.
Probably about a month. I'd give a month's notice. I mean, I like it here. Why would I want to just go, screw you, I'm quitting. Bye. I don't care what happens after me.
Think about that month send-off, and think about what would be probably, that Widmer Wonder Cooler over there.
The Widmer Wonder.
Would be getting probably You probably would start drinking 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not saying that as soon as winning that, I wouldn't be of the mindset of 1 foot out the door. I mean, I'm not saying that wouldn't be the case, but I would at least be here enough to kind of put Band-Aids on stuff until they, for a month. Which we
mean the Band-Aids on the Band-Aids? Yeah,
Band-Aids on the Band-Aids, so to give them time to find somebody to come in here and, be your morning circus clown. So yeah, then I would quit. Nobody would ever hear from me again.
We'd quit probably, right?
Hey, I would quit.
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
for us to quit...
That's one thing I get. There's no team at all at this wake-up call set up there. No team whatsoever.
Well, okay, teammate. Are you talking about throwing some coin into helping me buy the lottery ticket in advance? As a team, we buy a ticket? Is that what you're referring to?
Have you even asked?
No, and I never will.
Never will buy a ticket?
Generally, I don't. I haven't bought a ticket in probably 5, 6 years.
Yeah. It's for entertainment purposes,
Only, yeah. Well, I don't know, but if you've actually watched the way that your investments over the last, decade have gone for you.
Mine?
It's actually as good of an investment as any.
Yeah.
It's not for investment purposes. Oh, okay, like my 401k is? Yeah, all right. Sure, whatever you say.
Is there anybody listening that would stick with their job? Unless you're,
okay, if
a small business owner and it's your baby.
I don't know, $450 million. I mean, there may be somebody that would. Really just loves what they do.
Right, that's my question.
Yeah, I like what I do, but I'll be honest with you. For $450 million, I would be happy not to get up before 3 o'clock every morning. That would,
I'd buy that for $1.
That would be probably one of the biggest deal breakers right there. The decision to go, all right, I don't want to do this anymore. That right there would be one of the biggest contributors.
Whether you win the Powerball or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Getting up at that time of the morning. I mean, if it was something where I could come in the afternoon and do something, we were doing something like this in the afternoon.
From your bedroom?
Well, I don't know. If you occasionally could do it from home, that'd be cool. But, if we were doing this from, say, 2 to 6 in the afternoon or 2 to 5 or whatever, I would actually consider hanging around for a while longer.
1 to 3, and they replay the show. So you're out by 3.
Yeah. I mean, that would be awesome.
Think of the studio that you could construct back at the house.
Yeah.
Ah, man. 6:35, 25 away from 7 o'clock. Professor Alan Sachs going to join the show.
Oh, I like this, how people are sending us emails saying that they hope we never win. Thanks.
Real nice.
Yeah, nice. Thanks. Thanks for caring about us so much. Hope you never win.
I want you to get up and shorten your life.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll throw this out there. Would you continue to work? I am curious if there's anybody out there that would not hang it up in 20 seconds. Which debtor would you have the most fun paying off? And would you give them would you pay them off in pennies? Is there anybody out there that you would just love to thwart? Has been a constant in your side. Yeah, Bill Harsey. I'd just buy more steel.
Nice.
Make more knives. And then, once I won the lottery, I could afford one of those knives.
There you go.
Yeah. Sachs coming up next on 1120 KPNW.
Northwest Burger inside the 5th Street Market features burgers so amazing they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat and local produce combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch makes for a burger experience like no other. You'll get mouth-watering goodness in every single bite. Check out their menu and photos on Facebook. Northwest Burger, located in the 5th Street Market. It's not just a burger, it's an experience.
If you're a man age 40 or older, listen closely to the following message. Are urinary problems interfering with the quality of your life, causing urgency, countless trips to the bathroom, or you to wake up in the middle of the night? You may be one of millions of men suffering from a condition called BPH that causes the prostate to enlarge. Urologists in Eugene are conducting a research study to evaluate the use of an investigational drug and device for BPH, which is hoped to be a less invasive alternative to surgery. Men 40 and older who continue to suffer from urinary symptoms of BPH are needed to participate in this research study at no cost. Compensation for your time may also be provided. If you would like to learn more about this local research study opportunity, please call 888-388-4BPH or log on to bphclinicaltrial.com. That's 888-388-4BPH. 888-388-4BPH.
Hey kids, you want ice cream?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing?
Texting Rick and Alicia.
Cool, I'll post something on Facebook.
Yeah, Umpqua ice cream, flavor of the month. Bring a bowl.
Enjoy Java Thunder, Umpqua Ice Cream's flavor of the month.
Kids, what are all your friends doing in the backyard?
Umpqua Ice Cream, the original social network. Share the flavor at umpquadairy.com and follow us on Facebook.
Are those bowls?
I'm a firefighter.
A teacher.
I'm a farmer. I'm a barber.
A waitress. A mom.
We're all part of your community. Every day we move in and out of each other's busy lives.
It's easy to take for granted all the little moments that make up our everyday.
Some are good, others not so much.
But that's life. It's when you experience a moment of uncertainty. Something or someone's behavior that doesn't seem quite right.
These are the moments to take a pause.
Because if something doesn't feel right, it's probably not. It's not about paranoia.
Or being afraid.
It's about standing up and protecting our communities.
One detail at a time.
Because a lot of little details can become a pattern.
We
trust our instincts.
Just like you should.
Because only you know what's not supposed to be in your everyday.
So protect your everyday.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania in Albany, Eugene, Springfield, and Corvallis. Save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on the roads, we have partly cloudy skies above us, but we do have some light fog off and on out there, as well as a few spots of light freezing rain. That's because the temps right now are in the upper 20s to low 30s, about 30 here in town, with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. So take caution. There are a couple of wet freezing spots out there, but generally it's not that bad. Now this afternoon, the partly cloudy skies will become mostly cloudy as the storm system moves into California. We do have a 30% shot at a few light showers here and there, but not expecting much accumulation. And temps, well, they're going to climb up into the mid to low 40s out there with a high of about 41 here in town. As we move towards the weekend, it's going to be a dry weekend for the first time in several weeks, but it's going to be a cold one as highs will be right in the mid to upper 30s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
I won't mention any names, but their initials are
Holloway in London. The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The president cried yesterday. He was sad. And then he was mad. And then he said, I'm going to do something. So what he did was he formulated his plans on an executive action dealing with guns to require background checks for more sales, and I think more ominously now trying to or requiring doctors to report individuals that are mentally ill. To talk about it this morning, it is University of Texas at Arlington political science professor Alan Sachs joining us on the Wake Up Call. Prof, thanks for being with us this morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. I think you actually touched on the most important thing. Under an old gun law called the Brady Bill, 1993, medical professionals were allowed to report mentally ill patients for gun sales to, I think, the FBI or other government agencies. But it had to be done with the consent of the patient. This allows the medical professionals, without any legal repercussions, to do that on their own. And that's where a lot of the talk show people yesterday were saying, boy, this is Big Brother haunting us. So I think that's what a lot of people are really scared about. is that it's not so much about gun sales. I just heard a past Attorney General of the United States, a man by the name of Judge Mukasey, actually say that what the president did yesterday will have little or no effect on anything, that it would not have prevented any of the mass shootings we've had in the country in the past years, however tragic they were, no effect whatsoever. And this essentially, I'm reading between the lines, it was really a political show much more than anything else.
Well, it definitely was a show. I mean, I will give sort of backhanded credit to the president and his handlers. They certainly know how to throw a propaganda press conference.
And especially, this is a political year. So all of a sudden, Hillary Clinton comes out and says, this was my idea too. So it has some real political ramifications. From a hypocritical standpoint, the political right is now saying that the president really wanted to worry about gun sales and violence in the world and in the United States. They would not have allowed what was called several years ago Fast and Furious, which was a shipment of some guns to Mexico. And that was a big issue for about a month. And all of a sudden it's faded from the political radar. And also the release of some convicts with drug charges from our penitentiaries that the president is doing as well. And guns and drugs oftentimes go together. So a lot of people are saying this is pure political theater on the part of the president yesterday.
Well, the issue of doctors, I want to go back to that for just a second there, because, I mean, there's a number of issues at play there that to me are disturbing. Number one, you know, anybody that knows anything, for instance, about PTSD and people that have a PTSD disability, you don't just have PTSD, you have a percentage of disability, like you're 10% disabled because of PTSD, or you're 30%, or you're 40, or you're 50, or you're 90, or you're 100. You know, at what point does this medical doctor go, oh, well, this person has PTSD. God, they can't have a gun. We need to call the FBI. You know, I look at that and think, this is really dangerous, because these are people that have really no skill set to speak of whatsoever dealing with mental issues.
You're exactly right. And in fact, if somebody really wants to get a gun and they're mentally unstable, I doubt if they're going to go into a doctor's office for a cold or the flu or even something more serious than that if they really want to use a gun and they're mentally unstable. So there's so many issues, and you touched on them, that I think are just not addressed by this. And it gives a lot of people wide latitude to create, I think, what a lot of the political right yesterday on the talk shows especially were talking about, this fear of a big brother state coming into action. And those are, I think, very legitimate fears.
Well, yeah. And not only that, but, you know, it used to be that there was this whole idea of doctor-client privilege.
That's right.
And that's pretty much, I look at that and go, well, you pretty much destroyed that.
If somebody goes into a doctor's office, and many times, even if they have a physical ailment, they're not in good shape. You know, they're sitting there, they're scared of what the diagnosis might be, and then they say some things where a doctor might argue, gee, that was weird, you know, and report that as mental illness, and it's nothing of the case. It may just be that for that moment, and maybe would disappear later on down the line. So what might be conceived as mental illness at one moment, the next minute, the patient is of sound mind.
Yeah. So how long do you think it's going to be before we see somebody taking this to court?
Oh, it definitely will go into the courts. In fact, we've had two fairly recent decisions on the Second Amendment. By the way, the Second Amendment was the most clearly brief amendments in the entire Bill of Rights. Very clear, very short, and very well written. In recent years, we've had two decisions, one involving Chicago called the McDonald case, another one the District of Columbia called the Heller case, and they both have affirmed the individual right to firearms. And I have no doubt that this will also go to the courts, but it's going to be after the election season. So some people who are very cynical about this say this is an election deal more than anything else. that the president really wanted to get tough, our federal prosecutors could deal with firearms much more rigorously than they have in the past.
All right. Professor, thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call. We appreciate it. You have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much, sir. It's greatly appreciated.
All right. Take care. Professor Alan Sachs on the Wake Up Call this morning, News Radio 1120 KPNW. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but there is a book that is called The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. And we're not talking about a pamphlet. We're talking about a book that is about the size of what used to be a New York City phone book. All right. And medical doctors, I guarantee you that unless they have doctorates in, say, psychology, know absolutely nothing to speak of about mental illness, or very little. I mean, it's as cursory a knowledge as your average person has. So anyone that knows about something like what they refer to as the DSM, average medical doctor has no concept of your mental state other than I have chronic back problems and the person appears to be depressed. Unless the patient walks in and says, so, I was having this conversation with 5 of my imaginary friends yesterday, and, you know, they were telling me, other than that, what place does a medical doctor have making any sort of determination regarding a person's mental state unless they just come right out and say, I'm feeling suicidal? Or, you know what, I'm really thinking that I want to off my husband or my wife or my kids. You know, short of that, medical doctor doesn't have any training to speak of in diagnosing mental illness, and they shouldn't be. It's ridiculous. Anyway, it's 6:50. News Radio 1120 KPNW. Sleeping, it's an awesome thing. You need to do more of it. I think you should do it right now. Go back to bed. We used to have a listener that said, well, he'd wake up in the morning, he'd turn the radio on, listen to the news, and decide whether he wanted to get up or not. I think that's a pretty good idea, actually. I wish that I could just scan the headlines before I come into work and just go, yeah, it's just not worth coming in this morning. Anyway, if you're one of those folks that want to spend a little bit more time in bed, or like the time and the amount of time you're spending in bed, you just don't like your mattress, then Sleep Train may be a good place to go as they continue their year-end clearance sale. Even though the year is ended, the clearance sale hasn't. And they got some awesome mattresses that you're going to get cheap. And let's be honest here. The difference between the 2016 mattresses and the 2015 mattresses are the color. That's about it. So why not go down and save a whole bunch of money if you're thinking about getting a new mattress?
Okay, you're sitting there thinking, or maybe laying down thinking, what's in it for me with this year-end clearance sale? How about this? Saving hundreds on Beauty Rest, Posturepedic, even Tempur-Pedic, 36 months. Interest-free financing on qualified mattress sets. The year-end clearance sale going on right now. And if you'd like to get information on the closest store and everything that is Sleep Train, check out the website, sleeptrain.com. You're not going to get an idea until you go down there and meet the folks there at the service and the people that you're working with, because it's top-notch. We stand by it. In fact, every night we stand by sleeping, laying down and going to sleep on our Tempur-Pedics from Sleep Train in Eugene, Springfield, Corvallis, and Salem. And tell them you're like this with the Wake Up Call. Get your ticket to a better night's sleep.
Hello, Lane County. The
2016 RV Palooza ends Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds. Don't miss the new RV Palooza. It's stocked with clearance bargains and over $1.2 million in markdowns. Buy any motorhome or trailer at the RV Palooza, and we'll include a Rising Star VIP camping spot at next year's Willamette Country Music Festival to see Miranda Lambert, Florida Georgia Line, and Cole Swindell. Shop a massive inventory of new and pre-owned RVs from around the country, from Heartland RV, Jayco, Forest River, Lance, Pleasure Way, Road Trek, Newmar, Winnebago, all from Oregon's top RV dealer, Garrity. We'll pay top dollar for your current RV or motorhome. Plus, get a free no-obligation appraisal. Enter to win a free trailer, no purchase necessary, and drive the RV of your dreams at the RV Driving School. The new 2016 RV Palooza ends Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds.
Are you feeling lucky? Then test your fate at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence in the Pick 4 and Score, January 1st through the 31st. We'll have hot seat drawings every Saturday from 2 to 8 p.m. and every Sunday from noon to 4 p.m. The winner picks 4 briefcases. If the total inside is over $1,000, then you win $100,000. If the total is under $1,000, then you win that total. To qualify, just use your Players Club card on any slot machine or table game during the drawings. If your seat is chosen, then you get to play Pick 4 and Score. Winning never felt so easy. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Choose your destiny at Three Rivers Casino Resort, because things are luckier here.
Your community,
the mom of 2 young kids.
your show.
People are
right now the most
important issue.
Your station.
People are not going to do their own research and figure it out.
Wayne County's wake-up call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. I wrote this in a moment of calm, though you may hear it under different circumstances. Sitting in a quiet corner thinking about why we're where we are is a good idea. But first, a word of caution. Few academics or politicians who might go through this exercise will reach the same conclusions, because they're tricked by human bias. It's obvious Keynesian economics and its practitioners have failed us. Their most grievous error is a lack of foresight and timely restraint needed to ward off economic and financial excess. In other words, they've consistently left the money punch bowl at the party far too long. Rational expectations is another popular theory embraced by academics. And since they tend to cycle between universities and government advisory positions, politicians have swallowed it whole. It describes the world as a place made up with a set of fully specified mechanical rules that capture individual decision-making and market outcomes at all times. Here's the nugget. That's just plain crazy. But rational expectations encourages an unfounded faith in mathematical models that fail catastrophically because of bad assumptions. Both academic and private sector economists are also heavily influenced by behavioral bias that blinds them to the possibility of panics, crises, and other accidents. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on the road, we're looking at partly cloudy skies out there as well as some light fog. And we do have some light freezing rain off and on out there, but not bad. So there are a few slick spots on the roads, but mostly it's pretty good. Temps out there right now are below freezing, though, at about 30 degrees here in town with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, the partly cloudy skies become mostly cloudy as the storm system moves into California, but we only expect about a 30% chance of some light rain off and on and no major accumulation. Highs look to be in the low 40s once again today. We'll see a high of 41 here in town. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic and safe day.
It's your money. And this is your wake-up call market report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are headed toward 3-month lows, tracking declines in equities around the world after China weakened its currency, stoking investor concern that weakness in the world's second-largest economy will drag down global growth. The Dow is down 227 points, or 1.3% at 16,930. The The S&P 500 is also down about 1.3% or 26 points at 1990. And the NASDAQ is lower by 62 at 48.28. China's central bank set the yuan's reference rate at an unexpectedly weak level, adding to anxiety about an economic slowdown that's dominated the markets this week. Adding to geopolitical worries, North Korea claimed it successfully tested its first hydrogen bomb, and that follows a recent buildup of tensions between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Commodity producers are falling amid speculation that weakness in China will weigh on demand for raw materials, and crude oil is down 3.3% at $34.76 a barrel. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, even before the official release of Obama's executive orders to reduce gun violence, quote-unquote, the drive-by media swung into gear. Their mission, defending Obama's latest overreach of presidential power. Now, here's what's obvious to everybody who understands how our government is supposed to work. Obama has usurped the role of Congress again. The president, executive branch, does not make law. That's the constitutional role of Congress. Obama has once again made law here. There's another obvious point totally ignored by the drive-by media and the rest of the Democrat Party. The mass shootings that happen in this country are horrific, but they are relatively rare. Where is the daily carnage from gun violence happening? It's in cities run by Democrats, where strict gun laws are already on the books and routinely ignored by criminals. A lot of them are liberal communities where this is going down. Now, the day before Obama announced his executive actions, his own hometown of Chicago saw 6 shot. But that made little news, and the president expressed no emotion about that. Just another day in Chi-Town. City after city, Chicago, L.A., Baltimore, Detroit, St. Louis, New York, gangs, high crime rates, gun violence, a way of life. They are the obvious results of a decades-old big government welfare state society. Failed schools, high unemployment, a total rejection of the work ethic are commonplace, as are dependent single-parent households, and dare I say it, the absence of morality. Liberals have run American cities for decades. They have failed, and this is what we get. Hey, you're getting a new iPhone, a Galaxy, or some other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. It just happens. So protecting yours is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you are paying way too much. Stop overpaying your carriers. Switch to Square Trade Phone Protection today and start saving hundreds of dollars. Verizon can charge $9 a month for phone insurance. Sprint, $11. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. Square Trade Phone Protection costs half as much. Less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. And switching to Square Trade's easy, even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract. So protect your new phone, any phone, with Square Trade. Stop overpaying and start saving today. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
Square Trade does not cover lost.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Here we go again. The opening bell rings in another big sell-off on Wall Street, where Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides is live.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 212 points, 16,947. The S&P 500 down 22. The NASDAQ Composite down 51. All the major averages down more than 1%. And just for this trading year so far, 2016, the Dow is now down 2.7%, tacking on to last year's losses. Today, North Korea says that it's tested successfully a hydrogen bomb. That spooked the markets. All 30 Dow components started off red. Chevron and Boeing were also the laggards. Apple says the orders for its iPhones are slipping. Oil prices at 11-year lows. Dave.
Thank you, Nicole. Now, the U.S. is working to verify the claims made on North Korean state TV that they tested a hydrogen bomb underground. It's being condemned worldwide. The UN Security Council meets next hour, but
at least one key expert that we have been speaking to in South Korea does not believe it was a hydrogen bomb. Our expert also said he didn't think North Korea was yet mastering the technology of a hydrogen bomb, which is much more sophisticated and more powerful than an atomic bomb like the one dropped on Hiroshima, like the types that have been tested already by North Korea.
That's Fox's Greg Palcott. Republicans running for president have blamed the U.S. for being complacent in the world. Jeb Bush says
we need to be serious if we're going to deal with these challenges. We need to challenge China to deal with its client state.
Well, you won't worry about your 401k. If you hit the Powerball tonight, the jackpot is up to $450 million. This woman in Ohio is buying tickets hoping to
pay my bills off and then help my family out.
A lot of people who hate their jobs hope to win and quit. It is the 6th biggest lottery jackpot in U.S. history. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030 or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
The federal government's push to deport some illegal immigrants. It's a legal roadblock. Fox's Jeff Manasso has details live.
Dave, immigration agents began this week rounding up dozens of Central American immigrants who have not complied with deportation orders, with raids in Texas and in Georgia as part of the federal government's crackdown on illegal immigration. But lawyers for 12 illegals from 4 families say their deportations have temporarily been halted as they appeal to the Justice Department, saying that their clients received inappropriate legal counsel, though Department of Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson defends the raids and deportations, saying that they are necessary to deter people from entering our country illegally. Dave.
Jeff, the man who used to be friends with one of the San Bernardino terrorists goes to court today.
Enrique Marquez is due in court today for his arraignment. A federal grand jury has indicted him for allegedly providing material support to terrorist Syed Farouk and for making false statements about buying 2 guns that Farouk used in the San Bernardino attack. They also indicted him for a fraudulent marriage.
That's Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Chipotle says it's been served with a federal grand jury subpoena, part of a criminal investigation tied to a norovirus outbreak at one of its restaurants in California. It's also had an E. coli outbreak out in the West as well. Well, tonight starts the end of American Idol. Simon, Paula, and Randy are long gone, but do you remember all the winners?
The winner of American Idol, Kelly Clarkson. Ruben Studdard. Fantasia Barrino. Carrie Underwood. Taylor Hicks. Jordan Sparks. David Cook. Chris Allen. Lee DeWine, Scotty McCreery, Philip Phillips, Candace Glover, Caleb Johnson,
and
Nick
of course, Ryan Seacrest, the host, the one constant through all this into season 15. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
1120 KPNW. Hey, it's Wednesday, all over your radio, January 6, 2016. Welcome in. Little bit of rain in the forecast. Nothing's going to be too crazy. I'm still thinking about, potential debris and things falling from up above, mudslide. I mean, kind of always have that risk here in January in Oregon. This is your first go-round. But today, we'll get to a whopping 41 degrees, down to 35 tonight. In between, might have a little fog concern, so just be ready for that if you should encounter it. 34 degrees currently at 1120 KPNW. Lease Wheel coming up. Lease. Wednesday go-around with Legal Lease from Fox News Radio. I don't know if you heard in the top of the hour news, until either a slow news day or a send-off fitting for American Idol. And I think if you asked a lot of people, they'd be surprised that it's still on the air. And when did I guess probably you can say it lost relevancy the season after Simon Cowell left. But I remember having to watch that show. Doing mornings on, top 40 station like KDUK, you want to, that's what people are going to talk about it, but it seemed more, I don't know, reality as a whole. You look at, across the board and the voice and you sit there and you go, okay, I guess I'm an adult now and I can actually watch a documentary or something that you're going to learn something or truly be riveted, something truly compelling will touch your soul. American Idol. Not one of those shows.
It's just a glorified game show. It's rigged.
It's been great for a lot of people that otherwise wouldn't have received the attention, but there's something to be said about that romantic, hey, it took me 2 years to get a gig, and then I got a opportunity to play a club in San Francisco, and that's where somebody saw me and passed my name to and have that whole adventure up the ladder, up the chain. And I think, just like we talk about kids getting into, radio and TV, they want to be instant stars. They don't want to do the, and they don't have to do overnights like we did growing up. Had to do the deep six.
Paying the dues is also referred to it as.
Very few, and maybe it's across the board in other occupations as well, but you appreciate the people that kind of had to take the steps to do what they wanted to do. All right. Boy, do we have a heap o' news coming your way.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the story of the standoff at the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge from a number of different areas, and even a little bit of a local sort of kinda, at least regionally local attachment to that particular story. Also, Nike, Phil Knight, track and field, former Governor Kitzhaber, they all have something in common. Rob's going to fill us in on that story during the news. We'll also take a look at a few other stories along the way that are going on around the state, including we know who's going to be on the presidential primary ballot. Ooh, aren't you happy with that? And here's a hint. Bozo isn't one of them. Go figure. Those stories and more are coming up, brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Where it is 7:09.
New Year's resolutions generally fail, and they fail because they aren't fun. So here's a resolution that's easy to keep. If you've never done it, make this the year you visit Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. How hard is it to keep this promise to yourself? I resolve to eat at least one Burrito Amigos bacon breakfast burrito with 2 types of bacon. As Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, I intend to do this at least weekly. Resolve to have an Audibata experience and try some on a torta. Tasty stuff. Or if you're of the vegetarian persuasion, promise yourself this year to try a yammy taco with yams and a special secret recipe spicy guacamole. If you're going that route, the Amigos rock the potato taquitos, and their tofu burritos have tofu. So keep this promise to yourself. Visit a Burrito Amigos. And this year, you'll make a new friend who'll cook and clean up the dishes. That's a friend. Burrito Amigos in Eugene and Springfield. Have you ever wanted to reach out and make a positive difference for children who live in a third world country orphanage? Well, for 26 years, the Tres Islas Orphanage Fund, whose founders live in Douglas County, has taken care of children in 5 Mazatlan, Mexico orphanages. Now, 100% of every donation goes directly to help the children. Nothing. 0 is taken away from any donation for administration. And Tres Islas Orphanage Fund has mission weeks where donors actually visit the orphanages. They share time with the children and make improvements to those orphanages. If you'd like to help provide nourishing food, medical, and educational needs every day to 133-plus children, visit orphanagefunds.org. That's www.orphanagefunds.org, and learn how you can help and how you can participate. The Tres Islas Orphanage Fund. Real children, real opportunities to help.
Now, this morning's wake-up call with the latest news from the Northwest and your neighborhood on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. The armed group that's controlling the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge headquarters south of Burns now has more details about their plans. Brad Ford has that report.
Hammond Bundy says the land for the refuge was illegally taken and ranchers were forced from their land.
If government is being that fear and intimidation, that it needs to be checked and balanced.
LaVoy Finicum is another leader. He says the state of Oregon had to approve the original land transactions, and they believe that never happened.
If we go to the records, we find that transaction, that's where we begin to unwind it.
They say local ranchers are ready to take over the land, and they'll defend them during the process if authorities try to stop them. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
Among the different law enforcement agencies working on the National Wildlife Refuge standoff, you have the FBI, the Oregon State Police, the Harney County Sheriff's Office, and even the Lynn County Sheriff's Office. Sort of.
The sheriffs received notification from the sheriff of Harney County requesting some assistance with their situation over there. We are sending 2 deputies, a sergeant and a deputy, and a patrol car. They'll be over there for 3 or 4 days, assisting in and around the city of Burns, doing basic patrol work.
Lynn County Under Sheriff Jim Yon says they don't expect to have any direct hands-on contact with the standoff. Oregon Congressman Greg Walden spent about a half an hour on the House floor talking about the armed takeover there at the Wildlife Refuge, and he says he does not support the actions of the group, but he says he does understand their frustration, and he says it's widespread as a feeling among ranchers and those in agriculture in Eastern Oregon.
And how much these ranchers care about the environment, about the future, about their children, about America.
He says Congress has to change the way bureaucrats ignore laws and follow their own agendas. He says that the law that led to a sentence of 5 years in prison for Stephen Dwight Hammond must be changed so it's not used in that way again. Now, a judge in the county where the armed standoff is taking place says he actually understands the issue. He's just not fond of the method. Brad Ford has that story.
Harney County Judge Steve Grasty says he has spent hundreds of hours fighting government overreach. He says using an armed group to take over a federal facility is the wrong way. There are concerns about threats to county buildings.
We've heard that they could be targeted, so we're being cautious. But we're also just being defensive, not offensive.
He says there's no indication that anything is planned to take action against the group in the refuge headquarters.
In a conversation I've had with every law enforcement entity, they have said over and over, we will not confront these folks.
Grasty says there are proper ways to fight federal regulations, and he cites the recent work to prevent an Endangered Species Act listing for the sage grouse as a success story. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Lots of cash, some track and field action, Nike, and former Governor John Kitzhaber. Rob Holloway tells us what they all have in common.
The announcement that the World Track Championships were coming to Eugene stunned many all over the world, and the afterplot thickens as the backstory gets even more smoky. Let's go back to 2014. The president of Tracktown USA, Vin Lanana, contacted then-Governor John Kitzhaber to request a $40 million subsidy to help in attracting the bid. Kitzhaber didn't jump. An advisor threw out a $20 million offer instead. The subsidy request received an equally cool response from Salem as well. Fast forward to 5 months later, and it was a different tune Kitzhaber was whistling as he was talking the full $40 million and would, quote, use all means at my disposal to deliver the financial support. All means? This was during a time of re-election for Kitzhaber, and the donations coming in were larger in size and from different people than who would normally make such political donations to Kitzhaber, like a $400,000 contribution from one Phil Knight of Nike. His wasn't the only donation with Nike and U of O ties. Lanana maintains his innocence. The French investigation into the 2021 bid continues. This story isn't going away anytime soon. Bill?
Well, the Eugene Police Department would like to make folks aware of a scam that has been circulating yet again recently.
Well, there have been a lot of 911 calls today regarding a particular scam. It's called the IRS scam, and in it, somebody calls and poses as an IRS agent, or it can be a recording.
That's Melinda McLaughlin of the Eugene Police Department talking up a stairway. Follow your instincts when you receive a call like this from someone who says they're from the IRS, and never feel embarrassed about confirming their identity. Now, you can do that by simply contacting the representative agency directly. In other words, hang up on the person talking to you and actually call the IRS. If someone asks you for your cash, your credit card numbers, or other personal information, especially if you don't know them, the safest move is just to say no. The targets are random, so just note that it's happening again and report the potential crime as soon as possible. Well, for the small investment of $1,200 that you'll pay over a year, you can earn maybe $5 worth of monthly savings. John Murray, an energy services representative for Lane Electric, has a program just for you. Well, maybe not. It's for the person who can afford to feel good about the fact that they're paying a lot of money to use renewable energy and are really saving nothing and taking a pretty good financial loss. So when we asked directly if this is simply a feel-good program, the answer was pretty much cut and dry.
That is exactly what it is. Yeah, we've also got a program called Member Choice, and they're able to buy blocks, and it costs them more to buy blocks of energy that come from a renewable resource.
Now, in this case that we're talking about, you're actually buying energy from solar panels, and you're paying a lot to do it, to save actually very little. But the thing is, it's not a swindle, and they're pretty clear that this isn't something where you're going to be saving a bunch of money or making any.
This may not be the best investment for them, because the issue that we have is we're basically giving credits for the output of these panels, and we're not selling the panels to them, so there's no state and federal tax credits.
So for the layman, this means really no financial return, just you can feel good about, well, doing whatever. The Lane County Board of Commissioners appointed a new chair and vice chair during the opening minutes of their first regular meeting of 2016. Commissioner Faye Stewart will be the new chair as of, yesterday. And Commissioner Pat Farr, who is the representative for North Eugene, will serve as vice chair. Commissioner Farr says he's looking forward to being the vice chair.
One thing that I am able to do that I really enjoy doing is working across borders. That is to say, working with the city of Eugene and the city of Springfield, working with people who historically may have different points of view or different philosophies on items.
During the meeting, Commissioner Jay Bozovich was recognized for his leadership as chair during 2015 and presented with a ceremonial gavel. Trial is set for a former Wisconsin police officer accused of killing an Oregon woman whose body was found in a suitcase along a rural highway. Final pretrial hearing was held yesterday for 54-year-old Stephen Zellick. The trial for the former police officer is scheduled to begin January 25th and is expected to last 2 weeks. He's charged with first-degree intentional homicide and hiding a corpse in the death of 19-year-old Jenny Gamez from Cottage Grove. Zellick is also suspected of killing 37-year-old Laura Simonson from Farmington, Minnesota, at a hotel in 2013. The women's remains were found in separate suitcases along a highway near Lake Geneva in June of 2014. Court records say Zellick told investigators he killed both women accidentally during sex. Renewing your license for your vehicle in Oregon is now a little bit easier because of a new law. The DMV's David House says you can renew and review online.
If you realize that your tags have expired on your license plate on your car and you need to drive right away, there's a way you can drive legally on the roads. All you need to do is go to OregonDMV.com and renew your registration online.
And when you get that reminder to renew in the mail, there's a code you use when you renew online. Then you take the receipt that you printed off and you keep it in your vehicle until you get your new tags. That usually takes about a week. And if you happen to be someone who's listening that's in an area where you need to get DEQ testing done before you get your tags, you still have to get that DEQ permit first. Governor Kate Brown has fired the director of the state's employment department days after a state audit detailed security lapses and tax troubles involving the department's aging computer systems. Brown announced Lisa Neisenfeld is being sacked and replaced by the state's budget manager, Kay Erickson.
while Brown's office tries to find a permanent hire. A report by the Oregon Secretary of State's office released in December identified similar security concerns mentioned in audits back in 2003 and again in 2012. That was before Neisenfeld became director. The audit also said staffers just decided to stop using a computer report that kept officials from noticing tax overpayments worth $850 in 2014 and potential underpayments near about $3 million. The Employment Department also said in November that, oh yeah, they'd been hacked. Oregon's primary election in May is going to be packed with presidential candidates. Brad Ford has the details.
Secretary of State Gene Atkins has released the preliminary list. On the Republican side, voters will be able to choose between Donald Trump, Jeb Bush, Ben Carson, Chris Christie, Ted Cruz, Carly Fiorina, Mike Huckabee, John Kasich, Rand Paul, Marco Rubio, and Rick Santorum. On the Democratic ballot, the choices are Hillary Clinton, Martin O'Malley, and Bernie Sanders. The final list will be determined March 8th. Any candidate not on the list can be added by getting 1,000 signatures from party members in each of Oregon's 5 congressional districts. Brad Ford, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, if you happen to be one of those folks living in the state that wants to enter the recreational marijuana business, now's the time to apply for a license. The licensing paperwork became available this week. About 70 people so far have submitted forms. Oregon has no limit on the number of growers or retailer licenses that it's going to issue. A report by the Oregon Liquor Control Commission estimates the state will issue about 850 recreational marijuana licenses by the end of 2017. Commission Executive Director Steve Marks says the agency will review applications for outdoor production facilities and labs first so growers can have their crops ready for the retail market later this year. Mark says regulators are not likely to approve any applications, though, until after the Oregon legislature meets next month. It is 7:23. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Oregon State Beavers football team reportedly close to naming a replacement for Kalani Sitake at defensive coordinator, and the name that is expected to roll off the lips of Gary Anderson, Utah State's Kevin Clune. It looks like Corey Hall of Weber State will be the new linebackers coach. Sitake was hired in December as BYU's head coach. Of course, we all know University of Oregon looking for one as well. To Oregon men's basketball, way too early to throw the season into panic mode after the first Pac-12 loss, and that to Oregon State. But Coach Dana Altman pointing to the lack of leadership as a concern. The team will just need time to gel and get used to each other's new roles, like point guard Dylan Ennis getting thrown into the mix. Tonight they attempt to get back into their winning ways. First conference win potentially against Cal. It appears that the future of the team will not include freshman Trevor Manuel. He's asked for his release and will transfer coming out of high school. He was a 4-star prospect out of Lansing, Michigan. NBA, Steph Curry's chances of making it an entire season without injury have increasingly taken a hit as he came up limping in the game last night against the Lakers. He sat out the fourth, but his mate Klay Thompson took up the slack, drilling 22 of his 36 in that fourth and final period. Warriors bat around the Lakers 109-88. Chicago's Jimmy Butler's on fire. He dropped 32. Bulls down the Bucks 117-106. And the Dallas Mavericks need a second overtime to beat the Sacramento Kings 117-116. Darren Williams pops a three-pointer at the buzzer for a wild Mavericks win. And Steve Sarkisian, he's announced he's interested in getting back to coaching, perhaps as a quarterback's coach or offensive coordinator in the NFL. Okay. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW, brought to you by Wetlands on Garfield in Eugene, your Westside neighborhood sports headquarters and pub at 7:25.
Weather every 10 minutes during the Wake Up Call. Count on it. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on the roads, we have partly cloudy skies above us, but we do have some light fog off and on out there, as well as a few spots of light freezing rain. That's because the temps right now are in the upper 20s to low 30s, about 30 here in town, with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. So take caution. There are a couple of wet freezing spots out there, but generally it's not that bad. Now this afternoon, the partly cloudy skies will become mostly cloudy as the storm system moves into California. We do have a 30% shot at a few light showers here and there, but not expecting much accumulation. And temps, well, they're going to climb up into the mid to low 40s out there with a high of about 41 here in town. As we move towards the weekend, it's going to be a dry weekend for the first time in several weeks, but it's going to be a cold one as highs will be right in the mid to upper 30s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, brought to you by Builders Electric, providing smart electrical service since 1960. George Herbert, the 16th century English poet, once wrote, "Good and quickly seldom meet." Do you want to do a good job of what you do? Then it probably can't be done quickly. Or do you need to get it done in a hurry? Then you probably better be prepared to make a few mistakes or a not-so-perfect job. Either way, trying to do a good job in a hurry is an experience we've all had in our lives, and it usually requires doing part of it over. So maybe just take your time thinking and doing at the same time. You'll usually find it works better. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
Today's Motivational Minute was sponsored by Builders Electric, voted the Register Guard's 2015 Reader's Choice #1 electrical contractor, providing positive service for over 55 years. That's Builders Electric, CCB 4296.
Hello, Lane County. The 2016 RV Palooza is going on now at the Lane County Fairgrounds. Don't miss the new RV Palooza. It's stocked with clearance bargains and over $1.2 million in markdowns. Buy any motorhome or trailer at the RV Palooza, and we'll include a Rising Star VIP camping spot at next year's Willamette Country Music Festival to see Miranda Lambert, Florida Georgia Line, and Cole Swindell. Shop a massive inventory of new and pre-owned RVs from around the country, from Heartland RV, Jayco, Forest River, Lance, Pleasure Way, Road Trek, Newmar, Winnebago, all from Oregon's top RV dealer, Garrity. We'll pay top dollar for your current RV or motorhome. Plus, get a free, no-obligation appraisal. Enter to win a free trailer, no purchase necessary, and drive the RV of your dreams at the RV Driving School. The new 2016 RV Palooza is going on now at the Lane County Fairgrounds.
Are you feeling lucky? Then test your fate at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence in the Pick 4 and Score, January 1st through the 31st. We'll have hot seat drawings every Saturday from 2 to 8 p.m. and every Sunday from noon to 4 p.m. The winner picks 4 briefcases. If the total inside is over $1,000, then you win $100,000. If the total is under $1,000, then you win that total. To qualify, just use your Players Club card on any slot machine or table game during the drawings. If your seat is chosen, then you get to play Pick 4 and Score. Winning never felt so easy. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Choose your destiny at Three Rivers Casino Resort, because things are luckier here.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't invite them. The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
I'm just wondering, if you work for the State of Oregon IT Department, Do you put that on your resume if you're looking for another job? Is that something if you're thinking, you know, I want to work for, say, the state of Minnesota doing IT, or I want to go work for Intel doing IT. Do you put on your resume that you worked IT for the state of Oregon? I don't think you do. I really don't. Anyway, that said, hey, look who's here joining us on the wake-up call. For the first time in 2016, it's none other than Lise Wheel, Fox News legal analyst, on the wake-up call. Hi, Lise.
Hello. Good morning and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too. Welcome back.
Thanks. You too.
Hey, I got a question for you. I'm going to go off script. You mind?
No, sure, of course. We always do.
All right. Okay, good. I'm glad that you don't mind doing that. Let's go off script for a little bit. So what are the legal ramifications of a medical doctor, we're talking about your physician, calling the FBI and saying, I think this guy is mentally unstable?
It's problematic, and I tell you because I liken it to psychiatry, right? A psychiatrist. Mm-hmm. If you go to a psychiatrist, I come to you and you're my psychiatrist, and I say, I am going to go shoot Susie Smith in the head tomorrow at 4 o'clock in Times Square. Okay? You have to call somebody and say, there's an imminent threat there, and you can stop that from happening. If I say, I'm just so mad at the whole wide world, I just want to shoot everything up, you know, that's not, you know, that's so vague. It's, you know, you can't really, you know, you sit me down and say, well, you got problems, let's talk about it. So for a doctor, you know, I said, likened it to that, to just say, you know, I think this person has some mental issues, is really not enough. It's the kind of thing where they can say, you know, I think you should see a psychiatrist. To you, they can say that. Or, you know, I've got somebody in mind that you might want to go see, and here's their name, and, you know, to give them a call, I use my name as a reference. I mean, all those things are totally fine. But going out going to authorities on just that little of a basis, I think is going to be challenged in court.
Well, I mean, and not only that, but we're talking about medical doctors, not folks that are actually studied in the diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders.
Right, like a psychiatrist.
A psychiatrist or just a psychologist in general. You know, I mean, a medical doctor probably has all the ability to diagnose a mental disorder as you or I do. Oh, you're depressed, yeah. And I have this issue. You know, you talk about people that deal with PTSD, and the way that they are judged with PTSD is by the level of disability. You're
sure.
You know, 20% disabled because
things you can't do, function right. Exactly.
Right. From I think as low as 10% all the way up to 100% disability.
Sure.
So if a person has a 10% PTSD disability, are they all of a sudden, because of that, considered to be dangerous enough that you contact the FBI and turn them in?
See, I don't know the answer to that because I am not a psychiatrist. I'm not even a doctor. So that's the kind of thing that I would want, you know, I kind of, it's weird. Like, you know, people study this stuff for a long time, whatever it is, whether it's law or medicine, whatever. And there's a reason for that they get a degree and that they're paid pretty well. It's because they do have that knowledge basis because they've put in a lot of work and a lot of time. I'm not going to say that I would know when they should be, you know, turned in or not. I don't know. That's for a qualified person like a psychiatrist to do, and that's why we have case law after case law on cases about what a psychiatrist can and can't do.
And that's what my point was, in particular about a medical doctor. Is it the same type of reporting? I mean, I know that if, like, for instance, if a child goes in and they think that there's child abuse, they are a mandatory reporter.
Correct.
But, I mean, are they supposed to, unless the person is threatening to kill somebody or themselves, are they considered to be a mandatory reporter under the law?
You know, again, if it's something as specific, I would argue it's very specific. Like, I'm going to go, Doc, I can't stand my life anymore. I'm going to go home tonight and kill myself, and, you know, please give me the prescription for the sleeping pills, which of course I hope the doctor wouldn't do. But if it's that specific, and then, you know, then you can say, yeah, to save someone's life, it's for an imminent threat. That's the legal standard. But just because, you know, I'm depressed. I mean, if you turned everyone in who was depressed in this country, there'd be a lot of people being turned in.
All right, then, how does a federal agency, how does a federal agency go about, potentially taking your guns away based on an allegation that this person is depressed?
Well, here's what happened in California. This law just went into effect in January. If a judge signs off on it, if a judge says you are a threat to yourself or to others and finds probable cause to say that, then in California, as of January 1st, yes, they can go in and take your guns away from you. Now, that's just California law. I don't know that that's true in Oregon.
It seems like that there would have to be some sort of level of something. I mean, that's so vague.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it is vague, but a judge signs off on that. So that it actually has a layer there of the judge signing off on saying, there's some cause to believe, whatever that cause is, that you are a danger to yourself or the community. And then a judge signs off on, actually a script saying, okay, yeah, you can take away. And I think it's temporarily. I don't think it's like forever and ever they can take it. I don't know. That law in California, as I said, just went into effect January 1st.
Okay, let's see. We only have, dang it. Okay, we're almost out of time here. My understanding is that you're supportive in some regard of the Hammonds over in Eastern Oregon, right?
I really am. I mean, here's the thing, from just a cold legal standpoint. When they were charged under the Terrorism Act, Domestic Terrorism Act, which does have that mandatory 5 years, which is what they're serving now. The problem is, I don't think the jury was ever told that. Not the sentence, because jurors don't know about what the sentence is going to be, but that there was terrorism involved. I mean, plain old arson. Yeah, I mean, they didn't mean to burn all those acres. They just wanted to protect their own acres.
Well, so
but
they
it did
said.
Get out of hand.
Okay, so they said.
So they said, correct.
Okay, because the prosecution was able to, and very ably so, say that, well, it went a little bit beyond just protecting their own property.
I think they would even say, I don't know if they would admit that, but it's pretty clear. 127 acres goes beyond just protecting your own property. On the other hand, I do think the jury should have been told in closing arguments or someplace that they're being charged under domestic terrorism. The jury may have take a second look at that and say, domestic terrorism? This was arson and it was stupid and things got out of control, but I'm not sure it was terrorism. There was no intent there to terrorize a community. What's interesting, too, though, is you've got all those folks there, in that federal installation, and the Hammonds are completely distancing themselves from that. They're just like, we don't even want you guys here. They really are saying, we're not supporting you guys, you guys with your militia here. We're not supporting you, and they're the ones.
Well, I wouldn't say that they've gone so far as to say we're not supporting you. And by the way, they're in jail now.
They're in jail now. Yes, both of them
they haven't really said that they haven't really said one way or the other. I mean, they haven't come out and tacitly supported them, and they haven't really said, no, you need to go home and leave everybody alone. I have not seen them say that, and if you have, I defer to you on that.
Well, I think the thing for them is the Hammonds is that even if they wanted to support what Bundy's and et al. Are doing, they couldn't really because they have to be so cautious of a federal judge saying, "Wait a second, you're going off to prison and you're supporting this kind of militia that's taking over part of Oregon. I'm going to send you to more. There's mandatory minimum 5. You're going to get 10."
Well, then you get to the point of then obviously they're not going to say they support him because they don't want to spend any more time in jail. And she's gone. I think I irritated her. Anyway,
her people.
I irritated her people. Her people hate me. Anyway, that said, 7:40. I just think, all right, so you have the situation that's going on over there. And I just really do believe that the Hammonds are horrible poster children for what I think is a very valid argument against the federal government. And the way that the federal government utilizes, or in this case, doesn't utilize, or, usurps local power and essentially locks up federal lands in, for instance, like Lane County, where over 50, I think it's 51%, 52%, I'll defer to the experts on that, but it's damn close to 50% of the entire county is controlled literally by the feds. And if you look at a map of the United States and federal lands, all right, sometimes you can Google it. It's pretty easy to do. You Google federal lands in the United States that are controlled, and when I say controlled, they control it. It's federal land, BLM, Forest Service, whatever. It's our land. We'll tell you what you can do with it. If you look at it, look at how much of the United States east of the Rocky Mountains is actually federal land, and how much west of the Rocky Mountains is so-called federal lands. And they do. They put a stranglehold on states and counties, and in many cases municipalities and regions, areas, and in the process, industries and everything else. I'm just saying, well, we control it. You can't do that anymore. Yeah, for years, you could graze here. No more. Nuh-uh. It's ours. It's a wildlife refuge now, out in the middle of the desert. Nope. You know, I think that it's very reasonable for states, for folks that live in those regions, for folks that traditionally for years have been ranching over there or farming, or those that have been working in the woods to go, what the hell? What are you doing to us? You know, these are our lands too. I think it's a righteous argument to be making. I just think that the Hammond family are lousy poster children for that. I mean, we've done a number of segments on exactly this issue. But I mean, the Hammonds as your you know, the folks you're going to hold up as some sort of paragon for this ideal. I just think they're the wrong people to be holding up and saying, okay, this is where we make the stand. You know, they put people's lives in danger with what they were doing. Now, you can argue whether the issue of the poaching, you know, there is an argument to be made there whether that was, and in particular who they used as a witness to that, which was an individual that, at least by the defense, was said to be mentally unstable and who was a kid at the time that it happened and has a number of mental issues. Okay, fine, you can make that argument, but you cannot make an argument that it was not anything other than arson. You can't just go out and start burning stuff. And particularly when it goes on somebody else's property, in this case, whether you like it or not, it's the BLM and it is federal property. Again, whether you like it or not, they're still the ones that hold the property. You know, you go out in your backyard and let's say you use one of those little weed burners to burn off your daffodils or your dandelions or whatever it is, and oops, you accidentally set fire to your neighbor's house, there's going to be hell to pay. So, again, you know, the idea of this stranglehold that the feds take on states' property and properties within states, I totally get that. But using the Hammonds as sort of a starting point or a diving board to get into that, I just don't think they're the right ones to be using.
KPNW, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, guess what? My wife just said a real scary thing. She said that I could be maybe a doctor, and if I don't like what you're saying on the radio right now, or disagree with what you're saying, I could say, well, I have to have your guns taken away, Bill, or Rob.
Yeah.
Isn't that scary, freaky? Wow.
Yeah, it is. I totally agree. I mean, that was part of the conversation with Lise. I totally agree. You know, I mean, and as vague as that was, at what level?
Like the lady just hung up on you.
Yeah, exactly.
She could have been a doctor, and she said, well, I disagree with Bill, so I'm going to have his guns taken away.
Oh, he's crazy. He's nuts. He's wacky. He's a loon.
I think Obama did that because he knows all the doctors are so pissed off at him about the Obamacare. This is his way of letting them get even at him somehow, some way, some twisted, sick way.
I don't know about that, but anyway. All right, you take care. Appreciate your call. Bye.
746. It's KPNW.
It's the latest wake-up call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. It looks like another bruiser for Wall Street. We are back to aggressive losses this morning, this time on a Chinese services report which slumped to the second lowest reading in a decade. The market sank on Monday following a report from China showing persistent weakness in that country's manufacturing. Chipotle said sales plunged even more than expected in the fourth quarter, and it was served with a federal grand jury subpoena. Same-store sales tumbled 14.6% in the period. Chipotle's reputation has been hammered in recent months by an outbreak of E. coli that afflicted at least 53 people in 9 states. T-Mobile added 4.5 million monthly subscribers in 2015, exceeding its forecast. The carrier is winning over customers by cutting prices. Twitter may be preparing to raise its character limit for tweets. That's according to a person with knowledge of the matter. The maximum number of characters in a post could be raised to as much as 10,000. A tweet that long would roughly equal a 20-minute speech. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
The new year means incredible new deals at Lumber Liquidators, and that means huge savings on the gorgeous hardwood floor you've always wanted. Choose from more than 400 top-quality floors and the latest styles, like the classic look of oak. This week, get pre-finished oak from just 99 cents. That's 50% off. Or get the hottest looks in whitewashed flooring. Our new Aspen Breeze white oak laminate is now an unbeatable $189. For a limited time, get 20% off beautiful wood look tile packages. Great deals on all engineered hardwood and more from just 59 cents. Plus, get special financing. These deals won't last. Visit lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you.
Ah, the beginning of a new year. Started off right during Rite Aid's 2016 Starting Points, because every week through January 23rd, you can ring in the values. With 1,000 Plenty Points worth $10 in savings when you spend $30 on participating products with your Wellness Plus with Plenty card. That adds up to big savings every week for the entire month, but only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Worth at least $10. Limit 2 offers per card per week. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
As a young teenage boy, I didn't even know what autism was. How do you even spell that? A few years later, I heard that a friend's cousin's son had been diagnosed with autism. I still wasn't sure what that really meant.
When I went to college, my roommate's brother had autism. When I moved to the city for work, my best friend called me and told me his son had been diagnosed with autism. We were both in shock. I still remember the day I walked into the house and saw that look on my wife's face. I knew something was wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on the road, we're looking at partly cloudy skies out there as well as some light fog. And we do have some light freezing rain off and on out there, but not bad. So there are a few slick spots on the roads, but mostly it's pretty good. Temps out there right now are below freezing, though, at about 30 degrees here in town with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, the partly cloudy skies become mostly cloudy as the storm system moves into California. California, but we only expect about a 30% chance of some light rain off and on and no major accumulation. Highs look to be in the low 40s once again today. We'll see a high of 41 here in town. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic and safe day.
Well, if you have some late payments or a foreclosure and you need a car, you need to contact a Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet, where they salute folks that are working hard here in the Willamette Valley and maybe have just had bad things happen to them. They have created what's known as Guarantee's Good People Bad Credit Program that's designed to help hardworking folks who, for a number of different reasons, maybe it's student loans or other financial setbacks, that are having a hard time getting credit so that they can get a decent car, so that they can get to work, get their kids to where they need to go, and just have a life. So you can get, in many cases, a quality, safe, reliable vehicle in 48 hours or less with Guarantee's Good People Bad Credit Program. And along the way, you're also reestablishing your credit. So if you've got those late payments or those problems, let them help you out. You can actually get into some safe winter driving with a truck, an SUV, a car that transport you to where you need to go during the winter. Call them at 541-998-2333. 541-998-2333. It's Guaranteed Discount Chevrolet.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
7:52. 8 away from 8 o'clock. Morning. 35 degrees and some ominous-looking fog from these here windows, so you might be encountering the same thing. Just be careful out there on your commute, your Wednesday adventure. All right, so a new study just came out, and if you are thinking about the 401k or mutual funds, maybe soy futures, you maybe need to rethink all that and instead throw every bit of your money into Legos. Legos is they're always retiring their sets, which make them even more rare and valuable, and the prices go up 12% year over every year, and that's a little bit better than what you're going to get back on some of the aforementioned investments. Of course, there's going to be some catches.
You can't open it, play with it.
If the market ever drops out for Legos, like it did with Beanie Babies, yeah, then you're in trouble. But Legos, and I'm sure there's somebody sitting there going,
Legos
might be the route. 401k. How's that doing for you?
Legos. Well, it's like years ago. I don't know. I haven't checked prices for a long time, but it used to be, comic books. Certain comic books, you go back. A lot of them were Marvel. Really collectible.
Like how old do you have to go back before it's really worth something?
Well, some of them not very far. At the time, some of them not very far. Like 5 years.
Really?
Yeah, for some of them. Like I said, I haven't checked for eons, but a lot there. For instance, so there is. I think it's what is it? Amazing Spider-Man. I think 121, where Green Goblin kills Gwen Stacy. So I'm a kid, right? And I wanted to. I missed this issue because the grocery store was always a crappy place to buy comic books because sometimes they had them, sometimes they didn't, and the things are written like soap operas. Okay, so one issue crosses over in another, and so I'm a kid, and like, oh my God, Gwen died. Well, what the? But I didn't see that. So, in one of the comic books, there was this comic book store in New York City, and where you could get back issues, and so I paid $1, and I got the back issue of 121 where she dies, which is worth something like $400 now. That's what I mean, that the things are crazy. And at the time, you could buy Amazing Fantasy, whatever it is, 14 or 15, which is the very first appearance of Spider-Man, for like $100, which is worth something like $150,000 now, or was about 10 years ago. You want to talk about a return on investment. that's a pretty good.
I think it probably has the same response and like visually, the same look on my face when you talk about comic books. When I talk about sports.
Yeah, you just go, what? Huh? And I totally get that. But, I mean, it's the same kind of thing. You go, what, a comic book? That much? And like Legos?
You know who we need to get on the air?
Who?
Stan Lee.
I tried once, and it was, it's like, there's a guy that has layers of people. It's not like, oh, you need to talk to my person, my assistant or whatever.
But if we could secure the nut and get him on the show, I think that would be very, very cool. What was he, 93?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we'll get our producers on that one. All right, stand by. Hour number 3 coming up. We got a little music coming up in studio.
Oh, nice.
With Tony Glaucy. Stand by. It's 1120 KPNW.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
When you buy something at St. Vincent de Paul, you always save money. And when you donate something to St. Vincent de Paul, you save money too, because everything you donate is tax deductible. So save when you buy and save when you give at St. Vincent de Paul, where you can have some fun, save some money, and do something nice for your neighbors. St. Vincent de Paul, we're in the phone book.
This message is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul in association with Eugene area radio stations. Ears.
You gotta get into Mattress Mania for our January clearance event. Our prices are unbeatable. Get a memory foam mattress for only $2.99. Mattress Mania. Save like crazy. Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
Do you dance badly or hug in public? That's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to put up with you. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are heading toward 3-month lows, mirroring declines in equities around the world. Investors are concerned that weakness in China's economy will drag down global growth. Turning to the U.S., investors will be particularly focused on the minutes from the Fed's December meeting this afternoon. That's the meeting where the Fed hiked interest rates after a 7-year era of near-zero borrowing costs. Apple under pressure this morning. The company may reduce its first quarter output of its latest iPhones by about 30%. That's according to the Nikkei Asian Review. Inventories of the new phones have piled up at retailers in China and Europe. An increase in the dollar against other currencies makes the device more expensive in those countries. Intel is looking for new markets, and it's branching out into sports. The chip maker has made deals with ESPN, running shoe company New Balance, and energy drink company Red Bull. Intel's products will be used to give audiences more information about the sports they are watching. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. What did North Korea do underground? That's a Japanese jet taking off to do testing, trying to verify North Korean claims it successfully tested a hydrogen bomb, registering like a small earthquake. It's been condemned around the world. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
The UN Security Council is about to hold an emergency meeting to discuss the international response to the test, which North Korea called an H-bomb of justice. A State Department spokesman said it cannot confirm the claim, but warned the U.S. will respond appropriately to any and all North Korean provocations. But Republican presidential frontrunner Donald Trump said it's not America's problem.
China should solve that problem. And if they don't solve the problem, we should make trade very difficult for China.
North Korea's 3 previous nuclear tests have been met with international condemnation and sanctions from the Security Council. Dave?
John, uncertainty about all that is helping drive stocks down again today. The Dow is falling 208 points, back below 17,000. Another factor, a fresh drop in oil prices toward 11-year lows, below $35 a barrel. The U.S. military says Operation Tidal Wave 2, targeting Islamic State oil infrastructure with airstrikes, has hit the terrorists right in the wallet.
We estimate that ISIL produced 45,000 barrels of oil per day before Tidal Wave 2. And it has been reduced to about 34,000 barrels per day now.
Colonel Steve Warren says it's cutting their oil revenue by 30%. Another El Nino storm will hit California today. 1,000 miles of coastline under flood or surf advisories. Yesterday's heavy rain put roads under mud and water. She got stuck in San Diego.
I felt my car slightly lift off, and I just felt all the water, and then I was like, I can't move.
Flash floods and mudslides are of particular concern in wildfire-burned areas of California. This is Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Your locally owned Health Mart pharmacy is committed to helping you and your wallet stay healthy.
As a retired teacher, I look for ways to save money for the things I love, like traveling the world. Medicare plans change each year. Fortunately, my Health Mart pharmacist helped me understand my insurance saving me money on prescriptions. They can help you too.
Start saving for the things you love. Visit healthmart.com to find a locally owned Health Mart pharmacy near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Jewelry to acquire a bodyguard, vacationing in the French Riviera, and then buying it. I just thought maybe it was time to prepare for my future. You know, set some financial goals, make some smart investments, open a 401k. Financial goals? Investments? A 401k? You are horrifying right now. Listen, if winning the lottery were easy, everyone would do it.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Enrique Marquez will be arraigned next hour in California. He's the friend of one of the San Bernardino terrorists charged with conspiring to help providing the guns used in that deadly attack. Blaming bad lawyers for helping put them in prison, 3 brothers convicted as wannabe terrorists have new attorneys trying to get them out. Fox's Tanya J. Powers on the case live.
Attorneys for the Duca brothers of New Jersey say their clients were denied the right to testify at trial and their life sentences should be thrown out. The brothers, who are from Albania, were convicted along with 2 others of plotting an attack at the military base in Fort Dix near Trenton, New Jersey, and elsewhere. Their appeal was rejected. The U.S. Supreme Court also declined to hear their case. The brothers say they wanted to testify and deny the charges at their 2008 trial, but they were coerced by defense lawyers to keep quiet. And now they say they had ineffective counsel, Dave.
Tanya, House Republicans are planning another vote today to try to repeal Obamacare. This bill will actually reach the president's desk when passed because it also went through the Senate, and it would also defund Planned Parenthood and faces a certain veto. They're counting the votes in Cooperstown. We'll find out today which baseball players will be immortal.
It is possible that Ken Griffey Jr. could become the first unanimous Hall of Famer.
On the run at the wall, he leaps and makes a spectacular catch. Swinging a drive deep to right field down the line. There it goes.
MLB.com reminding us just why he's worthy of a place in Cooperstown. 630 career home runs, a 13-time All-Star, 10 Gold Gloves, and above all, a man of character and integrity in an era when integrity had an asterisk. Tom Seaver and Nolan Ryan share the record, picked on 98.8% of ballots. This year's other favorite finalists, Mike Piazza, Jeff Bagwell, and Tim Raines. In New York, Chris Oenig, Fox News.
A player has to get on 75% of the ballots to get into the Hall of Fame. The announcement's due in about 3 hours. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
I'll never forget sitting at Civic Stadium back in 19-year-old and watching the Bellingham Mariners take on the Eugene M's. And I was a huge Reds fan, so the fact that Griffey was there, you know, Ken's kid, it's like Ken Griffey. And I remember my buddy Mark, classmate, said, "Oh, he'll never be as good as his dad." I hope that same person is hearing the conversation that saying he potentially could be the first unanimous entry into a Hall of Fame. Pretty incredible. It's 11:20 KPNW 8:05. Welcome into a Wednesday. If you're just starting your day, what's it like to wake up at 8 o'clock? Tell us a story at this point. A little bit of rain in the forecast. Chris Nation to fill in the blanks. But yeah, a little bit of rain and some fog. Potentially dense where you'll be driving. High of about 40 degrees. Coming up with more rain and potential freezing rain coming up tonight. Even though the overnight low about 35 degrees. So if it gets any chillier than that, it could be a little dicey coming up tonight into tomorrow morning. We'll keep you posted. Coming up, jazz trumpeter Tony Glaucy. He's got a CD release party, first time in the studio. We're going to hear a little bit about the man behind the horn and hopefully
a little bit of the horn.
A little bit of the horn.
A little of the horn, a little man behind it. A little symbiosis going on there. That's a nice thing.
Yeah.
And it's music. It's in the studio. It means we don't have to do anything. We just get to sit back and listen.
Well, enjoy.
Well, okay.
Sometimes,
What? Is that Tony calling now to say?
I don't know.
We're going to be making
every line lit here. What,
we'll go. Let's
is that
take
from last?
I don't know. Let's take a call.
KPNW. Good morning.
Hi.
Okay, you got the grippy one on the Mike Piazza played it in Salem.
Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right. Who else is on it? Is that the other? We have another line. Still going.
They ceased.
Hope we don't have an accident out there.
Yeah.
If there's an accident, call us. Let us know. Be a road ranger. 541-485-5769. That's 541-485-5769.
Now, the only thing that we see could be the aftermath of what happened yesterday on Highway 42, 6 miles east of Remote. I want to do a remote at Remote. Milepost 43, between 43 and 45, they had a landslide yesterday, so they might still be cleaning that up. Drive with caution everywhere. And if you see anything, let us know. News coming up, and we got a bunch of it. Stand by. It is the Wake Up Call at 8:08 on 1120 KPNW.
Fall is officially hit with cold, rainy weather. Don't start a chilly day with a bleak breakfast. Warm your spirits with a breakfast burrito and coffee from Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You can always enjoy a fresh cup of coffee at any Burrito Amigos location. But if you need a great espresso, hit up Burrito Amigos drive-thru on 6th and Polk in Eugene, or drop by the Springfield shop at 42nd and Main. Get a big old fresh mocha and bacon breakfast burrito. Bacon and chocolate and coffee. In some states, those are the only 3 food groups. Best of all, you don't need to get out of your car at either of those locations. Of course, that breakfast burrito can also feature link sausage, chorizo, huevos rancheros, black Angus steak, or get it meatless. And of course, you can have a junior burrito or get the larger regular size on those days when you really need to fuel your morning. I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, and I do hereby attest coffee and a breakfast burrito from Burrito Amigos trumps any breakfast food requiring the application of milk. Burrito Amigos in Springfield and Eugene.
Attention business owners, now's the time to save with the Comcast Business Switch and Save event. Call 800-501-6000 now to get 30% off the regular price on the speed you need to download files faster, send large email attachments, process credit card transactions, and more. You'll get fast 25 megabits per second internet for just $69.95 per month when you add phone and TV, our lowest price of the year. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Afraid switching will disrupt your business? With our no-glitch switch, you can choose your installation time, days, nights, even weekends. Plus, you get our 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't miss the Comcast Business Switch and Save event. Get 30% off internet plus our no-glitch switch. Call 800-501-6000 now. Offer ends 3/31/16. Restrictions apply. Limited to one voice line and private view TV for new business customers with 2-year contract. Equipment, taxes, fees, including broadcast TV fee extra.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW. And we've got the local story in the morning wake-up call.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Big thank you to Road Ranger Neil, getting some freezing rain out on the Lorraine Highway in, as he put it, pockets.
this morning. So as you go out there, just be careful, because there are some areas where we are seeing some freezing temperatures and are getting a little bit of freezing rain. And in some cases, it's just ice pellets. In other news, the armed group that's controlling the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge headquarters south of Burns offers more details about their plans. Brad Ford reports.
Land for the refuge was illegally taken, and ranchers were forced from their land.
If government is being that fear and intimidation, that it needs to be checked and balanced.
LaVoy Finicum is another leader. He says the state of Oregon had to approve the original land transactions, and they believe that never happened.
If we go to the records, we find that transaction, that's where we begin to unwind it.
They say local ranchers are ready to take over the land, and they'll defend them during the process if authorities try to stop them. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
Among the different law enforcement agencies that are involved in this issue in Eastern Oregon, you have the FBI, the Oregon State Police, the Harney County Sheriff's Office, and even in kind of a non-connected way, the Lynn County Sheriff's Office.
The sheriffs received notification from the Sheriff of Harney County requesting some assistance with their situation over there. We are sending 2 deputies, a sergeant and a deputy, and a patrol car. They'll be over there for 3 or 4 days, assisting in and around the city of Burns, doing basic patrol work.
Lynn County Undersheriff Jim Yon says they don't expect to have a direct involvement with the standoff, mainly just patrolling in areas where they aren't getting patrolled currently. Oregon Congressman Greg Walden spent about a half an hour on the House floor talking about the armed takeover of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, and he says he does not support the actions of the group, but he understands their frustration, and he says it's pretty much a widespread feeling among the ranchers.
And how much these ranchers care about the environment, about the future, about their children, about America.
He says that many ranchers feel the way they do because of government overreach.
I have seen what happens when overzealous bureaucrats and agencies go beyond the law and clamp down on people.
Walden says Congress has to take steps to keep the government from making decisions that hurt people. He says, for instance, that President Obama needs to move away from plans creating a monument in the Steens Mountains that will generate even more animosity among ranchers. Well, a judge in the county where that standoff is taking place says he understands the issue. He just doesn't like the methods. Brad Ford reports.
Harney County Judge Steve Grasty says he has spent hundreds of hours fighting government overreach. He says using an armed group to take over a federal facility is the wrong way. There are concerns about threats to county buildings.
We've heard that they could be targeted, so we're being cautious. But we're also just being defensive, not offensive.
He says there's no indication that anything is planned to take action against the group in the refuge headquarters.
In a conversation I've had with every law enforcement entity, they have said over and over, we will not confront these folks.
Grasty says there are proper ways to fight federal regulations, and he cites the recent work to prevent an Endangered Species Act listing for the sage grouse as a success story. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Cash, track, Nike, and former Governor John Kitzhaber. Rob tells us what all of them have in common.
The announcement that the World Track Championships were coming to Eugene stunned many all over the world, and the plot now thickens as the backstory gets even more smoky. Let's go back to 2014. The president of Tracktown USA, Vin Lanana, contacted then-Governor John Kitzhaber to request a $40 million subsidy to help in attracting the bid. Kitzhaber didn't go for it. An advisor threw out a $20 million offer instead. The subsidy request received an equally cool response from Salem as well. Fast forward to 5 months later, and it was a different tune Kitzhaber was whistling as he was talking about the full $40 million and would, quote, use all means at my disposal to deliver the financial support. All means? This was during a time of re-election for Kitzhaber, and the donations coming in were larger in size and from different people than who would normally make donations to Kitzhaber, like a $400,000 contribution from one Phil Knight from Nike. He wasn't the only one that made donations with Nike and U of O ties. Vin Lanana maintains his innocence And the French investigation into the 2021 bid continues. This story isn't going away anytime soon. Bill?
The Eugene Police Department would like to make people aware of a scam that has been circulating lately.
Well, there have been a lot of 911 calls today regarding a particular scam. It's called the IRS scam, and in it, somebody calls and poses as an IRS agent, or it can be a recording.
That's Melinda McLaughlin of the Eugene Police Department. So the deal is that there once again, this IRS scam is kicked up in the area where the IRS, sometimes it's a recording, calls you and says, oh, you owe money, you better send it now. So if you receive one of these phone calls, number one, don't feel embarrassed about confirming the identity of someone who calls you. And you can do that by simply hanging up and calling the agency directly, like in this case, the IRS. If someone asks you for your cash, your credit card numbers, or other personal information, and you don't know them, refuse the request. The targets are random, so be cautious, and if you get one of these calls, contact local authorities. Okay, so how's this for an investment? You pay $1,200 over the course of the year. And over the course of the year, you earn $3 to $5 of monthly savings on your electricity bill. Oh, John Murray is an energy services representative for Lane Electric, and they have a program that allows you to do just exactly that. And you can feel all sort of good and warm and fuzzy about the fact that you're paying $1,200 a month to lose money, but use renewable energy. When we asked them directly if this is simply a feel-good program, the answer was pretty much affirmative.
That is exactly what it is. Yeah, we've also got a program called Member Choice, and they're able to buy blocks, and it costs them more to buy blocks of energy that come from a renewable resource.
Now, in the case that we're talking about here, you're literally buying electricity from a solar cell, or half of one. Depends on how much you really want to pay for it. And then you get the benefit of paying $1,200 a month to save, or $1,200 over the course of the year to save, well, $3 to $5 a month. And in case you're wondering, yeah, that's not a really good investment.
This may not be the best investment for them. Because the issue that we have is we're basically giving credits for the output of these panels, and we're not selling the panels to them, so there's no state and federal tax credits.
Yeah, but at least you get to feel good, I guess. The Lane County Board of Commissioners appointed a new chair and vice chair during the opening minutes of its first regular meeting yesterday. Commissioner Faye Stewart is going to serve as chair in 2016. Commissioner Pat Farr, representative for the North Eugene area, will serve as vice chair. Commissioner Farr says he looks forward to the job.
One thing that I am able to do that I really enjoy doing is working across borders. That is to say, working with the city of Eugene and the city of Springfield, working with people who historically may have different points of view or different philosophies on items.
During the meeting, Commissioner Jay Bozovich was also recognized for his leadership as chair during 2015 and presented with a ceremonial gavel. You know, it's interesting. We just did the story about the IRS, and we end up getting an email from one of the 15 that says, we literally just got the IRS recorded call. I'll take the information over to the IRS office today. They are obviously after suckers. They want you to call back to 206-973-7440. So if you get one of those messages, a recorded message saying call 206-973-7440, and they say they're from the IRS, they aren't. Well, renewing the license for your vehicle in Oregon just got a little bit easier, courtesy of a new law. DMV's David House says you get to renew online.
If you realize that your tags have expired on your license plate on your car and you need to drive right away, there's a way you can drive legally on the roads. All you need to do is go to OregonDMV.com and renew your registration online.
Then you'll get a reminder to renew in the mail, or when you do, there's a code that you use when you renew online. then you'll get to print out a receipt that you keep in your vehicle until the new tags arrive, and that takes about a week to 10 days. Drivers where you need to get a DEQ test done before getting your tags will still have to do the testing first, and then they can renew at the testing facility directly. Oregon Governor Kate Brown has fired the state's employment department's director days after a state audit detailed major security lapses and tax troubles involving the department's aging computer systems. Brown announced Lisa Neisenfeld is being replaced by the state's budget manager, Kay Erickson, while Brown's office looks for a permanent hire. A report by the Secretary of State's office released in December identified similar security concerns mentioned in audits going back as far as 2003. That was well before Neisenfeld became director. The audit also said staffers just decided, I guess unilaterally, to stop using a computer report that kept officials from noticing tax overpayments worth almost $1 million in 2014 and potential underpayments of close to $3 million. The Employment Department said in November that its computer system had also been hacked. And Oregon's primary election in May is going to be packed with presidential candidates. Brad Ford has the details.
Secretary of State Gene Atkins has released the preliminary list. On the Republican side, voters will be able to choose between Donald Trump, Jeb Bush, Ben Carson, Chris Christie, Ted Cruz, Carly Fiorina, Mike Huckabee, John Kasich, Rand Paul, Marco Rubio, and Rick Santorum. On the Democratic ballot, the choices are Hillary Clinton, Martin O'Malley, and Bernie Sanders. The final list will be determined March 8th. Any candidate not on the list can be added by getting 1,000 signatures from party members in each of Oregon's 5 congressional districts. Brad Ford, News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Say 22. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
OSU football team reportedly close to naming replacement for Kalani Sitake at defensive coordinator, and the name that is expected to roll off the lips of Gary Anderson. Utah State's Kevin Clune. Also, it looks like Corey Hall of Weber State will be the new linebackers coach up there in Corvallis. So Oregon men's basketball, way too early to throw out the season in panic mode after the first Pac-12 loss to OSU, but Coach Dana Altman pointing to the lack of leadership. A lot of players getting used to each other, like new point guard Dylan Ennis. They play Cal tonight, trying to get their first conference win. And it appears the future of the team will not include freshman Trevor Manuel. He's asked for a release and will transfer. NBA Steph Curry, his chances of making it the entire season without injury have increasingly taken a hit. He came up limping in the game last night with the Lakers. Sat out the fourth, but Klay Thompson drilled 22 of his 36 in that fourth and final period. Warriors all over the Lakers, 109-88. And the Dallas Mavericks need a second overtime to beat the Sacramento Kings, 117-116. Darren Williams pops a three-pointer at the buzzer for the Wild Maverick win. And Steve Sarkisian has announced he's interested in getting back to coaching, perhaps as a quarterback's coach or offensive coordinator in the NFL. He would definitely blend better in the professional ranks. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW, brought to you by Wetlands on Garfield in Eugene, your Westside neighborhood sports headquarters and pub at 824.
KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania in Albany, Eugene, Springfield, and Corvallis. Save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on the road, we're looking at partly cloudy skies out there as well as some light fog. And we do have some light freezing rain off and on out there, but not bad. So there are a few slick spots on the roads, but mostly it's pretty good. Temps out there right now are below freezing, though, at about 30 degrees here in town with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, the partly cloudy skies will become mostly cloudy as the storm system moves into California, but we only expect about a 30% chance of some light rain off and on and no major accumulation. Highs look to be in the low 40s once again today. We'll see a high of 41 here in town. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic and safe day.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
Men, if you're like me, you appreciate the feeling of a clean, smooth shave from a quality blade. The sort of shave that cuts clean, without the burn. So why are you messing around with generic razors that cost $32 for an 8-pack, when you can shave with Harry's high-quality German-engineered blades for half the price? And if saving money and a clean shave isn't incentive enough, Harry's will give you their starter set, complete with a razor, 3 of their world-famous blades, and shaving cream for just $15. And shipping is always free. We'll also give you $5 off your first order. Our way of saying thank you for trying us. How are we able to save you all this money and still give you the best shave you'll ever enjoy? By owning the factory that manufactures them. That's how. So go to harrys.com right now and enter code 2828 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 2828.
Affair of the Heart annually attracts thousands of women who are interested in learning about health and fitness, fashion and beauty, home, hearth, and garden. It's Lane County's premier women's event, and we're accepting vendor applications for 2016 now. Be one of the select businesses talking directly to women of all ages. It's fun and profitable, offering you a tremendous opportunity. Log on to theaffairoftheheart.com to download your application. Please submit it soon to get the best booth selection. Theaffairoftheheart.com. Coming February 11th, 2016.
Sponsored by McKenzie Willamette Medical Center, River Road Health Mart Pharmacy, and Peace Health.
I think one of the cool things about the vacation was waking up with Sid, hanging out on the bed in the Tempur-Pedic, you know, and just kind of making the comforter tent. And that, oh boy, that's good times right there. That's good times. That could be great in July. If you don't have a bed that's conducive to great circus tents and snow mountains, maybe you need to check out Sleep Train. And if nothing else, go there and feel what a mattress in 2016 feels about. I think that was one of the big things when we were first going there to figure out what bed we were going to go with. I mean, they're all amazing. And coming from where we were before, you sit there and you go, wow, I really didn't know what I was missing. And I think a lot of people will say that as they go maybe in the new year to think about something, you know, you've been doing something for other people on those other lists. You need to think about yourself. And you can do that very easily with the year-end clearance sale, where right now we're talking about Beauty Rest, Posturepedic, Tempur-Pedic mattress sets at very low clearance prices. I think a lot of people think, you know, January 1st, all the clearance sales are done. Not at Sleep Train. You get up to 36 months, interest-free financing, no money down on Tempur-Pedic, on approved credit, with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. They make it so simple for you to get great rest, and I guarantee you're going to thank us. Maybe you might not call, but you'll think about us in the morning.
Or you'll bring us cupcakes. I'm thinking that's a possibility.
That can work too.
Yeah. Sleep Train, Albany, Corvallis, Eugene, and Springfield. And when you go on, tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
First cut from Tony Glaucey's new album, the debut called Identity Crisis. He's got his own jazz quintet. He's a graduate teaching fellow at the U of O. He's got an album coming out as we talk about Identity Crisis with a CD release party, which is happening Friday at the Jazz Station. Tony Glaucy joining us in the Whitmere Wake Up studio. Tony, you're like you're going to be our first musical guest of the year. Welcome in.
Yeah, congratulations.
You're doing a great job containing your enthusiasm. I just want to. And we just found out the air because I had to ask you. Your uncle and I played bass with the Churchill Orchestra.
Yeah, that's right.
Joey.
I come from a musical family. I'll say that.
Is he still playing?
He plays every once in a while. Yeah.
Which means now.
Which means about once a year.
Once a year, he breaks it out.
Is he on the CD?
He's not on the CD, unfortunately. No.
Okay. So where did you wake up? When did you wake up? Where did you
wake up this morning?
I woke up at 18th and Alder in Eugene, Oregon.
Okay.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up. I was born here in Eugene. I lived here for just about 4 years, and then my family moved up to Portland, and we lived there sort of we lived in West Lynn, which is about 10 miles south of Portland. So I grew up in the Portland metro, and then I came back to Eugene to go to school.
So while you're growing up, your classmates are listening to Britney Spears and Black Eyed Peas. What were you listening to, say in middle school and junior?
In middle school, I was listening to Miles Davis, and I was listening to Charlie Parker.
Come on.
Yeah.
Who turned you on to that kind of music?
Had to be Dad.
It wasn't Dad, surprisingly. Dad is Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin fan. Mom is sort of Brahms, Mozart, Beethoven. But my older sister was actually the one. That's Julia. She did the album artwork. She was involved with jazz bands in middle school and high school, and she played alto saxophone. And so I thought, cool. When I started playing the trumpet, it was all classical trumpet, but I got into jazz band very quickly. And that was it. It was her listening to Charlie Parker and bringing home Miles Davis and John Coltrane albums. And we used to listen to them and go, I don't know about this. I don't know if I like this. We listened to Britney Spears as well, but I think that was how it started. And then as I got into high school, and I gained more friends and more experiences playing music outside of school with jazz bands and jazz combos, that was when I realized, yeah, this is my music.
I knew this was going to be interesting because when you walked in, and I saw your trumpet. Talk about what you. By the way, if you want to look at it, we put it on the Facebook page. I took a photo, and we have it on our Facebook page. Check this thing out. Talk about your horn.
My trumpet. Yeah, this is a Bach Stradivarius trumpet, which is a pretty typical make, but it has some modifications on it. The lead pipe is a little bit different. It's an older horn. It's not as old as the 30s or 40s, but it's from sort of the late 1900s, and I bought it from a trumpet maker and fixer-upper and seller named Trent Austin, who lives in Boston. He was sort of a friend of mine, and I bought it online, actually, because I talked to him and said, I need a trumpet that does this, and he said, here's the one, and he sent it to me, and I loved it. So that's the story on the horn.
What does it do that's different from your other average trumpet of the same size and type?
I would say most trumpets can get you about one sound, right? It may be able to be stretched, but this trumpet can get me a lot of different sounds, and that's what I appreciate most about it. It's conventional, but it can also be used in really any context.
How did you know to ask for that kind of trumpet? I mean, how does one go about discovering, there's this type of trumpet that you can get that does different things, as opposed to a normal trumpet that looks almost exactly the same?
Well, I asked a trumpet geek, basically, right? So it's asking, it's like asking a literature guru, I want a book that's like this, and they say, okay, well, here you go. Here's 5 different books, and these would be perfect for you. And you say, oh, thank you, and then they're perfect.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there because a book is something that you maybe get invested in. Maybe there's connection to. But when you talk about a trumpet, when you talk, and you are a trumpet player,
right?
I mean, this is going to be a little bit more of a relationship than a book.
That's true. That's true. You don't have a book necessarily your whole life that you play with over and over again, but I think I make quick decisions, and I think in the moment when this was about 3 years ago, I needed a trumpet pretty badly because mine just wasn't cutting it anymore. It had kind of one sound like I was talking about. And so when I went to Trent, I explained everything. I said, this is what I need. It needs to have this capability. It needs to be flexible. It needs to be like this. I hope it's a Bach make. And he said, I'm telling you, I just fixed this one up, and this is going to be perfect. So here you go. And I've stuck with it ever since. I'm not saying I'm not saying I'll never get another trumpet, but I love it for now. So
That's got to be nerve-wracking, though. I think about, buying a hat online. You're sitting there, you're getting like, oh, I don't like the feel of it. I don't like, it doesn't fit well. To get a trumpet that you're going to be hopefully, spending, like you say, a good chunk of time with, that you had to be buying on the online. I would think that a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, well, I knew the seller. That's the difference. At eBay, you don't always know the seller.
Right, that's true.
I knew the seller, so.
You're 21 years of age.
21 years of age.
Would you call yourself an old soul?
Not at all.
Do you know what that means?
You mean like I sit around and play chess and drink tea?
No.
Because I do that.
Hey, what's wrong with tea?
I do that.
That's funny.
An old soul is somebody that you meet, and you can meet 10-year-old, girls who are an old soul. They seem older than they are. In other words,
like they're 50
they say
years.
stuff that where you go, God, that's like a 52-year-old would say.
So you're saying I'm an old soul?
I'm asking you, do you consider yourself one?
Maybe at times. I will say I do play chess and drink tea.
Well, there's nothing wrong with either of those pastimes.
I do go to sleep at 10 p.m. But
nothing wrong with that either. What? I'm just curious. Now, you keep bringing up tea. What? Okay, so are you talking Earl Grey, or are you doing the Lapsang Souchong, or
herbal.
Herbal?
Peppermint. That's my tea of choice. Stash.
Yeah,
Stash or the herbal, herbal essence, herbal seasoning?
Herbal essence.
Celestial
that's a shampoo.
Yeah, Celestial Seasonings.
There you go.
Those are good brands.
By the way, if you're joining us, Tony Glausey in studio.
He's a tea expert.
He's got the new CD called Identity Crisis. Kind of a deep title there. It's going to be at the Jazz Station on Friday. What's the meaning behind the title?
Meaning behind the title? Well, my slogan or my catchphrase for the album is that this is music about soul searching, perseverance, change, and resolution. And the music itself, the 10 compositions, fit very neatly into that theme. There's the tracks are called Something to Be Remembered For, things like Identity Crisis, Reconciliation, Longing for Little, Amen, a bunch of different themes and stories that piece together sort of what I feel like is both a musical and perhaps a literal identity crisis that I have, or listeners might have, people in general have. So it, I thought it worked.
I liked it. That's good enough.
That's a little bit more complicated than I thought.
Yeah, it is pretty. It's introspective. Yeah. It's sort of brainy.
It's jazz.
It's jazz. That's exactly right.
The jazz quintet.
Jazz. I mean, wasn't that the kind of the idea behind jazz to begin with? That it could just be instrumental but yet conceptual all at the same time.
Right.
And being provocative in a musical way.
Right. Yeah.
Or evocative, as the case may be.
Right.
What's it like working with McWhorter?
Mick Warder. I love him. So he's my trumpet teacher.
He's like and people that go to the ballet or go to fill in the blank. He's everywhere. He's kind of like our resident genius.
He is a resident genius, I would say, and I think the people at the U of O feel the same way about him. He is a genius. He's a very artistic man. So he doesn't really need the trumpet per se to make his voice heard. So I think that's really remarkable, and I take a lot of
Do you consider him a teacher or a mentor?
Yeah, I was going to say I think more of a mentor to me, because I sort of adhere to all of his principles and his advice, and my lessons with him are sort of more like musical therapy or sort of philosophy rather than this is how you play a scale, you know what I mean? So.
He seems very strident, like he throws stuff a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like he just is a loose cannon.
He's a loose cannon. He's a smart cannon, though.
Yeah. I was kidding. He does. He seems... every time I've been around him or seen of him, he seems, like a complete gentleman. So
really,
yeah, no,
oh wow,
no. I would say gentleman. Absolutely, he is an absolute gentleman. But I would say he
knows what he wants.
Oh yeah, he's very passionate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He knows exactly what he wants. People that work with him in the orchestra, or work with him in the trumpet studio, or whatever project it is. They love him because he's just eccentric. He's wild and exciting, and he's super fun to work with. So, maybe not throwing stuff, but I wouldn't say he's, restrained or reverent in any way.
Very cool. Hey, I wanted to ask you, because, especially with you talking about growing up and kind of getting turned on to the likes of, Charlie Parker and this other music out there. What would I have a 5-year-old who 6, 7, 8, when she gets into school is going to be, hopefully turned on to playing music. Hopefully there's music programs to be turned on to. How would you encourage a parent out there that maybe wants to kind of introduce something other than the everyday that you hear on mainstream top 40 like K-Doc?
So how would I encourage?
How would you encourage or introduce without making it seem like you're just kind of forcing it on them?
That's a good question. Well, for me, it was my older sister, and it was friends. It wasn't parents, right? My dad loves the Rolling Stones, but that doesn't mean I love the Rolling Stones. My mom loves Mozart, but that doesn't mean I love Mozart. So I think it's not necessarily the parent that's always going to be able to do it. Perhaps your children need to find a friend, right, or a sibling that can turn them on to a certain type of art. But I think that kids see what their parents like, and generally they say, maybe I like that. So I don't know. If you yourself listen to a lot of jazz, maybe your kids will start to like it. But I don't know, because I can remember...
Or at least it kind of plants the seed.
Right. It's a subtle little thing.
I think because my son is about as eclectic musically as you can get, kind of like I am, but sometimes even more so. I would start off with, like, for instance, something that would be old jazz but catchy. Like, for instance, Glenn Miller, Little Brown Jug. Which is a great, bouncy, catchy, kind of poppy sort of jazz swing thing. And the kid would be like, 4 or 5 year old, he'd be bouncing on the bed and thinking what a great song that was. And I would find something that was kind of like it, but just a little bit more not as constrained.
Right.
And then finally, after a while, it's like he's going through my albums and, going and just like, okay, you got free reign. What do you want to hear?
Right.
And that's kind of the way I think that I worked with him, but I didn't force it on him. It was just like, I'd throw it on and just watch for a reaction.
Right.
If he was bopping around, it's like, okay, I hit on something here.
Right.
Let's go with this. So.
Yeah. Well, and I remember growing up, really what I listened to most before I got into jazz was Stevie Wonder. I mean, he's still...
Oh, my gosh.
Why not? He's my favorite...
Hey, two fans right here.
That's right.
So
he's my favorite musician, artist, band, whatever you want to call it, really of all time. So that was really what I listened to most, and that was because my parents both sort of agreed upon, their love for Stevie Wonder. And they would tell me that I used to sit around I would put my hands on the little ottoman, and I would just bop up and down on that footrest and just go with the beat. And I think that for me, as a young little 2-year-old, 3-year-old, was what sort of internalized rhythm, and perhaps helped me later on, find a true passion for music. So I think you guys are right. I think that turning young children on to music is really the key. I really do think that.
And I have to admit that I also made it, before he was born, made a speaker system that my wife strapped to her, and we were piping in Mozart.
So I know, Tony, you got to get on the road because you have a spinning.
I'm enrolled in a cycling class at the U of O.
Okay, so if people want to check out the Jazz Station event happening Friday, what time?
7:30 to about 10 p.m. That's this Friday at the Jazz Station, which is 124 West Broadway. The cross street is Olive, so it's Olive and Broadway. It's right across from the Davis, next to the Buy 2. And it's going to be a killer quintet playing all the music from the record. There'll be CD release, CD signing, big huge party. There'll be stories about the music. It'll be a lot of fun. Buy your tickets now if you can, on advance at thejazzstation.org. Again, that's thejazzstation.org. You can get advance tickets. They may sell out. The venue only seats 70, so get your tickets now. It's going to be a super fun show.
And if people want to get the CD, how do they get it if they can't make that?
If people can't make the show, they can get the CD on CD Baby, which is a local-ish distributor, or on iTunes. It's available for $9.90 on iTunes.
So are we going to get at least a short sample of what you can do?
A short sample?
Yeah.
I mean, you got the horn out.
I got the horn out. Yeah. What should I play?
We'll write you a note. So if you.
Right.
You're right.
I don't know. something that's gonna. I don't know. Something that makes you happy.
Something that makes me happy.
Something that would make our listeners happy too. Maybe somebody's waking up and they're just turning the radio on, and you're going to be the first sound they hear.
Yeah. Don't make it reveille.
Oh, I was about to. Yeah, I'll play. How about I play the third track from the album, which is a ballad. It's the melody to the ballad I wrote. How about that?
All right.
Okay, if that's all we're going to get, that's fine. All right, Tony Glousy in studio.
That's called I Can't Seem to Get Enough of You.
Oh,
That's pretty. Hey, man.
I want that on my alarm.
Thanks for coming in.
Hey, thank you, guys.
I appreciate it. I know this is early for although you're kind of student musician, you're still a kid, so it shouldn't be that. I mean, in 5-10 years,
Isn't that nice and dismissive? Oh, you're a kid. Yeah, whatever.
I mean, compared to, us old folk. Hey, thanks for coming in, and we'll hopefully pack it up there for you Friday night, Jazz Station.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
You're welcome. See you there.
Tony Glauci, the CD again is called Identity Crisis. Local making good here on the Wake Up Call, 847.
It's your money. And this is your Wake Up Call Market Report on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
This is the Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are plunging, stoking investor concerns that weakness in China's economy will drag down global growth. There's been a recent buildup of tensions between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Valiant Pharmaceuticals named Howard Schiller to run the company as interim CEO, tapping a board member to help restore the company's image after a series of revelations about its drug price increases. CEO Michael Pearson remains hospitalized with severe pneumonia. BMW held on to the luxury auto sales crown even with the 17% drop in December deliveries, nosing out Lexus and Mercedes-Benz as car makers roared to a record year. Staying with driving, Americans are eating, smoking, and drinking away their savings from cheap gas. The lowest oil prices since 2009 translated into a $115 billion windfall for consumers last year, according to AAA. That comes out to about $550 per driver. Analysts say 4/5 of that cash got spent at restaurants and bars, cigarettes, and salty snacks. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide, 541-286-3030 or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
There comes a time in each of our lives, a day that defines us. Will you be ordinary or extraordinary? Will you be humdrum or will you be a hero? That day is today. The day you choose to become an ODOT-approved driver ed instructor. Hey folks, Driver Ed here, just practicing my recruitment speech because I want you to help me save lives. Did you know that teens who take Driver Ed go on to be much better drivers? That means fewer crashes and safer roads. But to reach everyone across the state, we need more instructors. So consider joining me, Driver Ed. You'll gain valuable teaching experience and earn some extra money. And with less than 9 weeks for training, including convenient online classes, you can be a ready-to-hire hero in no time. Allowing for cave fittings, of course. So choose to be extraordinary. Become an ODOT-approved Driver Ed instructor. Get started at whydrivewithed.com. See you down the road, heroes. A message from ODOT.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on the roads, we have partly cloudy skies above us, but we do have some light fog off and on out there, as well as a few spots of light freezing rain. That's because the temps right now are in the upper 20s to low 30s. About 30 here in town with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. So take caution. There are a couple of wet freezing spots out there, but generally it's not that bad. Now this afternoon, the partly cloudy skies will become mostly cloudy as the storm system moves into California. We do have a 30% shot at a few light showers here and there, but not expecting much accumulation. And temps, well, they're going to climb up into the mid to low 40s out there with a high of about 41 here in town. As we move towards the weekend, it's going to be a dry weekend for the first time in several weeks, but it's going to be a cold one as highs will be right in the mid to upper 30s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
All right. So here's a concept for you. If you're one of those folks that have been dealing with, like, for instance, medical bills or other financial setbacks that have kind of put you on your heels and made it difficult for you to maneuver financially, Guarantee Discount Chevrolet has what they call their Good People, Bad Credit program, and it's specifically designed to help folks that are hardworking, who need a hand, that have had, financial issues over the past, few years. And they'll help you get into a safe, reliable, quality vehicle, in some cases in less than 48 hours. And it's a way not only that you can get a vehicle so you can get yourself to work safely or your family wherever they need to go safely during the winter weather, but also it's going to help you reestablish your credit. So check it out. It's Guarantee Discount Chevrolet. It is the Good People, Bad Credit program. Call them at 541-998-2333. That's 541-998-2333. Guarantee Discount Chevrolet and the Good People, Bad Credit program.
See a problem on the commute? Be an official KPNW wake-up call road ranger today. Call 541-344-2424 and report it. Dakota Ring and Road Ranger Keep and Sombrero sold separately. The Road Ranger Network, exclusively on 1120 KPNW.
Okay, check it out. We have a way for you to help out the Children's Miracle Network, and all you have to do is click. There's no monetary demands. If you go on our Facebook page, you'll get a link that will take you to a contest where we're going to be asking you to vote once per day for Dana Altman, the coach of the Oregon Ducks, who is, he's picked CMN, Children's Miracle Network, and if he gets a bunch of votes and gets the love, not just locally, but, internationally, people on the internet follow Dana and click into his pursuits, we can bring even more money. I think it starts like at $1,000 donation, like if he was to go out like the first round, and the more progressively, it's like $7,000, $10,000, potentially $100,000 if he was the last coach standing. And again, if you have it in your heart, I mean, really, it would take 20 seconds for you to vote, and then maybe copy and paste and send it to some people that you think also love and help and cherish and want to do anything they can for babies, because CMN does that right here. They do so much behind the scenes, but if you can find it in your heart to check out our Facebook page. What's the link?
Wake Up Call 1120 on Facebook.
And you'll find it and just click, boom, 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 and you can get your vote registered. And again, you can do that once per day. I tried to vote multiple times yesterday, and it didn't work. So.
Oh, look at you trying to stuff the ballot box.
Yep. So anyway, thank you for doing that. And on behalf of CMN, it's not going to be that too much longer. We'll be talking about Radiothon.
Gosh, is it that soon?
Wow. Coming up.
Wow.
Not that far down the corner.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Where did the year go? Where did the year go? I don't understand where the year go. Wake Up Call 1120 on Facebook. Wake Up Call 1120. Facebook.com/Wake Up Call 1120.
Potentially a little bit of dense fog out there. We talked to Ranger Neil, who said there was some freezing rain still out there, Lorraine Highway. So on the outskirts might be a little dicey. Just be careful and get to wherever you're headed in one piece. We need all 15 of you. And we'll see you tomorrow, 6:05, right here on 1120 KPNW. Make it a good one.
Hello, Lane County. The 2016 RV Palooza ends Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds. Don't miss the new RV Palooza. It's stocked with clearance bargains and over $1.2 million in markdowns. Buy any motorhome or trailer at the RV Palooza, and we'll include a Rising Star VIP camping spot at next year's Willamette Country Music Festival to see Miranda Lambert, Florida Georgia Line, and Cole Swindell. Shop a massive inventory of new and pre-owned RVs from around the country, from Heartland RV, Jayco, Forest Forest River, Lance, Pleasureway, Road Trek, Newmar, Winnebago. All from Oregon's top RV dealer, Garrity. We'll pay top dollar for your current RV or motorhome. Plus, get a free no-obligation appraisal. Enter to win a free trailer, no purchase necessary. And drive the RV of your dreams at the RV Driving School. The new 2016 RV Palooza. And Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds.
The excitement of winning one jackpot is big.
Woohoo!
Winning 2 jackpots, even bigger.
Woohoo!
But 3 jackpots, well, we just call that level of excitement Jackpot Trio. The new Jackpot Trio from the Oregon Lottery combines the excitement of Powerball, Mega Millions, and Oregon's Game Megabucks into one gigantic bundle of awesome. Just ask for Trio and get all 3. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
Are you feeling lucky? Then test your fate at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence in the Pick 4 and Score, January 1st through the 31st. Hot seat drawings every Saturday from 2 to 8 p.m. and every Sunday from noon to 4 p.m. The winner picks 4 briefcases. If the total inside is over $1,000, then you win $100,000. If the total is under $1,000, then you win that total. To qualify, just use your Players Club card on any slot machine or table game during the drawings. If your seat is chosen, then you get to play Pick 4 and Score. Winning never felt so easy. Visit threeriverscasino.com for all the details. Choose your destiny at Three Rivers Casino Resort because things are luckier here.
Local news, local people, Holloway in London, and the wake-up call. I want you to get up now. On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
For a fun family activity, check out the Selco Saturday Kids Workshops at Mecca. You can do a different creative craft project each week, from sock puppets to robot rockets. Drop by with your kids 11 a.m. to 3 any Saturday. A small donation is requested. Mecca, right next to the train station. For more information, go to materials-exchange.org. That's materials-exchange.org.
This message is brought to you by Lane County Waste Management in association with EARS.
Weather every 10 minutes during the wake-up call. Count on it. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes or you're already on the road, we're looking at partly cloudy skies out there as well as some light fog. And we do have some light freezing rain off and on out there, but not bad. So there are a few slick spots on the roads, but mostly it's pretty good. Temps out there right now are below freezing, though, at about 30 degrees here in town with light winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, the partly cloudy skies become mostly cloudy as a storm system moves into California, but we only expect about a 30% chance of some light rain off and on and no major accumulation. Highs look to be in the low 40s once again today. We'll see a high of 41 here in town. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic and safe day.
It's the latest wake-up call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. So much for easing into 2016. Stocks are lower on concerns about turmoil in China and escalating tensions in the Middle East. Concern over China's economy and the repercussions for global markets have kept surfacing, weighing on equities throughout 2015. Turning to the U.S., American service companies continue to outperform their manufacturing counterparts in December. Orders and employment picked up, indicating the world's largest economy will keep expanding this year. L'Oreal introduced a skin patch designed to monitor ultraviolet exposure and help customers educate themselves about sun protection. The MyUV patch will be worn like a Band-Aid. Here's why The Force Awakens will struggle to force Avatar out of the top spot when it comes to the biggest grossing picture of all time. While the Star Wars franchise is one of Hollywood's most valuable properties, it isn't well known in China, and that presents a marketing challenge for Disney in the world's second largest movie market. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News
Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The UN Security Council holding an emergency meeting on what North Korea claims it's done. Test a hydrogen bomb. Fox News Radio's John Decker is live at the White House.
There is no verification yet of North Korea's claim that it has successfully tested a hydrogen bomb. UN sanctions, as well as those imposed by the U.S., have thus far failed to rein in North Korea's nuclear advances. In addition, over the years, UN sanctions on North Korea have faced resistance from China, North Korea's closest ally. As for the U.S., a State Department spokesman called on North Korea to abide by its international obligations and said that the U.S. will not accept North Korea as a nuclear state. Lisa?
John, thanks. A turning point on Capitol Hill for opponents of Obamacare, with Congress poised to send repeal to the president's desk. Fox Radio's Jared Halpern live on the Hill.
It's been a long time coming for Republican leaders here, forcing the president's hand on his signature health care law. House Speaker Paul Ryan crafted a reconciliation measure to get around the Senate filibuster, setting up a repeal bill that would need a simple majority. Republicans won't be able to overcome the president's veto. New York Democrat Joe Crowley is critical. Republicans have yet to make good on a promise to offer an alternative. Speaker Ryan says that will come later this year. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. 2,500 ISIS fighters killed in December airstrikes in Iraq and Syria. That estimate from coalition spokesman Colonel Steve Warren.
When our airstrikes are coupled with local ground operations, we see ISIL having to react and move around the battlefield, which in turn just makes it easier for us to strike them.
He also says while ISIS still controls large swaths of territory, their oil revenue has been cut by 30%. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Real experience, real insight.
We're following this explosive story.
Nothing gets by Greta. Then,
this is all BS. What was that all about?
There's no spin and no question. O'Reilly dominates. Plus, smart, sharp, and cutting edge.
It's the news of the day, but with a little heat.
Megan delivers. And Sean seals the deal with fearless talk.
What part of that aren't you understanding?
Most watched, most trusted. Fox News Channel.
There's more to Fox News Radio than meets the ear. Go behind the headlines and join the conversation on the hottest stories of the day on the Fox News Radio Facebook page. Be a part of the Fox News Radio Facebook fan community. Post comments and tell us your opinions. See behind-the-scenes photos and videos and post your reactions to the stories that matter to you. Click the like button on Facebook and connect with breaking news and features like Fox in the Fast Lane, House Call for Help, and more. Go to Facebook.com/Fox News.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's Deb Carson.
Inductees for baseball's Hall of Fame class of 2016 will be announced at 6 Eastern tonight. Among some of the notable names on the list of finalists, Ken Griffey Jr., Mike Piazza, Jeff Bagwell, Kurt Schilling, Mark McGuire, Barry Bonds, and Roger Clemens. We will keep you posted on that throughout the day. Nationals infielder Ryan Zimmerman and Phillies first baseman Ryan Howard have filed lawsuits against Al Jazeera America claiming defamation. The network included their names in last month's report listing users linked PEDs. The same report also accused Peyton Manning of having HGH sent to his home under his wife's name. Last night in NBA action, the Warriors improved to 33-2, which through 35 games is the best record in NBA history. They beat the Lakers 109-88. Breaking sports news as it happens. I'm Deb Carson.
We are Fox Sports.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's, Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
To you, music lovers, thrill seekers, conversationalists all across the fruited plain. Great to have you here, back at it, middle of the week. Hump Day. El Rushmo behind the golden EIB microphone. Telephone number, if you want to be on the program, 800-282-2882. Email address, lrushmo@eibnet.com. For those of you who have finally begun to watch, or maybe you have watched it, the Netflix documentary, The Making of a Murderer. The governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker, has announced he is not going to pardon the guilty. Not going to happen. It's a state issue. Obama can't do it. Scott Walker, the governor, has 200,000 people have signed petitions. They think the cops framed the two guys. Look, I don't want to talk too much about it because people who haven't seen it are finally getting spurred into action to watch this thing. And so I mean, you can Google to find out the answer to this thing. It's years old, the events in this thing. But I don't want to be responsible for spoilers. But the governor has just said, hey, I'm not pardoning these guys. I'm not responding to any of this. They were found guilty in Wisconsin courts of law by Wisconsin juries, and that's it. We're not going to respond. He didn't. I'm using my words. He didn't say what I'm saying here, but the upshot is that all this petition signing isn't going to have any effect. I'm standing up, he says, for our criminal system, judicial system here in Wisconsin. At the root of this case is the people signing these petitions because of this documentary, because of the way it was put together. They believe the cops planted the evidence that convicted Stephen Avery. And I'll tell you what I think. I think they may have in a couple of instances, but not because they thought he wasn't guilty. I think they thought he was guilty, and they didn't want him slithering away. But I mean, I'm not trying to impugn anybody by saying this either. Planted evidence by no means would be a first. But that, aside from colorful descriptions of this thing, which I could offer, I'm not going to get too much more into the content until a whole much more people have seen this. It's an amazing. When I first started watching this, are you kidding me? People have become addicted to this? I mean, for days, you have the same reaction, Brian. When the first 30 minutes, are you kidding me? And I said, okay, there must be a reason to stick with it. So I stuck with it here. And after about, I don't know, second or third episode, I figured I was fully immersed in it. It just kind of snuck up on me. But if you would have told me that I would have invested 10 hours to watch this thing based on the first 30 minutes of it, I would have told you that I have lost my mind. Have you watched it, Dawn? Have you, do you even know how to watch Netflix? Okay. Well, just checking. You can't dial in Netflix on your cable system or your satellite, so you've got to know. Just checking. Anyway, folks, here's the phone number, 800-282-2882, if you want to be on the program. And the email address, lrushbo@eibnet.com. I wonder if President Obama will shed any tears over the North Koreans. I mean, he got all teary-eyed yesterday thinking about the loss of life because of guns in America. So the North Koreans announced another nuclear test out there. The Iranians, the same thing, by the way. Afghanistan is falling apart. Afghanistan's being propped up. Apparently, I watched Ralph Peters today on Fox this morning. Ralph Peters said that Afghanistan right now being propped up by special forces soldiers, that's about the extent to which we have any actual operations on the ground that amount to anything. Then in the stack, as I get to the program today, remember the name Joe DeGeneva, former Justice Department official. He was on cable TV regularly during the 90s, during the Clinton impeachment era, and his lovely and gracious wife, Victoria Tenzing. Well, anyway, DeGeneva's out there today claiming that the FBI has so much evidence on Hillary, and they just keep gathering it, that it is overwhelming, that if Loretta Lynch, the Attorney General, does not charge her, that there is going to be a revolt in the FBI and in parts of the Justice Department, because it will mean that politically protected political operatives and employees at the State Department and elsewhere can get away with trafficking in classified information. If Hillary Clinton is not charged, he says the evidence is overwhelming and that the FBI just is continuing to gather it. And he said it cannot fathom that she wouldn't be, given the weight of the evidence. And the only reason she might not be would be because of politics and Loretta Lynch and Obama running a DOJ and not wanting to do any damage to the Democrat Party by indicting Hillary. So I have that story coming up for you as the program unfolds. Some things from yesterday held over that I put right on the top of the yesterday stack. But back to North Korea for just a second. I wonder if Obama's going to go on television and cry about the Norks. This would be the famous Kim Jong-un successfully testing a hydrogen bomb. Or does he only cry about gun control when he's talking about handguns and rifles in America? Remember, Obama used to say, that stopping nuclear proliferation was his highest priority. That's why he's cut our nuclear arsenal. I mean, to the bone. There have been drastic reductions in our nuclear arsenal. And he did this, he said, to show the way to the Iranians and North Koreans, to show the rest of the world that we don't pose a threat. Essentially acknowledging that the nuclear arms race exists in the world because of the United States. That we pose the great threat because we're the great Satan, because we're the lone superpower. But if we reduce ours, the people around them, see, the United States poses no problem, and we don't have to be all ramped up, and we can get rid of ours too. And that's what Obama, whether he actually believes that or just says stuff like that, still up for grabs. I frankly don't think he really cares about, well, if he cared about other nations disarming, he wouldn't have done the deal with the Iranians, granting them effective permission to do a nuke anyway. So I think Obama's all about cutting the United States down to size. And if that results in former enemies or current enemies, nations and states and otherwise, expanding and growing in stature and size, then so be it. Price we have to pay for our quote-unquote crimes we have committed as a nation, as a superpower, since the days of our founding. You know, Obama yesterday, I was thinking a little bit more about his press conference. Now, it wasn't a press conference, it was a pep rally in the East Room of the White House. And he said, by the way, whenever anybody does this, for example, somebody says, hey, look, this isn't about the money, it's about the money. So when Obama said, I don't know why people think I want to get guns out of everybody's hands, that's what it's about. And then he starts talking about Australia, and Australia is where they've tried to get guns out of the hands of everybody. But remember, this is a guy, folks, who told you if you like your doctor and your health plan, you get to keep it. This is a guy who told you if you like your plan, no sweat. When Obamacare hits, you can keep your plan, you can keep your doctor. Furthermore, your premiums are going to go down $2,500. Same guy who told you that, told everybody yesterday, no, I don't want to get guns off street out of people's hands. That's not what I'm aiming for here. It certainly is. You know, there are all kinds of stories today about Bill Clinton and his sexual predator behavior back in the 90s. Some of these stories are literally fascinating. Some of them are about how the Clintons don't seem to realize the potential minefield the Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, and others' story is, as though they're in a state of denial. Why wouldn't they be? They got away with it. Not a single thing. What happened to Bill Clinton was, and compared to what could have happened, nobody. He had to settle with Paula Jones for $850,000, as after James Carville had said, yeah, that's what you get when you drag a dollar bill through a trailer park. You never know what you're going to happen. Never know what you're going to get. And Paula Jones is what you get. So it was perfectly fine to rip women who had come forward, alleged sexual abuse, alleged that they'd been raped, or it was perfectly fine for Clinton and his team to put them down, to impugn them, to cast them as liars. And it was Mrs. Clinton in charge of all that. Clinton lost his law license for a year. He had to settle with Paula Jones for $850,000, and that was it. And then after that, he assumes the position of brightest star in the Democrat Party. Why wouldn't they be in denial? If they got away with it then, why should it be a factor now, in their minds? How can anybody dredging it up cause them any harm today when it really didn't hurt them back then? And what they're not counting on is the cultural differences. It's a different country today, particularly among young people. Millennials, it's a much different country than it was back then. Back then, seems like the majority reaction, hey, it's just sex. And it's not getting away the way he does his job. Come on, just a bunch of Republicans trying to nail a guy. It's no big deal. Back off. But that's not the cultural attitude toward the abuse of women today, particularly on college campi and where other places that millennials hang out. But there are even liberal drive-by media types writing stories about this, and they are revisiting some of the juiciest details of all of this. And by the way, a confirmation is another story here. All of this, I'm setting the table, and we'll get to this as the program unfolds. And I mentioned yesterday that I had seen, or maybe it was yesterday, I saw it on Monday. This is Wednesday, right? So yeah, Monday, Clinton's in New Hampshire is his first campaign appearance for Hillary. And I thought, when I looked at it, it was going on during show prep and some during the show, this guy looked old, looked feeble, looked fragile. Was rambling incoherently. The crowd was not mesmerized, and he did not have them in the palm of his hand, particularly women. And they had a bunch of women, as they're wont to do, they stack the crowd behind the podium. So when the person's speaking, you see a supposedly adoring crowd at rapt attention. Well, they did that, but there were women rolling their eyes, and Clinton didn't even address that. It was just really, I thought, strange. It was not in any way remindful of the Bill Clinton of the 90s. And a couple people writing about it today had the same reaction to it. And some are even contrasting the Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, same age. And you wouldn't know it looking at them. I mean, Clinton looks like he could be Trump's dad. The energy level, no comparison whatsoever. Speaking of Trump, the drive-bys are fascinated. Trump is now attacking Ted Cruz on the eve of the Hawkeye-Cauceye. Cruz still leading there by 5. And Trump is alternately a direct hit and then by backdoor attack hitting Cruz on his eligibility, going after Cruz on the birther aspect of whether or not Cruz is qualified. And we've got the drive-by media sitting here in anticipation, wondering if Trump is going to get away with this. They're eagerly waiting. Trump does this, goes after Cruz. They think it's all going to depend on what happens on talk radio, if Trump gets away with it or not. That it's going to be me and others on talk radio who will determine whether or not Trump succeeds with this attack on Cruz. And then they say, yeah, remember what happened the last time that Trump went after Cruz? Rush Limbaugh went after Trump and Trump backed down. People have forgotten, and it wasn't that long ago, why it is that I sounded a warning bell to Trump on that. It wasn't the fact that he had gone after Cruz. It was the way he did it. I'm not going to sit here and tell people not to go after. That's crazy. But the way Trump went after Cruz, it was very, very dangerous because he was using left-wing liberal language. Going after Cruz the way a liberal Democrat would say, whoa, 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 you don't want to do it that way. But as far as Trump hitting Cruz or vice versa, have at it, boys. I'm not going to sit here and say shouldn't happen. But the drive-bys, one day they think what happens here is inconsequential and nothing more than a comedy act. And then the next day, what happens here determines the outcome of presidential elections. And then the next day, we're responsible for all the anger in the country. So they can't make up their minds what happens here on a daily basis. And all they would have to do is listen, which they don't do. They go to watchdog websites to read what happened on this program each and every day. So we have the sound bites of Trump going after Cruz, Cruz reacting to it, still not falling for it, still not taking the bait on it. Hillary Clinton yesterday was stymied with the question she was asked to explain the difference in a Democrat and a socialist. And she couldn't. And that's because there isn't any difference in a Democrat and a socialist.
Rated the #1 talk radio personality of all time, Rush Limbaugh, on the EIB network.
Say, did you know that each time you use public Wi-Fi, shop online, or give out your social security number, you leave a trail of digital breadcrumbs? Yeah, and thieves can use this digital information to steal your identity and take everything you own. LifeLock uses proprietary technology to detect signs that somebody has picked up your breadcrumbs. And unlike the free credit monitoring services that only alert you, LifeLock has a dedicated resolution staff to help clean things up if all those breadcrumbs get messy. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can keep doing the things you do every day and feel better protected. Isn't it time to help protect yourself from someone eating your financial lunch? Plans start at $9.99 a month. Call or visit lifelock.com now. Promo code RUSH. That's RUSH. Save 10% on your membership. LifeLock's at 800-440-4833. 800-440-4833.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assuring total equipment coverage as of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting all the phones in your family is a smart idea. But if you have insurance through your wireless carrier, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 a month. For a family of 4, that's $44 every month. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade family protection plans cost less than $4 a month per phone with a much lower deductible. We can save your family over $500. Whether you've got a new iPhone or any other smartphone, stop overpaying for phone insurance and protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade instead.
Protect all the phones in your family with SquareTrade and save over $500. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable retirement living, Turpentine Terrace. At Turpinning Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, one-bedroom, and two-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpinning Terrace, a tremendous time of life.
Hello, Lane County. The 2016 RV Palooza is going on now at the Lane County Fairgrounds. Don't miss the new RV Palooza. It's stocked with clearance bargains and over $1.2 million in markdowns. Buy any motorhome or trailer at the RV Palooza, and we'll include a Rising Star VIP camping spot at next year's Willamette Country Music Festival to see Miranda Lambert, Florida Georgia Line, and Cole Swindell. Shop a massive inventory of new and pre-owned RVs from around the country, from Heartland RV, Jayco, Forest River, Lance, Pleasure Way, Road Trek, Newmar, Winnebago, all from Oregon's top RV dealer, Garrity. We'll pay top dollar for your current RV or motorhome, plus get a free no-obligation appraisal. Enter to win a free trailer, no purchase necessary, and drive the RV of your dreams at the RV Driving School. The new 2016 RV Palooza is going on now at the Lane County Fairgrounds.
Save big at OregonEDeals.com. Right now, check out the discounts from Hoodoo Ski Resort, including lift tickets and Autobahn passes. It's an easy and convenient way of saving money from your computer. Go to KPNW.com and click Oregon eDeals.
I'm hooked on OregonEDeals.com. I'm saving big.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Time and luxurious comfort. Club Gitmo. Infinite stays available. See your travel imam for details.
1120 KPNW.
Theories abound as to what Obama was doing yesterday with a pep rally on gun control. The first thing he was doing was attacking the Constitution. And make no mistake, I sit here, I have an objective, I've had it for a long time, and that is to educate as many people possible about liberalism and how it operates, how to recognize it, what it is. And it's an ongoing thing. It'll never end. It's an ongoing educational process. Even after people learn it, there's something about socialism that just attracts people. I mean, it can be... Socialism is the biggest fraud, one of the biggest frauds ever perpetrated on humanity. It's been demonstrated to be a fraud time and time again. It's never, ever worked, and yet it still seduces people. And the reasons for that are psychological in large part, but they're also financial. The promise of Santa Claus, the promise of equality and sameness and fairness, and how that feeds into human nature. It just works, even though it's demonstrated to be a total lie. Socialism has never even gotten close to working. By illustration, we can have 8 years of robust economic expansion, robust job expansion. 8 years that actually led to a total of 20, at least 15 years of job expansion, wealth accrual, people's incomes going up, everything, deficits being reduced, the debt being reduced. The number of jobs created expanding left and right. This was the Reagan 80s. People lived through it. And by 1992, all who had lived through it had been convinced that none of what they lived through had actually happened. That it was all smoke and mirrors, that it was all fake. And Bill Clinton's elected. Now the reason, one of the reasons is that the Republican Party stopped explaining why things were working so well in the 80s. And that's its own bottomless pit, because the Republican Party is not conservative, never really has been, so doesn't tout it. So the effort is ongoing to try to get people to understand how liberalism is the fraud, how socialism is the fraud, empty promises and so forth, and how everything that liberals do is political. Like gun control, it's not about compassion, it's not about saving lives, and that's why the tears are phony. It's not about any of that. It's all about amassing and accruing and cementing more power for people in the Democrat Party at the highest levels of government. That's the purpose of liberalism and socialism as far as they're concerned. And so nothing's real. Everything is spin. And I will expand on that when we get back.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Trial is set for a former Wisconsin police officer accused of killing a Cottage Grove woman whose body was found in a suitcase along a highway. Stephen Zellick faces trial January 25th. He's charged with intentional homicide and hiding a corpse in the death of 19-year-old Jenny Gamez from Cottage Grove. Oregon Congressman Greg Walden took to the House floor in an emotional speech describing the reason why an armed group has taken control of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge as government overreach.
I have seen what happens when overzealous bureaucrats and agencies go beyond the law and clamp down on people.
Walden says President Obama needs to move away from plans to create a monument in the Steens Mountains that'll generate more animosity among ranchers. And Governor Kate Brown has replaced the director of the state's employment department days after a state audit detailed security lapses and tax troubles involving the department's aging computer systems. Bill London, KPNW.
The excitement of winning one jackpot is big. Woohoo! Winning two jackpots, even bigger. Woohoo! But three jackpots, well, we just call that level of excitement Jackpot Trio. The new Jackpot Trio from the Oregon Lottery combines the excitement of Powerball, Mega Millions, and Oregon's game Megabucks into one gigantic bundle of awesome. Just ask for Trio and get all three. Lottery games are based on chance and should be played for entertainment only, not investment purposes.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
Paid for by Bonner & Partners, an independent research firm. My name is Bill Bonner, and I'm the president of the largest private news and research network in the world. And I paid for this airtime because I have an important message to the American people. There's a change coming that the government isn't telling you about. This change has deep implications for life in America, from where you shop to the doctors you visit and the family you want to protect. Look, I've made predictions like this before. Thing is, I was right then too. A few years ago, I warned that housing prices would collapse. They did. Before that, I warned that .com companies would crash. They did. Those who listened had a chance to save themselves. But this has nothing to do with the stock market. This will affect us all.
I've posted a free video that details everything you need to know at $disaster4.com. Maybe you'll disagree with my conclusions, but first you need to watch this video and see the facts for yourself. Just go to $disaster4.com. That's $disaster4.com. Mornings charged with the Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120.
1120 KPNW.
Our guest this morning, Kasim Hafiz. Tell us a little bit about your life.
I grew up in the UK. My family had come to the UK from Pakistan in the 60s, 70s. And I grew up in a predominantly Muslim Pakistani community in the UK. And one of the things which was really prevalent, this extreme anti-Semitism and hatred of Israel. You had radical Islam and these radical Islamist groups gaining more influence, becoming more prevalent. So I kind of gravitated towards that.
And how old were you when essentially you bought the marketing?
I was 17, 18. When I was in Pakistan, I saw it face to face, very direct, very much, let's kill everybody who disagrees with them. One of the things that the extremist groups do so well, and it's being done even today, is they turn you into a victim when you're not.
The Wake Up Call. Mornings 6 to 9.
On News Radio 1120 KPNW. When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Guiding light. Times of trouble, confusion, murkiness, tumult, chaos, deceit, lies, and yes, even the good times. Rush Limbaugh at 800-282-2882. So, look, very briefly, that whole thing yesterday is an example, Obama's pep rally. The whole thing was spin, and by that I mean none of it was real. It was all designed to present an emotion, an attitude that is not real. Liberals, by definition, cannot be honest about their true objectives. Never get elected. They would never win arguments. So they have to mask and camouflage everything, and they usually do so under the auspices of compassion and equality and fairness, sameness, kindness, and so forth, when they're actually some of the most vicious, mean-spirited extremists among us. And yesterday was a classic example. So I said, the same guy told you could keep your plan and your doctor as he was preparing to deny you the right to do so. Same guy who told your premiums coming down $25 told you yesterday, oh, no, I don't want to get a gun. It's not about getting guns out of people's... No. Most certainly was. The purpose of the long-term purpose of that was to stigmatize legal gun ownership. That's the objective. Now, they can't come out and say that's what they want to do. Who'd support them? Obama can't do a pep rally and say, we're aiming for legal gun owners. We are aiming for people who are not committing crimes. They're the people we're focusing on. They're the people whose guns we're going to go. They can't say that, but everybody knows that's what they want to do. So how do they go about? Well, they can't get anywhere near honesty on this. They have to cast this as something entirely different. Something rooted in love of children, love of people, compassion for the innocent or what have you. A little tear here or there proves and demonstrates the compassion. And then you set about to stigmatize the very group of people you're targeting as the problem. And yesterday it was guns. One day it's doctors. The next day it's the rich. Whoever the targets, the next day it's big oil. After that, it's big pharmaceutical. The targets keep rotating. The attacks never end. And the purpose is to create, in the minds of as many people as possible, that all of these groups are the enemy of average, ordinary Americans, and that people like Obama are there to protect you and defend you from these vicious enemies. When and all of that happens is spin. When I say that everything the Democrats do and everything the left does is rooted in politics, it's ironic because a lot of people think only the Republicans do politics. And when they think of Republicans doing politics, what that means to them is Republicans are always saying no. Republicans are always objecting. Republicans are always standing in the way. Because that's how Democrats and the media portray them. And that's what politics becomes. Politics becomes saying no. Politics becomes gridlock. Politics becomes no cooperation. And so the Republican leadership falls for the gig, falls for the trick. Now we got to make it look like we're willing to cooperate. When that's the whole thing's spin. None of it's real. The whole thing is spin designed to mask and camouflage the actual true objective, whatever it is from day to day, that Obama or the left or the Democrat Party has at the top of its agenda item list. And you'll note that it changes rapidly. Yesterday it was guns. Who knows what it's going to be tomorrow or the next day, but it's going to be something else. We don't have time to take a breath. It's one crisis after another. And it's climate change, global warming, you name it. And there are always enemies that have to be tamed. And the left is never truly, never even close to honest about what they want to do. And that's why I say everything's politicized, and spin is the best way to explain that. Now let's move on to the Republican presidential campaign. Starting here with Trump, this has got the drive-bys all excited. They're waiting. They love Republican infighting. They have tried their best to take Trump out. Now they want talk radio to take Trump out. That's essentially what they're hoping happens. That's what they're breathlessly waiting for. Because whatever else they say on a given day, they are fully aware of the power that resides here. What they don't understand, and what they will not believe and never will believe, is that said power is not even something that I am aware of on a day-to-day basis. That's not at all why I do what I do. Using it, wielding it, I'm not even... It never even strikes me that I have any, is the point, until these guys in the drive-bys start making it clear they think a lot of power resides here. You may have, clearly you're not telling us. Yes, what I'm trying to say is I'm not trying to deny there's power here. I'm just telling you that using it is not at all how I prepare or do, perform, whatever you want to say, this program. It's not at the forefront of my mind. But they think it is. The point is here, they are waiting. They tried to take Trump out. They failed. They thought Trump would implode, and all they had to do was amplify what Trump has said, i.e. broadcast it, write about it, amplify it. More people hear about it. Trump gets embarrassed, and he quits, goes away. Hasn't happened. Now they're looking for somebody else to do it. The Republican leadership's tried. They can't do it. Various other agents have tried. Debates, moderators, take your pick. They've tried. Nobody's been able to take Trump out. Trump now going after Cruz. Drive by and say, okay, this may be it, because we know talk radio is not going to put up with this. Talk radio is not going to put up with Trump going after Cruz. And even if talk radio starts dumping on, they really believe that we start dumping on Trump that he's finished. Which illustrates once again that they have no idea. The thing, if you want to understand, if you're watching now, today, tomorrow, at any time, the media talk about talk radio. The key to understanding it, the key to deciphering it, they believe you are incapable of thinking on your own, that you never have and you don't. That every action you take politically, every thought you have politically, every opinion is the result of you being brainwashed by me and others like me. You are not independent. You do not think on your own. You don't have the ability to. And they believe this because they think all of conservatism is mind-numbed robots, idiots, you name it. They think all of conservatism is what you watch, what you see when you watch Making of a Murderer, frankly. So they're eager to see this Trump versus Cruz thing happen because they think it's going to result in me or who knows who else going after Trump and taking him out. Here's what's got them all excited. This is Trump yesterday in New Hampshire. On New Hampshire One TV News, the political director Paul Steinhauser is interviewing Trump, says, Mr. Trump, want to ask you about Ted Cruz and your comments that because of his birthplace in Canada, it may be precarious for the Republicans to have a nominee like that. Are you suggesting or questioning his birthright, his citizenship?
No, I'm not at all. I just know that it's being questioned all over, and a lot of people are asking me that question. I hope it's not so. I hope it doesn't come about. But people are worried that if he weren't born in this country, which he wasn't, he was born in Canada, and he actually had a Canadian passport along with a U.S. passport until just recently. So I don't know what it all means. I know that other people are talking about it.
So Trump said other people are asking about it. I don't know what the problem is. I don't think he's got a problem. He's born in Canada, his passport. I don't think he's got a problem. May not even be an American, but I don't know. It's for other people to figure out. People are asking me, what do you want me to do about it? So Steinhauser sits there mesmerized while Trump continues.
The problem is that if the Democrats bring a lawsuit, the lawsuit could take years to resolve, and how do you have a candidate where there's something, over the head of the party and that individual? So I hope it wouldn't be the truth. I hope that wouldn't be, what it is, and we'll find out, I guess. I mean, Ted will be able to answer the question, hopefully satisfactorily. I hear a couple of states have a problem with it, too.
Well, I really hope there's nothing to it. Oh, it would be horrible. Can you imagine a lawsuit for 2 years over our nominee? Nobody would want that. Ted wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that. And even Marco wouldn't want that. So we hope this gets right. I'm sure there's nothing there, but a lot of people are asking me. They think there very well could be. And, you know, it wasn't born in America. I'm not saying it. Other people are. Ted said it himself. This is, I don't know. It's entertaining. It's clear. And then Cruz is reacting to it and is over here. But more Trump before we get to Cruz. Fox and Friends this morning. And Brian Kilmeade says, yesterday you brought up that Ted Cruz might not be an American. And Ted Cruz's response was showing the Happy Days footage of Fonzie jumping the shark, like you, Mr. Trump, have now gone over the edge in accusing him of that. So where are you going with this?
Well, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I was just asked a very innocent question yesterday by the Washington Post, and I hope this doesn't take place. I mean, frankly, I don't want to see it happen. I want to beat him on his own merit. I would like to see Ted do something where maybe he goes in a preemptive fashion into court to try and get some kind of an order, because I would not like to see that happen. I like him a lot. I think he likes me a lot. It's a problem. I'd love to see him get it straightened out.
There's nothing to straighten out, but I don't want it to be a problem. Like Ted likes me. I'm going to get straightened out. So, ABCNews.com, White House correspondent Jonathan Karl speaking with Trump. This just a couple of months ago. We want to go back and revisit what Trump has said about this. This was back in September.
From what I understand, everything is fine. I hear that it was checked out by every attorney and every which way, and I understand Ted is in fine shape.
What's happened? What's changed here between September 15th and today? Well, Ted Cruz is up 5 in Iowa. So now it may be a problem. Now, see, the drive-bys, folks, they are so excited. They can't wait. They think we're going to jump on Trump and excoriate him and blaspheme, just blast away at Trump. How dare he do this? In fact, to illustrate that, grab audio soundbite number 7, F. Chuck Todd. Today on the Today Show, Savannah Guthrie, who asked somebody, she was talking to somebody, we had a soundbite yesterday to get to it. She referred to the Monica Lewinsky episode as alleged. She was trying to correct or criticize a Republican. Wasn't that an alleged incident with Lewinsky or whatever? At any rate, she's talking to F. Chuck Todd, and she says, look, Trump has launched a attack here against Cruz on the issue of his eligibility. Do you think this is something that will have appeal with conservative voters? Does this have the feel of kind of throwing everything in the wall and hoping something sticks out there, Chuck?
Watch today when the talk radio circuit, who has been very supportive of Ted Cruz, and anytime there's been a split between Cruz and Trump, they've sided with Cruz. I suspect unless they somehow turn on Cruz on this issue, I don't think this is going to be an issue at all with conservative voters.
There you have it. I told you. They're sitting around there waiting for us on talk radio to turn this into what they want it to be. They want it to be everybody ganging up on Trump, defending Cruz. How in the world, Donald, do you do? That's what they want everybody. That's what they want to hear on this program. For his part, here's Cruz yesterday, Sioux City, Iowa, talking with reporters about it all.
I'm going to stick with Fonzie jumping the shark, and I'm going to let the rest of y'all battle it out.
Trump attacks Cruz, barely reacts to it, and that's where it is. We'll take a brief time out and continue when we get back. Don't go away.
Saying what needs to be said. Rush on the EIB network.
If you've been thinking about getting a home security system, there is no better time than right now, and there's no better system than Simply Safe Home Security. They put together a great system for you. Right now, just for the holidays, you can get $100 off this package. Go to simplysafeusa.com right now to get $100 off the special security package. That's $100 off. $100 off. Can you believe it? simplysafeusa.com.
Are big banks getting ready for a market crash? Here's Kevin Demerit of Lear Capital.
Thanks, Larry. For months now, listeners have heard our reports and seen us on Fox News talking about another crisis. Now we're seeing strong evidence something big is coming.
Like what?
Some of the largest banks are buying huge amounts of physical gold and silver.
Can you tell us who?
Well, J.P. Morgan bought 2,000 tons of silver. HSBC Bank bought 5.9 tons of gold. Goldman Sachs just purchased 7.5 tons of gold, and there are others.
Do you think we're on the verge of another crisis?
Either a major market correction, war, or someone's very nervous about interest rates. It happened in 2001 and 2008. The markets crashed, and then gold and silver prices skyrocketed.
And that's why banks are stockpiling gold and silver now?
Well, we're starting to see something like that. We should all get prepared.
How?
Do what they're doing. Own at least some physical gold and silver. Even a small portion in gold and silver can go a long way toward protecting your IRA and your retirement accounts.
How can people learn more about what's coming and what the big banks are doing to prepare?
Well, our team at Lear Capital has assembled some of the industry's best research, why big banks are stockpiling gold and silver. Listeners get the report absolutely free. There's no obligation.
Call 1-800-957-GOLD now for your free report why big banks are stockpiling gold and silver. Don't wait. Markets are more shaky now than ever, so call 1-800-957-4653. That's 1-800-957-4653. 800-957-GOLD.
Hello, Lane County. The 2016 RV Palooza ends Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds. Don't miss the new RV Palooza. It's stocked with clearance bargains and over $1.2 million in markdowns. Buy any motorhome or trailer at the RV Palooza, and we'll include a Rising Star VIP camping spot at next year's Willamette Country Music Festival to see Miranda Lambert, Florida Georgia Line, and Cole Swindell. Shop a massive inventory of new and pre-owned RVs from around the country, from Heartland RV, Jayco, Forest River, Lance, Pleasure Way, Road Trek, Newmar, Winnebago, all from Oregon's top RV dealer, Garrity. We'll pay top dollar for your current RV or motorhome. Plus, get a free no-obligation appraisal. Enter to win a free trailer, no purchase necessary, and drive the RV of your dreams at the RV Driving School. The new 2016 RV Palooza ends Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds.
With the wake-up call tomorrow, 6 a.m. to 9. And Rush Limbaugh now. For 1120 KPNW.
Okay, so what's really going on? You go back September, Trump is very clear. And he knows that Ted Cruz has been vetted on this citizenship business, and it's all hunky-dory, it's above board, no problem. Now, all of a sudden, it's a factor. Cruz is up 5, leading in Iowa. So, Trump doesn't want to lose Iowa. He wants to win everything, so revives this. Why is he reviving this? He knows it's not going to go anywhere. Trump is pretty good at keeping himself in the media, and this is one way to do it. Come out with this allegation, with this charge. I mean, Trump knows that the drive-bys hate him and Cruz. It's a normal day outside of politics. If Trump's not in the presidential campaign, the media normally love Trump. He's a great copy. He's a fun guy to be around. They hate him. In a political sense, they hate him. They hate Cruz. So they tried to take Trump out. They failed. They're hoping that this is that moment where Trump has stepped in it, because they think talk radio is Trump's #1 support group, and if they turn against him, it's the end of it for Trump. Talk radio is not Trump's #1 support group. As it turns out, blue-collar Democrats, according to polling data, are the #1 support group of Donald Trump. The other thing that it's on the agenda here is simply keeping himself in the media. You notice this ad. I meant to mention this yesterday in greater detail. Time ran out. Trump runs his first paid ad. And look at all the attention it got. For whatever he spent on that ad, he got 10 times in value in just the media talking about it. He only had to spend X amount of money to buy it on a couple of locations, and every network in the world got their hands on it and started airing it for free. And then it was learned it was an ad focusing on immigration, which is Trump's gravy train. And it featured massive numbers of people marching across the desert, meant to look like the U.S. border, flooding southern border from Mexico. Turns out, people did some investigation, found out that the locale that was used was Morocco. That the footage was not even of illegals. They didn't even, you'd get actors and film this thing in Mexico, California, Arizona. They went to Morocco to film this. And so the drive-bys are shouting, claiming foul and deceit. But all that did is create even more talk about the ad, which kept it in the news above and beyond what the substance or contents of the ad was about. It was probably done purposefully, and the whoever leaked that it was filmed in Morocco did so on purpose. You know, all of this is a very studied and practiced art. The art of getting in and staying in and being prominent in the media. Some people crave it, some people seek it out and have figured out how to do it, and Trump is one of those.
How does he squeeze all this stuff in just 3 hours a day? Rush on the EIB network.
If you've been thinking about getting a home security system, there is no better time than right now, and there's no better system than Simply Safe Home Security. They put together a great system for you. Right now, just for the holidays, you can get $100 off this package. Go to simplysafeusa.com right now to get $100 off the special security package. That's $100 off. $100 off. Can you believe it? simplysafeusa.com.
Drive a diesel? Then performance improvement, trouble-free winter operation, and proper fuel tank hygiene are important to you. And whether you drive a diesel, car, truck, tractor, or big rig, you can rely on the experts at Power Service. When the temperature drops below 30 degrees, add a bottle of diesel fuel supplement plus cetane boost every time you fill up. It prevents fuel from gelling and protects against fuel filter icing. Any diesel engine will run better with Power Service. Visit powerservice.com to learn more and get your year-round maintenance schedule.
Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart is there, man. Up and down the valley, they're everywhere you go, man. Stop and come inside, man. Dairy Mart saves time. We got soda pop, fruit punch, cold beer, crunchy cater, cookies, cracker jacks, ice cream, lotto tickets, hot food, quick stacks, mama's favorite gourmet coffee, donuts, hot dogs, tender turkey, ice cream treats, biscuits, gravy, sandwiches, friendly faces, chocolate milk, healthy food, stopping now, lots of places. Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart is there, man. Up and down the valley, they're everywhere you go, man. Stop and come inside, man. Dairy Mart saves time. We're in Corvallis, Albany, Brownsville, Monroe, Harrisburg, Junction City, Cobra, Trotter, Drove, Eugene, Springfield, Bonita, Creswell, drive-thrus, fresh fruit, daily papers, great smells. We're in your neighborhood. Come on, let's go down to Dairy Mart. Your store gets more. Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart's right here.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
It's 6:42 p.m. Time for Steve Plato and his son Dylan to do the dishes. They talk about everything from the yuckiness of girls to the awesomeness of his soccer team. Sometimes they don't talk at all. Then, hey! The dreaded splash fight. It's Dad o'clock, and it's the best time of the day. Because the smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Looks like we have a lot of interesting people on hold on the phone, so if you happen to be on hold, stay there. Hang in there. Be patient. We'll start on the phones soon in the next upcoming busy broadcast hour here on the Rush Limbaugh program. Be right back.
This is the Bloomberg Market Minute. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 213 points this hour, 16,945. The Nasdaq is down 46. The S&P 500 is down 21. Shares of Chipotle Mexican Grill are down more than 4% after the company disclosed it received a subpoena from a grand jury investigating a norovirus outbreak last summer linked to a Chipotle restaurant in California. The event got less attention than a subsequent E. coli outbreak. The services sector was still expanding in December, but the pace of growth slowed, according to a new reading from the nation's supply managers. Last month's index was the lowest since April of 2014. The Conference Board says online recruiting declined in December. Nearly 277,000 fewer vacancies were advertised on the internet last month than in November. Many Americans are still just making ends meet. Nearly two-thirds of the people surveyed by Bankrate.com say their savings will not cover an unexpected $500 or $1,000 bill. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The U.S. Defense Chief says an apparent nuclear test by North Korea is a provocation, unacceptable, and a flagrant violation of international law. Secretary Ash Carter on the phone today with South Korea's defense minister discussing potential responses. There's been no verification of the North's claim. It successfully tested a miniaturized hydrogen nuclear bomb.
North Korea's main ally, China, one of the first nations to criticize, saying Pyongyang did the test despite universal objection. North Korea said the test was defensive, adding it will not disarm, while Washington remains, quote, hostile.
Fox Radio's Alistair Wanklyn, the UN Security Council holding an emergency meeting. Hillary Clinton in a written statement calling for more sanctions on North Korea. Republican presidential hopeful Ted Cruz.
When we look at North Korea, it's like looking at a crystal ball. This is where Iran ends up if we continue on this same misguided path.
Jitters over North Korea getting part of the blame for a sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow right now down 212. Arraignment day for the man charged with supplying guns used in the San Bernardino terror attack. Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal with this live.
Lisa, Enrique Marquez has been arraigned in federal court in Riverside, California on a 5-count federal grand jury indictment. He's accused of conspiring to provide material support to carry out terrorist acts with Saeed Farouk, lying about purchasing 2 weapons, marriage fraud, and visa fraud. He pleaded not guilty today, and a trial date was set for February 23rd. After the San Bernardino shooting, Marquez had checked himself into a mental health facility, but spoke to the FBI every day for more than a week. Authorities say Marquez didn't know Farouk was planning the San Bernardino attack, but that his previous actions helped lay the foundation for it, Lisa.
Jessica, the trial for the officer facing the most serious charge in the death of Freddie Gray will stay in Baltimore. A judge denying a defense motion to move it. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
Affair of the Heart annually attracts thousands of women who are interested in learning about health and fitness, fashion and beauty, home, hearth, and garden. It's Lane County's premier women's event, and we're accepting vendor applications for 2016 now. Be one of the select businesses talking directly to women of all ages. It's fun and profitable. Log on to theaffairoftheheart.com to download your application. Please submit it soon to get the best booth selection. The Affair of the Heart coming February 11th, 2016.
Sponsored by Oregon Imaging, Valley River Center, and Oakway Fitness.
The ripple effect.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Lane County Board of Commissioners has a new power structure. At their first meeting of the year, Jay Bozovich handed the board chairmanship off to Commissioner Faye Stewart, while Commissioner Pat Farr becomes vice chair. Bozovich oversaw the board during a time of financial contraction and union renegotiations that kept the county's budget afloat. The group that has control of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge headquarters south of Burns plans to return the land to local control. Lavoy Finicum says the land was taken illegally when the refuge was created in 1908.
The federal government can only purchase lands by how? Look in the Constitution.
by the consent of your state legislature.
They believe that consent wasn't given, and they plan to find the documents proving it. They say they're working with local ranchers who will take control of the law, and they'll defend them during that process. The city of Silverton is one step closer to allowing marijuana to be grown and manufactured within their city limits. The city council voted to approve the first reading of an ordinance to establish rules for producers. Manufacturers would be required to have an entire concrete wall surrounding their location, soon to be a compound, with setbacks of 100 feet for indoor operations and 300 feet for outdoor grows. Bill London, KPNW.
Drive past the big box stores. You'll feel the excitement when you walk through the doors of the newly renovated Tannerite Sports Outlet. New look, expanded selection, easier to find inventory. Tannerite's got it, and it looks great. Ammo, reloading components, powder primers, bullets and brass. Tannerite. Bulk and box ammunition. Tannerite. Gun parts, accessories, and survival gear. You know the answer. Tannerite. And you know Tannerite's price is as good as anyone's. New look, expanded selection, easy access inventory at the renovated Tannerite Sports Outlet across I-5 from LCC.
Want to lose weight? Then turn your body into a furnace that literally melts the fat away. That's exactly what Thermometer does. Thermometer is uniquely formulated with patented ingredients like bitter orange, brown seaweed, and decaffeinated green tea. Their combined thermogenic properties boost up your metabolism and turn up the heat in your body so you melt the fat away without any jittery side effects. Thermometer is not available in stores. It's only available to listeners of this station. We're giving away 100 free bottles right now to anyone who enrolls in our special trial offer. Call now for your risk-free trial offer. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. 800-430-4467. One more time, 800-430-4467.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Friends, and welcome back. Great to have you. Rush Limbaugh here, the Excellence in Broadcasting Network. Telephone numbers 800-282-2882. If you want to be on the program, the email address lrushbo@eibnet.com. I have just been made aware of something I want to share with you here, but I can't find the remote control for the Ditto Cam, so I cannot zoom in on this. But I'm still going to show it to you anyway, because speaking of Ted Cruz, and I made it last hour about how much the media hates Cruz, how much they hate Trump, how they hope Trump takes Cruz out, vice versa, how they hope talk radio takes Trump out. They've tried, they've failed. In fact, they have done everything they can to destroy the reputations of every Republican, and particularly Republican conservative they can. And it's ongoing and never ending. And just to show you, just to illustrate how much the mainstream media hate Ted Cruz, a Newsweek reporter has tweeted that Ted Cruz has a strong ground game in Iowa. And he included a photo to illustrate the strong ground game that Ted Cruz has in Iowa. And I want to show it. His name is Alexander Nazarian. Alexander Nazarian, a Newsweek reporter. I can't zoom in. I'm sorry. We can't find a remote control. It's the usual excuse. The cleaning crew did something with it. But let me hold it up there for you. What you're looking at is a Nazi parade with swastika Nazi flags. I'm sorry, I can't Maybe leaning a little closer like this. That is what was tweeted. For those of you who don't have a ditto cam, we'll put this up at rushlimbaugh.com as its own post, and you'll be able to see it there. Ted Cruz has a strong ground game in Iowa, the tweet says, complete with a picture of a Nazi parade, a couple of Nazi flags leading the parade. Now, the tweet has since been deleted, called back. Sorry, we've cached it, we know it, we've maintained it, kept a copy of it here. Because this... Now, why'd Mr. Nazarian take it down? What's the point of it? Or what kind of apology are we going to get? I'm sorry if it offended anybody. I didn't mean to offend anybody. Or is it going to be, it's not who I am. I am terribly sorry. It was a really, really weak attempt at humor or whatever blah, blah apology. But whatever apology we get is transparent and phony. This is what they think. And this is a shining example of, we call it bias, prejudice, whatever. This is what they think. This is who they think Ted Cruz and his supporters are. And they really do. They think they're trying to be funny with this. But there will not be any punishment. There will not be any admonition. I mean, Newsweek myself, weird some statement here that they're going to regret that it happened. But nothing's going to happen to Mr. Nazarian. And privately, he's going to be hailed and applauded and feted and celebrated for having the guts to show everybody what Cruz is really all about. Privately, he'll receive accolades and pats on the back for having the courage to do this. Because this is what they think. Here, let me show it to you again. That tweet, since deleted, since recalled by the tweeter, it's a Newsweek reporter with a Nazi parade, a couple of Nazi flags, Ted Cruz strong ground game in Iowa. Hillary Clinton, I mentioned earlier that in the previous hour that she was stumped when asked to explain the difference between Democrats and socialists. It happened actually last night where Hillary was unable to explain the difference between Democrats and socialists. She said, you'd have to ask. I'm not one. This happened on PMSNBC. It was Chris Matthews asking her what the difference in a Democrat and a socialist is, and whether or not she identified as a socialist. And he said, no, I'm not a socialist. You have to go ask what. I don't know what a socialist is. I'm a Democrat. So she's fumbling the question. I mean, you would think somebody who is the presumptive Democrat nominee, smartest woman in the world, would have some kind of a retort, some kind of a quip, some kind of a response to this, some ability to think on her feet. Like Trump said yesterday, she needs the biggest teleprompters in the world when she goes there. She's worse than Obama at this stuff. She can't speak off the cuff. She doesn't have natural political skills. Hillary's political skills are only useful when she's out of sight, behind the scenes, manipulating things. But her public political talents are non-existent. In fact, the only reason Hillary Clinton is even in politics today is because her last name is Clinton, and the Democrat Party thinks they owe her. But just her own resume, her own existence, her own talents, there's nothing that says this woman is destined to be president. There's nothing that says this woman's a cut above others. There's nothing that says this woman's smart, experienced, brilliant. None of that. I mean, this is anything but justified talent on display. So she's sitting there, she's fumbling the question. And Chris Matthews even gave her an out. Says, look, I'd say, Hillary, you're a pretty typical Democrat. But is that a question you want to answer? Would you rather not? She said, well, I can tell you what I am. I'm a progressive Democrat who likes to get things done and who believes that we're better off in this country when we're trying to solve problems together, getting people to work together. That's not what she's about. There isn't a Democrat in the world about that. This is exactly what I was talking about in the first hour. This is the kind of spin that masks who they really are. They're not interested in cooperation. They don't believe in working together. They don't even believe that their opposition is legitimate. And their objective is to eliminate opposition, not cooperate with it, not recognize that it exists. There is no other point of view that's legitimate. There is no other way. All there is a bunch of people standing in the way who have to be eliminated, in a political sense, of course. She says there will always be strong feelings, and I respect that. From the far right, the far left, the libertarians, whoever they might be. We got to get people working together. We got to get the economy fixed. We got to get all our problems really tackled. What the hell have you been doing the last 7 years? You know, there's another thing here that always fascinates me. When we have 7 years of a Democrat regime under the belt, here comes the next Democrat that wants to be president, and they have to criticize what's gone on here. And when they do, there is nothing said about it. What is it? What does she mean we got to get the economy fixed? Why isn't it fixed? We've had 7 years of what Hillary believes in. We've had 7 years of deficit spending. We've had 7 years of the most irresponsible. We've had 7 years of utopia. We've had 7 years of the Democrats unstoppable. We've had 7 years of the Democrats practically unopposed to do whatever they want to do. There should be this promised land by now, or there should be some sign of it. There should be utopia. At least it ought to be out there on the horizon. We ought to be getting close to it here. 7 years unfettered, 7 years unopposed, 7 years unstopped. Where is it? Why does she need to fix anything? What in the world has gone wrong, and why? To me, those are valid questions that disqualify her and disqualify any other Democrat that wants to be president. If what they believe in, and I'm serious about this, if what they believe in is the cat's meow, if the things they believe in are the things that they have been doing the past 7 years, her entire campaign ought to be, elect me so we can keep doing what we're doing. We've had the first African-American president elected. It's historic. We've had the first national health care system impaneled. We've had the first nuclear deal for the Iranians. We've had the first of a whole bunch of stuff. The border is wide open. What's wrong? Why doesn't she run promising to be Obama's third term? Why doesn't she promise that she's going to continue everything that's happened because it's so superior to anything else we've ever done? Why does she feel compelled to admit things have gone wrong? Why does anything need to be fixed? Isn't that what Obama did? Didn't Obama fix 200-plus years of mistakes? 200-plus years of misery? Didn't Obama begin to transform 200 years of racism, bigotry, sexism, homophobia, and all of that? So what needs to be fixed? Furthermore, why is she the one to do it? Why aren't people working together? Obama was going to be the great uniter. The world was going to once again love the United States. And for you liberals out there, don't start shouting Republicans. Republicans have not even raised their hand to try to stop any of this when you get right to the brass tacks. The first 2 years, the Democrats had every vote. The Republicans didn't have a vote to stop anything, which is another point. If Obama really wanted to attack the Second Amendment, why did he do it when he had the votes that could not be stopped? Why didn't he do everything the first 2 years? Why didn't he ram through all this stuff the first 2 years when the Republicans did not have the votes to stop? When the Republicans won the House and then won the Senate, there still hasn't been any pushback. There still hasn't been any significant opposition. You realize there's another vote in the House today on repealing Obamacare that does contain in it a provision to defund Planned Parenthood. Do you realize this is going to be the first repeal Obamacare vote that wins? 7 years in. We're into the 8th year now, folks. And there have been, I don't know how many repeal Obamacare votes. The one today is the first one that's going to pass in the House. Now, it's going to get vetoed, don't misunderstand, but this is the first time now into our 8th year that there has actually been an expression of opposition to this. So my point here is, what in the world, Mrs. Clinton, has gone wrong? There hasn't been any opposition to what Obama's tried to do. There hasn't been any pushback. Not really. I mean, you've had some Republicans out there voicing opposition, but when it comes time to put action to the voice, there hasn't been much. I mean, you people on the Democrat side have had an open road and a free rail here. You haven't had anybody move in seriously try to stop you. So what's gone wrong? Why isn't she promising Obama's third term? Why isn't she saying we've begun to equalize things in the world? The Iranians are going to soon have a nuclear weapon. Up next, we want to make sure that Bashar Assad gets one. Why not continue what's been started here? Why not promise to open the northern border the same way they've opened the southern border? Why not promise to open New York City as a point of immigration for illegals, just like they have the southern border? If it's all so wonderful, why not promise more of it?
Well, Mr. Limbaugh, you can see that the presidential polling data shows that many people think that we're on the wrong track. Many people not satisfied with the direction the country's going. The Obama approval numbers in the... So what? That never stopped them before. Why all of a sudden the American people know what's going on? Why all of a sudden the Democrats want to start listening to the American people? The American people are a bunch of nimrods at all times. The American people are to be governed against when necessary. Why all of a sudden start paying attention to public opinion? Why not say public opinion's rooted in racism? People just don't like Obama because he's African American, and just keep doing what we're doing. Bernie Sanders is. Bernie Sanders, you know his campaign? Bernie Sanders is saying, look, we got a good start on this, but we're not going nearly fast enough as we move to the left. And Bernie Sanders is doing well out there. Much better than the drive-bys are telling you. Bernie Sanders is actually competitive in New Hampshire and Iowa right now. And they're not reporting that because that's nobody's supposed to know that. The picture is supposed to be Hillary Clinton and nobody else even interested in running on the Democrat side. So she can't explain the difference in a Democrat and a socialist. And the reason she can't is that there isn't one. Not today. This is not the Democrat Party of JFK or even LBJ. This is the Democrat Party of the Politburo. And it is no different than socialism. You know, I think I mentioned this on Monday. And it's purely an academic talking point here. But why even bother to collect taxes in terms of budgeting? We're $20 trillion in debt. Every day Obama's announcing spending on this and spending on that as though we have the money, and we don't. The fact that we don't have any money offers no limitation of what we spend at all. The fact that we don't have it, the fact that we $20 trillion in debt and every year have a massive budget deficit. We don't have the money for what we're spending it on. It doesn't stop them. So why even go to the pretense of collecting taxes? I mean, if you collect taxes to generate revenue in order to run the government, clearly these people don't care about revenue to run. They'll spend it when we don't have it, no matter where we don't have it, no matter how we don't get it. The amount of money raised in taxes is astronomically high, but it's a drop in the barrel compared to what we spend. Anyway, I take a break here, folks. Hang in there, be tough. We will continue, and as promised, we'll come back and get started on the phones. Don't go away.
No rush, and you'll know the truth on the EIB network.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates?
Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100-plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/try-now. That's ZipRecruiter.com/try-now. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/try-now. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100-plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/try-now. That's ZipRecruiter.com/try-now. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/try-now.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable retirement living, Turpinning Terrace. At Turpinning Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, one-bedroom, and two-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpinning Terrace, a tremendous time of life.
Experts say if you want to accomplish a goal and make it a concrete part of your schedule, make it as specific as possible. You want to get more sleep? Well, get to bed by 10 p.m. If you want to get more sleep and save money, you got to check out the year-end clearance sale going on right now at Sleep Train. Talking 36 months, interest-free financing with no money down on Tempur-Pedic. On approved credit with up to 36 equal monthly payments required. In December, you did it all for other people. This time, in January, do something for yourself.
And there's some other specifics that you can count on with Sleep Train mattress centers. Like, for instance, you can start sleeping better as soon as tonight with same-day delivery if you purchase your mattress by 2 p.m. And Sleep Train's highly trained professional delivery team will even set up your new bed and take away your old one so you don't have to deal with the hassle. It's all about getting a good night's sleep. Not a good night's sleep, a great night's sleep. So head out to Sleep Train in Albany, Corvallis, Eugene, and Springfield and tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you.
They say I'm a bad kid. A charity case. A troublemaker. Worthless. Just a stupid mistake. I don't think I'm a lost cause. I'm just a kid.
Youth Villages believes that no child is a lost cause. Not a single one. Because a stable, loving family can help any child succeed. And we have an 80% success rate overall that proves it. If you agree, find out how you can help at youthvillages.org.
Rush Limbaugh now. Lars Larson today at noon. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Okay, Cruz has... Oh, by the way, I was just told that MSNBC just did a segment on how I did not jump down Trump's throat for going after Cruz on the citizenship thing. I told you, they're sitting around here, they're waiting for us to take Trump out since they've failed. And they believe that we're going to take Trump out anytime he goes after Cruz because of what happened the last time. They've forgotten why we went after. I'm just speaking for... They forgot why I went after and cautioned Trump the first time he hit Cruz. It wasn't because he hit Cruz or criticized him. It's because how he did it. Just trying to protect Trump on this. But they don't... They're not nuanced or even informed enough to understand. Even when they hear it, they don't understand what's going on. It's a mind-boggling thing to me. Anyway, Cruz has reacted here. Rock Rapids, Iowa. Here's a portion of what he said, mounting a defense on this citizenship attack of Trump's.
As a legal matter, the question is quite straightforward and settled law that the child of a U.S. citizen born abroad is a natural-born citizen. People will continue to make political noise about it, but as a legal matter, it's quite straightforward. I would note that it has occurred many times in history. John McCain was born in Panama, but he was a natural-born citizen because his parents were U.S. citizens. George Romney, Mitt's dad, was born in Mexico when his parents were Mormon missionaries, but he was a natural-born citizen because his parents were citizens. Barry Goldwater was born in Arizona before Arizona was a state, and yet he was a natural-born citizen because his parents were citizens.
Okay, and then he wasn't done with that. He says, as a legal matter, the question is quite straightforward. And listen, as last night's events demonstrated, I think there's serious issues facing the American people, serious issues to be decided in this election, and that's where our focus is going to stay, on the real issues that matter to the men and women of the country. So he's saying, look, I've responded to it. This is the way it is, and now let's not get distracted anymore. Stick to the issues, so to speak. Ted Cruz, back in a second.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Trial is set for a former Wisconsin police officer accused of killing a Cottage Grove woman whose body was found in a suitcase along a highway. Stephen Zelig faces trial January 25th. He's charged with intentional homicide and hiding a corpse in the death of 19-year-old Jenny Gamez from Cottage Grove. Oregon Congressman Greg Walden took to the House floor in an emotional speech describing the reason why an armed group has taken control of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge as government overreach.
I have seen what happens when overzealous bureaucrats and agencies go beyond the law and clamp down on people.
Walden says President Obama needs to move away from plans to create a monument in the Steens Mountains that'll generate more animosity among ranchers. And Governor Kate Brown has replaced the director of the state's employment department days after a state audit detailed security lapses and tax troubles involving the department's aging computer systems. Bill London, KPNW.
Northwest Alternative Health, Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic, has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Working harder than ever, but getting nowhere? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare? Having someone else raise your children? With our opportunities, you can start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss, work from home, and live a happier life. At Be the Boss Network, you'll find hundreds of work-from-home opportunities that you can literally start today and be earning money as soon as next week. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You get to be the boss. Get out of the rat race. Work from home. Go to freedom49.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom, the number 49.com. Go to freedom49.com and start earning money as soon as next week. You be the boss. Go to freedom49.com.
How long would you wait for your shower to get hot? How long would you wait for your cell phone to fully charge? How long would you wait to get relief from your nasal congestion? If you're congested now and you want powerful relief now, use Afrin No Drip. Afrin starts working in seconds and keeps working for 12 hours. So why wait? When you can start to get relief in seconds with Afrin. Afrin, powerful congestion relief without the wait. Use as directed. For more information, go to Afrin.com.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Assured total equipment coverages of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Don't overpay for phone insurance. Save with SquareTrade Phone Protection instead. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 every month, plus up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade iPhone protection is less than $5 a month. We can save you over $240.
Start saving with SquareTrade now. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
Who doesn't want a shiny new electronic device? Sure, back home there's a garage or a basement full of old electronics that we don't talk about. But old electronics aren't garbage, and they're not useless. They're full of parts and materials that can be recycled into new electronics or donated to some wonderful causes. That flip phone and old computer can still live on. Recycling electronics is the green thing to do. It's the right thing to do, and it's so easy. Log on to greenergadgets.org and enter your zip code to find the recycling center nearest you.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, I'm going to get to the phones here in just a second. I just have to remind you of something. You heard Ted Cruz there say that McCain was alleged to not be a citizen, that he was born in Arizona before it became a state. I mean, to give you some idea how old McCain is. But the point here is that it was the Hillary Clinton campaign that brought that up. It was the Hillary Clinton campaign that brought up McCain's birthplace relationship to his citizenship until they were slapped down. It was also Hillary's camp that brought up Obama's birthplace. The original birther was Hillary Clinton and her campaign. When it comes to Obama, and whether or not he was actually born in the U.S., whether or not they faked the birth certificate in Hawaii, it's all started by the Clintons, folks. All started by the Hillary Clinton campaign back in 2007, 2008. Hillary Clinton gave birth to the birther movement. I mean, don't take my word for it, look it up, but I got no reason to lie to you about it. I don't lie about anything anyway. But I'm sure it jogs your memory. You've heard it before. So, the point is that if it's happened before, it can happen again. And if Cruz is a nominee, you can make book on the fact that Trump is right about one thing, that Hillary's going to raise it. Hillary will do anything, just like Obama would, to disqualify the opposition, to sweep them off the field. So I wouldn't doubt that Trump's right, that the Democrats might bring up Trump's or Cruz's citizenship aspect, may even challenge it in court, because they've done it before. John McCain and Barack Obama. Okay, Sandra in Atlanta, you're up first as we hit the phones. I really, really appreciate your patience. And hello.
Hello, Rush.
Hey.
Hello. Hey, thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, so I'm a little nervous.
No need to be nervous. I appreciate that.
Thank you for all you do to broadcast truth to the American people. And in the past few days, I've been listening to, Obama's gun control legislation, or his actions that he's trying to take.
Executive actions, that's right. There isn't any legislation.
Okay, no legislation. Executive. Okay. So it seems to me that for boosting Obama's gun control support, it occurred to me that he would get more traction if he would approach his Hollywood producer buddies to make no more movies with guns. Wonder how popular that would be. And they could be the very ones to step up and set the standard for propagandizing the masses who watch their movies. Maybe it would have been.
Hang on. That's an interesting thought. I would take it in a little different direction than you're thinking. Let's first look at smoking. We know that smoking is now universally opposed. People think that it's filthy, rotten, dirty, and deadly. There is no pro-smoking lobby out there. Everybody hates it. Everybody's been convinced it's the worst rotten thing. Even e-cigarettes, which are nothing but water vapor, you can cause people to have a literal panic when they see one. Okay? Where in our culture is smoking portrayed in a positive, cool, sexy, exciting way? Movies. Everybody smokes in the movies. Everybody. It's incredible when you pay attention to a Hollywood movie or a TV show, the number of characters who smoke. Look at Mad Men. Now, I know it was a period show, But everybody smoked constantly. By the way, they used herbal cigarettes. They were props. I think. I mean, maybe some actually smoked. Point is, here's Hollywood that obviously is very influential in the pop culture, promoting smoking. Why do they do it? These are good liberals. These are good progressives, supposedly aware of public health, very conscious about it, want everybody to be healthy, don't want anybody to do anything to damage us. Why are they doing it? Because it looks sexy. It sounds sexy. The whole process of lighting a cigarette, zooming in on the flame of the lighter, the first wisps of smoke from the first puff. And then if it's a woman, shapely woman with the cigarette in her hand, she takes it away. It looks sexy. It looks cool. It's one of the allures of it. Now, you would think that if Hollywood was really serious about a bunch of progressive, bunch of liberals interested in public health, that they would not make any movies with anybody smoking. So what's up? Why are they out there promoting? They hate big tobacco. The left despises big tobacco, and there they are giving away advertising for cigarettes. Why? Why are they doing it? By the same token, look at all of the gun violence in movies today. And not only at the gun violence, look, and this thing that's on Netflix, Making of a Murderer, there is something that's been going on in the movies for more than a generation. Subtly, the bad guys have become the heroes. The bad guys have become the good guys. The good guys, the cops, they're the bad guys now. Not just law enforcement, but decent, moral, the good guys, the characters that you end up liking and identifying with and rooting for, they're the bad guys in the movies. Goodfellas. Everybody loved what happened in Goodfellas. They're one of the bloodiest, goriest movies to come down the pike. And every one of those characters is a murderous thug using a gun, and they were beloved. So if Hollywood wanted to get in on this and say, discourage gun use, seems they could do two things. They could make movies without guns, which would eliminate 90% of the movies made. 90% of the movies made are dramatic, violent movies that feature guns. So you have to make a movie with no gun. Or you could portray gun users as absolute scum. You could portray them as the most vile, despicable, hateful people in our country. If you wanted to influence people, moviegoers, if you wanted to try to influence them to either give up their guns or to drop their support of the NRA. But it is interesting because no matter where you look in the movies, smoking, guns, or any other number of free, wanton, anytime, anywhere sex, where it's all okay, and where it's all made sexy, and where it's all made cool, is Hollywood. Populated by a bunch of progressives who claim to be supporters of the exact opposite of the kind of stuff that they put out. Which leads to another question. So if they did movies where they changed it around and made the people that use guns the hated, despised antagonists, would it bleed over and influence people to hate guns and not want to use guns and want to get rid of their guns? Could Hollywood stigmatize guns and gun owners to the point that people would want to give them up? Or that public opinion could be shifted? Well, remember now, whenever Hollywood is criticized for its role, say, in mass shootings, say Columbine, or what the Matrix series was said to have been influential to the Columbine shooters. Whenever that's at Hollywood, no, you can't blame us. You can't blame us. You can't blame video games. That's crazy. It's just entertainment. We're not inspiring anybody. So when bad things happen because what's on the screen, Hollywood and everybody says, no, not us. But when it comes to abortion, I mean, Hollywood will do anything and everything it can to normalize it, promote it, make it look normal and healthy, and make pregnancy look like the disease. So it is curious, the way they promote smoking and gun violence. Quick time out, my friends. It's just more hypocrisy at the very least, and at the worst, it's much more than that. Back in a second.
The Rush Limbaugh radio program will continue.
Rush Limbaugh annoying the left coast to coast
on the EIB network.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
You may think being totally blind is the greatest challenge I face, but actually, it's the fact that I'm often wide awake at 3 a.m. and struggling to stay awake in the middle of the day. This is called non-24, and it affects up to 70% of people who are totally blind, like me. It makes just getting through the day a real struggle. Learn more about non-24 by calling 855-856-2424 or visiting learnmore-non24.com.
Sponsored by Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Are you waiting for the perfect time to own gold and silver? Don't wait too long. Gold and silver prices today look like they did in 2001 and 2008, right before their prices skyrocketed, with stocks trading at nosebleed levels. Own gold and silver while they trade at rock-bottom prices. If you're waiting for lower lows, wait no longer. Right now, the big banks are buying tons of physical gold and silver. HSBC just bought 4.8 tons of physical gold. Goldman Sachs bought 4.4 tons. And JP Morgan bought 9 million ounces of silver. What do they see coming? Find out now in Lear Capital's latest report, The Gold Harbinger. See the signs. Don't let another crisis wipe out your hard-earned savings. Call 800-957-GOLD. And if you have $5,000 or more to invest, ask how you can get up to $500 in free gold or silver. Time's running out. Banks know it, insiders know it, and now you know it. Call 800-957-4653. That's 800-957-4653. 1-800-957-GOLD.
Your partner in healthcare makes it easy. We take care of your medical equipment needs. Call on us to see you through. We're here for you. Gateway Medical Equipment. We're on your side from the start. Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
Choices are important. It's your right to choose your provider for oxygen equipment. If you're a new patient on oxygen, you need to know that your choice of supplier impacts the type of equipment you receive. Gateway Medical Equipment provides state-of-the-art equipment so that you have the greatest independence and mobility with your oxygen. When you require oxygen, choose Gateway Medical Equipment, where true caring really helps.
Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
Folks, I misspoke up in there. It was McCain that was born in Panama, and at the Clinton campaign, when it was Goldwater born in Arizona before it became a state. I just got him confused out there. I'd forgot. I was not trying to insult McCain by claiming he's so old that he was born before Arizona became a state. It was Goldwater, McCain born in Panama. The point is the Clinton campaign went after both McCain and Obama on this birther business. And they would likely do it again on Cruz. Here's Terry in Naperville, Illinois, which is a great, great town. We own Naperville. We've been big in Naperville ever since we started there. It's great to have you, Terry. Hi.
Thanks, Rush. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, Rush, you had mentioned something earlier about how Donald Trump cut a commercial and that all the media has played that commercial for free. and that he's a master manipulator of the media.
Right.
And that got me thinking kind of something that's irritated me about your show over the last several weeks. And it's that you utter the word Trump more than he does. And that's no small feat. And I understand your audience. You've got to walk a line. Half your audience are Trump supporters. Half of them are somebody else. But I don't understand why you give so much free airtime in the defense of a non-conservative. And you've said Trump is a non-conservative, so I understand defending him against left-wing attacks. That makes sense to me. But every time some nobody throws an attack at Donald Trump, you spend a good portion of your show, knocking it down, and I just don't understand that. There's, a real conservative in this race.
Well, there's more than one. Were you thinking of Ted Cruz?
Well, you've said that Ted Cruz is the most bona fide conservative in this race.
Wait, who said?
You said conservative
wait.
in his work.
Wait. Who said that? Who said that?
You did.
I did.
You said that Ted Cruz is the most staunch conservative in this race. Did I get
But
it
I thought
wrong?
I wasn't extolling the virtues of Cruz enough.
No, you said that one time. You've said Donald Trump is fantastic. Well, you haven't said he's fantastic, but you've defended him 1,000 times every one time you mentioned Cruz. And I understand this isn't about you supporting Cruz. I don't expect you to do that. You have to walk the line. I get that. I just don't understand the constant. I listen to your show 3 hours a day, 15 hours a week, and it's Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Even when it really isn't about Donald Trump, it's Donald Trump. And as when you say when you go to break, you say an obscene profit timeout. And that's because you know what the value of your airtime is worth. And you're giving this to a candidate who frankly needs it the least. I don't get that.
Well, I appreciate you listening as often as you do. I really do. And I
love your show.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. My view of this is that I do hear today what I've always done, and that is arrive here and take a look at the things and people I believe in being under attack, and when necessary to defend them. By the same token, I've been open about what I think the value of Donald Trump in this campaign is from day one. And I think Ted Cruz is coming as close to anybody as emulating what Trump is demonstrating. Trump is demonstrating that every one of these things the Republicans have been frightened into silence over are unnecessary to be frightened of. You don't need to be frightened of the media. You don't need to be frightened of political correctness. You don't need to be frightened of being conservative. You don't need to be frightened of being anything. You can go out and say what you actually believe, and you can get away with it, and you can triumph. For 7 years, we've had to sit here and listen to Republican Party stand mute, afraid to say anything for fear what the media is going to say about them, or what the president's going to say about them, or what anybody else is going to say about them. There hasn't been any opposition whatsoever from the Republican Party leadership to what has been happening in this country 7 years. Along comes somebody who is voicing opposition to it and promising to do something about it. His name happens to be Trump. I can't ignore it. I'm cheering what he's doing. I'm cheering what Ted Cruz is doing. This is nutcracking time as far as I'm concerned. Mrs. Clinton cannot win this election in November. The Democrat Party cannot win this election. If they do, well, I don't even want to think about it. So this transcends ideology for me right now. I haven't abandoned mine. I never will abandon mine. I am not going to be fooled into voting or supporting somebody who is a closet liberal, making himself look like something that he's not. If that's that, do not worry about that. But I think at this stage where we are, the Democrats have to lose, and the people supporting them have got to be stopped. These political wins that they're having, victories that they're having each and every day, the attack on the Constitution has got to stop. Immigration, it's got to stop. There has to be a reimposition of common sense application of existing law on so many things. The Constitution is being rendered irrelevant. It's got to stop. And if it's not stopped at this next opportunity to stop it, then it's going to be another 4 years to try to stop it. So the objective on this program has not changed. It's exactly what it's been since the first day of this program. And that's to educate and inform people about liberalism and promote conservatism and the opposite way of doing things. And until somebody comes along and tells me that Donald Trump is actually a Democrat running a stealth campaign to actually get Hillary Clinton elected, it can make me believe it. There's no evidence of that. There's no evidence that Trump is not what he is. And don't forget, I know him. He's not an unknown quantity to me. I have spent a lot of time with Trump. And by this, I mean I know a little bit about him. Not that I'm afraid to be critical of him, but I know a little bit about him. And he's not a Democrat. He is not a liberal. He may not even think in those terms, in terms of ideology. But whatever's happening here, folks, has not changed focus at all. I'm the one constant in the last 27 years in American politics, if you ask me. Be back after that.
The wonder of Rush will continue on the EIB network.
Protecting your most valuable data, family photos, videos, is crucial. Ask anyone who's lost everything on their computer. We rely on iDrive online backup to safely and securely back up our data automatically with full confidence that iDrive is industry best. iDrive is easy to use and affordable using military-grade encryption that is key to safeguarding your data. iDrive plans start at just $5 a month. Sign up today, get 50% off using the promo code RUSH. Get the best, folks. Get iDrive.com.
When my cardiologist told me I needed to take a statin drug to lower my cholesterol, he also told me that it can lower my natural levels of CoQ10. He told me to take Cunol. It has the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10, a very important nutrient for a healthy heart and healthy blood pressure levels. Cunol, with 3 times better absorption, has the #1 cardiologist-recommended form of CoQ10. Take Cunol, the better CoQ10.
The new year means incredible new deals at Lumber Liquidators, and that means huge savings on the gorgeous hardwood floor you've always wanted. Choose from more than 400 top-quality floors and the latest styles, like the classic look of oak. This week, get pre-finished oak from just 99 cents. That's 50% off. Or get the hottest looks in whitewashed flooring. Our new Aspen Breeze White Oak Laminate is now an unbeatable $189. For a limited time, get 20% off beautiful wood look tile packages. Great deals on all engineered hardwood and more from just 59 cents. Plus, get special financing. These deals won't last. Visit lumberliquidators.com to find a store near you.
The beginning of a new year started off right during Rite Aid's 2016 Starting Points, because every week through January 23rd, you can ring in the values with 1,000 Plenty Points worth $10 in savings when you spend $30 on participating products with your Wellness Plus with Plenty card. That adds up to big savings every week for the entire month, but only at Rite Aid. With us, it's personal. Worth at least $10. Limit 2 offers per card per week. Plenty is a rewards program. Terms and conditions apply. See plenty.com/terms for details.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
My late friend James Gandolfini and I got to know a lot of combat vets over the years while we were in Iraq and at Afghanistan. And it guts me to know that 22 of you are taking your own lives every day. Yeah, I play tough guys in the movies, but yous are the real tough guys. And the toughest thing to do sometimes is look for help. I want you to know, reaching out is an act of strength. And our friends at Wounded Warrior Project are here to help. You don't have to go it alone.
Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
Fastest 3 hours in media. 2 of them are completed, in the can, as we say. Our final hour is coming right up. Hang in there, be tough, folks. Be right back.
This is the Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are down after China weakened its currency, creating concerns about the strength of the global economy. The Dow dropping 232 points to 16,927. S&P 500 index down 24 points. The Nasdaq slipping 53. J.P. Morgan Chase will pay $4 million to settle regulators' claims that the company misled private bank customers about how its brokers were paid. The U.S. trade deficit dropped to its lowest point in 9 months in November as exports hit a nearly 4-year low. And the majority of Americans are just one paycheck away from a financial disaster. According to a Bankrate survey, 63% of us have no savings set aside to cover an unforeseen expense for as little as $500. That's up slightly from 62% a year ago. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. North Korea's claim of a hydrogen bomb test falling flat at the White House.
The initial analysis that's been conducted of the events that were reported overnight is not consistent with North Korean claims of a successful hydrogen bomb test.
But White House spokesman Josh Earnest moments ago saying any kind of nuclear test is provocative and a flagrant violation of UN Security Council resolutions. Also emphasizing
the rock-solid commitment on the part of the United States to the safety and security of our allies in South Korea. That commitment also extends to the safety and security of our allies in Japan.
Republican presidential hopeful Ted Cruz says it's too soon to know if the North Korean leader is bluffing.
But we shouldn't be in a circumstance where he has the nuclear weapons and we have to take that risk.
Cruz also reiterating his criticism of the president's nuclear deal with Iran. The UN Security Council just out of an emergency meeting with a unanimous statement condemning the test and announcing work on new measures to respond. Opponents of Obamacare are set to finally cross the finish line in Congress before hitting a wall at the White House. Fox News Radio's Jared Halpern live on the Hill.
After dozens of attempts, House Republicans will send an Obamacare repeal to the president's desk after a procedural move prevented Senate Democrats from blocking the legislation.
This is too important to let up.
Still, House Speaker Paul Ryan concedes President Obama is sure to veto any repeal.
Ultimately, this is going to require a Republican president.
The repeal package also strips federal funding for Planned Parenthood. Democrats call it more of the same and chide Republicans for failing to offer any alternative. GOP leaders insist a health care replacement law is in the works. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. On Wall Street, a sell-off continues, driven in part by the North Korean report of a hydrogen bomb test. The Dow right now down 233 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Can you tell if the surfaces in this kitchen are crawling with bacteria that could cause chronic arthritis? Listen. Can't, can you? You can't see it either. Wash surfaces, utensils, and hands frequently with soapy water while preparing food, especially when handling raw meats or eggs. Raw food may contain bacteria that can make you very sick, or worse. 1 in 6 Americans will get sick from food poisoning this year, and roughly 3,000 will die. But you can keep your family safer by cleaning with soap and water as you go. Learn more about this and other important information. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. That's foodsafety.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Lane County Board of Commissioners has a new power structure. At their first meeting of the year, Jay Bozovich handed the board chairmanship off to Commissioner Faye Stewart, while Commissioner Pat Farr becomes vice chair. Bozovich oversaw the board during a time of financial contraction and union renegotiations that kept the county's budget afloat. The group that has control of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge headquarters south of Burns plans to return the land to local control. Lavoy Finicum says the land was taken illegally when the refuge was created in 1908.
The federal government can only purchase lands by how? Look in the Constitution. By the consent of your state legislature.
They believe that consent wasn't given, and they plan to find the documents proving it. They say they're working with local ranchers who will take control of the law, and they'll defend them during that process. The city of Silverton is one step closer to allowing marijuana to be grown and manufactured within their city limits. The city council voted to approve the first reading of an ordinance to establish rules for producers. Manufacturers would be required to have an entire concrete wall surrounding their location, soon to be a compound, with setbacks of 100 feet for indoor operations and 300 feet for outdoor grows. Bill London, KPNW.
Hello, Lane County. The 2016 RV Palooza is going on now at the Lane County Fairgrounds. Don't miss the new RV Palooza. It's stocked with clearance bargains and over $1.2 million in markdowns. Buy any motorhome or trailer at the RV Palooza, and we'll include a Rising Star VIP camping spot at next year's Willamette Country Music Festival to see Miranda Lambert, Florida Georgia Line, and Cole Swindell. Shop a massive inventory of new and pre-owned RVs from around the country, from Heartland RV, Jayco, Forest River, Lance, Pleasure Way, Road Trek, Newmar, Winnebago, all from Oregon's top RV dealer, Garrity. We'll pay top dollar for your current RV or motorhome. Plus, get a free, no-obligation appraisal. Enter to win a free trailer, no purchase necessary. And drive the RV of your dreams at the RV Driving School. The new 2016 RV Palooza is going on now at the Lane County Fairgrounds.
Affair of the Heart annually attracts thousands of women who are interested in learning about health and fitness, fashion and beauty, home, hearth, and garden. It's Lane County's premier women's event, and we're accepting vendor applications for 2016 now. Be one of the select businesses talking directly to women of all ages. It's fun and profitable, offering you a tremendous opportunity. Log on to theaffairoftheheart.com to download your application. Please submit it soon to get the best booth selection. Theaffairoftheheart.com, coming February 11th, 2016.
Sponsored by McKinsey Willamette Medical Center.
It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson, coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
Listening to the most listened to radio talk show in America, this, the Rush Limbaugh program on the one and only Excellence in Broadcasting Network, coming to you from the distinguished and prestigious Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies. Phone number, if you want to join us, 800-282-2882. And the email address is lrushbo@eibnet.com. I mentioned this earlier. Here are the details. Stories in the Washington Examiner. Former United States attorney thinks that Hillary Clinton could face a criminal indictment from the FBI within the next 60 days. Now, I want to say at the outset, we've been hearing this for months now. And I'm not opining here. I'm just sharing with you the latest thought on this from somebody who's actually been as close to this in a previous regime as you can be. Joe DeGeneva is the name. Republican U.S. attorney appointed by Ronaldus Magnus, said that Hillary's biggest problem right now is the open FBI investigation into the contents of her private emails. DeGeneva said they have reached a critical mass in their investigation of the secretary and all of her senior staff. And he said it's going to come to a head maybe in the next 60 days. Now, James Comey is the FBI director. He has refused to answer any questions about when his agents will wrap up a months-long probe into whether Clinton and her staff mishandled classified information. There was another document dump of these emails on New Year's Eve. Maybe it was New Year's Day. Now, we're up now to, it's either 1,100 or 1,400, I don't remember the exact number, but it's over 1,000 emails with classified information that Mrs. Clinton was sending, receiving, trafficking in. And she can claim ignorance and that they weren't marked, but by definition, if she's receiving them, they're classified. And everybody, prior government experience, knows that that's standard operating procedure. Now, DeGeneres said that he believes the evidence that the FBI is compiling will be so compelling that unless the Attorney General agrees, there will be a massive revolt inside the FBI. If she doesn't charge, if what is her name, Loretta Lynch, if she doesn't charge, given the mountains of evidence the FBI is compiling, DeGeneres says there will be a massive revolt inside the FBI, which she will not be able to survive. Lynch. It'll be like Watergate. It'll be unbelievable, he said. The evidence against the Clinton staff and her is so overwhelming at this point that if, in fact, Loretta Lynch chooses not to charge Hillary, they will never be able to charge another federal employee ever with negligent handling of classified information. Further, he said the intelligence community will not stand for that. They will fight for indictment, and they're already in the process of gearing themselves to basically revolt if she refuses to bring charges. So, according to DeGeneres, we can read between the lines here, the FBI has compiled mountains of evidence that is deeply incriminating. And while this is happening, that there are real doubts and concerns within the DOJ that there will be no charges for whatever political reasons. If there are no charges, by the way, the purpose here obviously is to protect the Democrat Party. I mean, this is standard operating. It wouldn't even require any in-depth analysis. If DeGeneres is right, that there's this mountain of compelling evidence that is just conclusive as hell on her guilt. And if there are no charges, if the Obama Department of Justice does not charge her, it's clear the reason will be so as to not destroy the Democrat Party's presidential prospects in November. Pure and simple. And by the way, it's to the point now that employees inside the intelligence community and the DOJ are already getting ready for that thing. It's a legitimate possibility that the political concerns will overweigh the legal, and there'll be no charges. They're getting ready to revolt. So the takeaway from this has to be that if we trust that DeGeneres is informed to the degree that he is, knows what he's talking about, apparently the evidence is overwhelming. Now, as I say, we've been hearing this in one way or another since the summer. I mean, maybe even prior to that. And we've heard both sides that there won't be charges. He's not going to charge, or that Obama's waiting for the right time because Obama does not want her to be. We've heard all of this. We've heard all this speculation, and the speculation has all been based on the fact that there is a lot of, and it's increasing in amount. They keep collecting it, evidence that Mrs. Clinton has broken the law. She's violated all kinds of security laws. A, with the existence of the private server. B, trafficking in classified emails. And by the way, folks, this does not even count what she has been doing with these emails. In addition to trafficking in classified data, look at the access that she's been selling. And we don't know if that's part of the evidence that's being collected. But all of these donations to the Bill and Hillary and Chelsea Clinton Crime Family Foundation, or whatever they call it, she's receiving tens of millions of dollars already from agents of foreign governments. Now, why? It's not because the Clintons are universally loved. And if you're some foreign despot tin horn leader. You don't have to pay Bill Clinton to have sex during the Clinton Global Initiative. So they're not buying sex from the Clintons, although... Now, they're buying access. They're buying it on the come, on the belief that Hillary is going to be the next president. When you have this amount of money being, quote-unquote, donated to a presidential candidate's foundation, it's a natural thing to start thinking about influence selling, influence buying. And when there's this kind of money going around and being donated, you have to start thinking of some of the darker aspects of it, such as bribery and blackmail and extortion as possibilities. And don't think that doesn't happen. Don't think that doesn't go on. Don't think that isn't attempted. Stakes are high in international relations. And when it all revolves, or a good part of it revolves around money, as most everything does in this world, high political, high finance worlds, the opportunity for dark, deceitful kind of trafficking is high. So whatever, we'll see. I don't know what a revolt would look like, and I don't know what kind of impact a revolt would have, because you find inside the intelligence community, inside the DOJ, mounting evidence, but there's no charges. What would a revolt look like? But it wouldn't surprise me. The next story, New York Post editorial board, the Clintons are in denial about Bill's sex scandals. There's a number of these stories today, variations, one degree or another. This is a New York Post editorial. So the editorial board put this together. Even though Donald Trump had already warned that Bill Clinton's past indiscretions would be fair game in the presidential race, Clinton seemed surprised to face the issue as he began to take a prominent role in his wife's campaign. Asked by ABC News if his past should be fair game, Clinton stammered for several seconds about how the Republicans have to decide who they want to nominate before declaring, I think there's always attempts to take the election away from the people. He didn't, I mean, literally this, he was asked if his past peccadillos are fair game, and Clinton said, well, you know what, the Republicans are going to have to decide who they want to nominate. And I think there's always going to be attempts to take the election away from people. All right. It didn't go there. Answers incoherent. Then there was a New Hampshire rally, and Hillary was heckled by somebody who asked about previous sexual assault claims against Bill. And Hillary dismissed the heckler by saying, that's rude. That's a rude question. But look at what's happening. You've got terrorism, immigration. This thing is happening in Germany now. Have you seen the latest what's going on? I should get into that. After all of this immigration in Germany that Angela Merkel opened her arms and welcomed in, now women are getting raped left and right. In Germany, Cologne, they're being sexually abused. And you know what? They're being told to be less seductive. The women of Germany are being blamed for. You've got to learn. You've got to understand what's happened. You've got to understand the kind of men that have been permitted to come into Germany here, and it's up to you to not be sexually abused or raped. You've got to understand what kind of people we've let. So it's the people of Germany who are being told, hey, you got to learn who we let in here, and you've got to change the way you behave accordingly. It's huge. There are 3 stories alone on that I was able to put my fingertips on. And we got Clinton and this sex scandal. Here you got these big stories out there, immigration, terrorism, and Hillary and Bill are being asked about Monica Lewinsky and Paula Jones and Kathleen Willey and all this and being heckled about it. And in the midst of all this, Hillary Clinton is trying to make women's issues central to her campaign because she wants to try to continue this silliness that the Republicans are conducting some kind of war on women. Well, when she wants to talk about women's issues, she's got to talk about such things as sexual assault and harassment and campus rape. And she's got to condemn all the men who do it. She has to universally support all the women who claim they have been raped or abused. She's even publicly said that every woman should be believed. We shouldn't question any woman who claims it. From a woman who called women who erupted against her husband bimbos. The very people Mrs. Clinton now says we need to believe. We never need to doubt. We need to take them at their word. These are the very women that the Clinton administration, led by Hillary and Betsy Wright, tried to destroy when they erupted and said that Bill Clinton had harassed them or abused them or worse. And Trump has let it be known that all of that is fair game. If Hillary's going to start running around as a champion of women's rights and defending women against predatory men, well, hell, there's a predatory man that happens to be married to Hillary. And his actions as president are fair game. And there's another story here in the stack about how the Clintons don't seem to be aware of how they are vulnerable on this. See if I can, New York Post, another story, but it's, it's a lib. It's this guy, Ken Silverstein, writing in the New York Observer. I think it says here the Observer. I think it's the New York Observer. This is one of the most convoluted stories I've ever read. This is let me just read a pull quote from this. This guy's an avowed leftist, as he would be, writing for the New York Observer. His piece is about the Jeffrey Epstein affair. Now, Jeffrey Epstein is a huge, huge Democrat donor. He has donated to major universities, funding libraries, any number of science departments. He's done everything he can to clean up his image. But this is the guy who 12 and 15-year-old girls at his house for massages. This is the guy that, Prince Andrew would show up. Anyway, Bill Clinton's flown all over the world in this guy's jet. This guy has a private island where it's filled with teenage girls doing massages for Epstein and his guests, and Bill Clinton has been a frequent guest. Epstein's flown Clinton all over the world for supposed Clinton charitable efforts and who knows whatever else. Epstein spent a year in jail here in West Palm Beach after being convicted of some sort of stuff going on in his home here. Now, so far, Clinton has escaped any direct allegation. He has not been identified by any of the teenage girls that were employed here or used. But you still can't get past the fact or get beyond that Clinton has been in the presence of all of this. And he's been palling around with the guy who ran the whole operation, Jeffrey Epstein. So we've got this guy in the Observer writing a story about it. The Jeffrey Epstein affair imperils Hillary Clinton's presidential prospects. The case of the high-flying pedophile reveals a broken American political press. This guy's a liberal Democrat. Now, I want to read you two pull quotes here, two paragraphs. By the way, did you hear what Joy Behar said on The View the other day? When Clinton's passed, when Clinton's sexual predatory behavior came up, Joy Behar said she would vote for a rapist if the rapist votes liberal. Which means that she already has. But she made it clear. If the candidate's a conservative and the Democrat's a rapist, she's supporting the rapist if he's liberal. He gets the benefit of the doubt. Let me take a break here. If I got started here, I'm going to go blowing through it, and it'll be bad for the programming format. Sit tight. We'll continue in a moment. The Limbaugh letter has raised and enlightened a generation of high-information voters. It's pure substance with humor. We take on the left in print.
Subscribe now and get one extra issue and 2 bonus reports free. That's the Limbaugh letter at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
It's panic time. The boss just asked you when that new building will be completed, and you haven't even started yet.
Well, don't panic. Call the name you know, General Steel. You've known General Steel for decades, and you know they'll save you about half the cost and about half the time of conventional construction. But did you know that General Steel has provided buildings for some of the biggest names in business and government? And did you know the General can provide pre-construction planning services for your total project? And I'll bet you didn't know you can get General Steel quality and save thousands. For example, a 40-foot by 60-foot building for under $22,000, or a 50 by 100 for under $35,000. That's right, 5,000 square feet for under $35,000, and all with General Steel's 50-year structural warranty. So don't panic. Call now and lock in some of the lowest prices this year. 800-98-STEEL. Call 800-98-STEEL today. Quick, the boss is coming. That's 800-987-8335.
What if you could get the very best food from all around the country with the guaranteed lowest prices? Oh, and what if it's all shipped directly to your door absolutely free? Well, rejoice, food lovers. DirectEats.com is here. Direct Eats gives us every consumer the freedom to find the best food at the best prices based on their diet, taste, or needs. That's because at DirectEats.com, the whole country is your supermarket. There's no membership fee, so give it a try. Just go to DirectEats.com and place your order today. DirectEats.com is the largest online natural and organic superstore. From locally made barbecue sauces to an array of nut-free, paleo, gluten-free, or anything and everything in between, the options go on and on. At Direct Eats, they have over 20,000 food products at the guaranteed lowest prices, and they ship them absolutely free right to your door. There's no membership fee, so why not get started on your next food adventure? Stop by DirectEats.com today. That's DirectEats.com.
Back in the day, ice cream was the common denominator for social connectivity.
How about some Umpqua Java Thunder ice cream?
Oh, that looks good.
Pass it down.
Here you go.
Nowadays, everyone's tweeting and twittering, but Umpqua ice cream remains the original social network. Enjoy Java Thunder, Umpqua ice cream's flavor of the month.
Hey, that's mine.
There's plenty for everyone.
Oh my gosh, that's good.
This one's all mine.
Yum.
Share the flavor at umpquadairy.com and follow us on Facebook.
They put their lives on the line for you, and now you can help them. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America needs volunteers. As a volunteer, you can help out at events throughout the year, whether it's manning a booth at a fair or helping with sporting or recreation activities for the vets. You can even just answer phones. The OPVA assists vets who are paralyzed or dealing with other mobility impairments. To volunteer or donate, call 503-362-7998, 503-362-7998, or visit OregonPVA.org.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, this guy's name is Ken Silverstein. I don't know who he is. He just is a writer for the New York Observer column. What does it say here? Ken Silverstein, staff writer at Harper's, the LA Times. So he's a drive-by. Right. So listen to these two paragraphs. Again, the headline: The Jeffrey Epstein affair imperils Hillary Clinton's presidential prospects. Right. What's worse, at least from my personal standpoint, is that if Mrs. Clinton were to become the Democrat nominee, I still might vote for her. This is after going through, after he writes all the problems with Bill and his past and Hillary defending him and all the bimbo stuff. At least from my personal standpoint, is that if Mrs. Clinton were to become the nominee, I still might vote for her because the likely Republican candidates have retrograde and vile public views about race, class, gender, and gay rights. And those are important to me, and especially because the two main parties are virtually indistinguishable when it comes to fundamental economic policy. Remind me to comment on that later. Because both are bought and paid for by Wall Street and financiers like Jeffrey Epstein, as well as other powerful interests who overwhelmingly fund our political. So there's no difference in the two parties economically. So he's got to go with Mrs. Clinton no matter what this other stuff, because Republicans are racist, sexist, bigot, homophobes, okay? But then the next paragraph. Actually, I might not vote for Hillary Clinton if she becomes the nominee, but I probably will if my college-age daughter asks me. Even though I don't think she likes Miss Clinton all that much, and I expect that she likes her husband less, she's appalled and outraged by the GOP's stone Stone Age social politics, and because she would like to see a woman become president. And that's a good enough reason for me. Maybe. This is why the Epstein affair is a national disgrace and shines a bright light on the current tragedy of American democracy and this country's abysmal national political and media elites. So, the Republicans are so vile. They've got such a Stone Age social policy. And his daughter hates the Republicans. I might vote for Hillary, even though I might not. Even though the Epstein affair is a national disgrace and shines a bright light on the current tragedy of American democracy in this country's what's the tragedy? This is a Clinton thing. Epstein's a Democrat. What is this national tragedy crap? The Republicans haven't done diddly squat the last 7 years. What in the world is there to oppose? The Republicans haven't stood for anything. And I'm talking about standing up and announcing opposition and actually trying to push back or stop any of this. There hasn't been. They might privately oppose it, but they haven't taken any action to stop any of this. That's my whole... Why is Mrs. Clinton, as her campaign says, trying to fix what's broken? How is anything broken? The Democrats have had 7 years now into our 8th year of doing exactly what they want to do. Why isn't she running around promising to continue this? Remember George H.W. Bush, when he ran in 1988, promised? The Reagan years were so great that his campaign was, my presidency will be the 3rd Reagan term. Well, why isn't Mrs. Clinton saying? Why is she running around promising to fix this? The economy's broken. How can it be broken? What tragedy? I think these people are so convoluted and deluded and deranged. It's dangerous.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Trial is set for a former Wisconsin police officer accused of killing a Cottage Grove woman whose body was found in a suitcase along a highway. Stephen Zelick faces trial January 25th. He's charged with intentional homicide and hiding a corpse in the death of 19-year-old Jenny Gamez from Cottage Grove. Oregon Congressman Greg Walden took to the House floor in an emotional speech describing the reason why an armed group has taken control of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge as government overreach.
I have seen what happens when overzealous bureaucrats and agencies go beyond the law and clamp down on people.
Walden says President Obama needs to move away from plans to create a monument in the Steens Mountains that'll generate more animosity among ranchers. And Governor Kate Brown has replaced the director of the state's employment department days after a state audit detailed security lapses and tax troubles involving the department's aging computer systems. Bill London, KPNW.
Weekend warriors only get 52 weekends a year, but the BMW X5 makes the most of any day. It has up to 76 cubic feet of cargo space with optional third-row seating for up to 7 passengers. An optional X-Drive self-leveling rear axle air suspension and active roll stabilization make unfavorable road conditions a drive in the park. Get your 52 and everything in between. The versatile BMW X5. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Eugene for a $1,500 option credit on all 2016 X5s. Also online at bmwoofeugene.com.
Sherry's invented Free Pie Wednesday because, well, we love pie. Sweet Montana cherry, Oregon Marionberry made with Northwest fruit, chocolate cream supreme, sour cream lemon pie made with real whipped cream, s'mores galore, and many more. That's why we've won over 25 gold medals at the National Pie Championships. Enjoy a free slice of your favorite Sherry's pie with dinner tonight from 4 to 10 at Sherry's Cafe and Pies.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable hobs.
How long would you wait for your shower to get hot? How long would you wait for your cell phone to fully charge? How long would you wait to get relief from your nasal congestion? If you're congested now and you want powerful relief now, use Afrin No Drip. Afrin starts working in seconds and keeps working for 12 hours. So, why wait? When you can start to get relief in seconds with Afrin. Afrin, powerful congestion relief without the wait. Use as directed. For more information, go to Afrin.com.
Square Trade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan, one claim compared to Assured total equipment coverages of August 10, 2015.
Getting a new iPhone? Don't overpay for phone insurance. Save with Square Trade phone protection instead. Phone insurance through your wireless carrier can cost as much as $11 every month, plus up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. Square Trade iPhone protection is less than $5 a month. We can save you over $240.
Start saving with Square Trade now. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Available wherever this record is sold.
Hour. And Rush Limbaugh now. We are 1120 KPNW.
Rush Limbaugh.
The saga continues. That's right, a man, a legend, a way of life. Okay, so this guy Silverstein in the New York Observer, I mean, essentially what this guy said as he's going away, I can, from my personal standpoint, Mrs. Clinton would become the nominee. I might vote for her, but then I might not. I might not. But I might. Depends on what my daughter does. But I can't vote for Republicans. Stone Age social policies. Rapist, sexist, bigots. Right. So here's a guy openly admitting that he would vote for people that support baby butchers and abortionists, that he would vote for people who have been involved in sexual harassment, perhaps rape, sexual predatory abuse, Bill Clinton, and friends of pedophiles. He would much prefer to support friends of pedophiles, baby butchers, and abortionists, and sexual abusers than Republicans and their Stone Age social policies. And this guy is not alone. They think they are enlightened. These people are inflicting great damage on our culture, whether they are aware of it or not. Anyway, back to the phone. Sam in Durant, Iowa. Really appreciate your patience, Sam. Thanks and welcome.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, Russ.
You bet.
I have an opportunity coming up here very soon to go hear the great Hillary Clinton speak in fairly close quarters. Now, if you were me and you had an opportunity to ask her a question, obviously not being as recognizable as you, Russ, what would it be so that now mind you, I have to work here, so I don't want to come off antagonistic or
all right, I've got the question for you, and it's I don't want you to ask her anything about Bill. I don't want you to ask her anything that her supporters are going to sneer and snide and shut you up. I want you to ask her if you really get a chance to do this, Sam, and I want you to practice the question after I give it to you here. When is her rally? Tomorrow or Saturday? So you have a couple days to rehearse this, because I don't want you getting nervous and flummoxed. It's not complicated. You can just see something along the line. Mrs. Clinton, I saw where you said that you want to be president because you want to fix the economy and other things that are broken in America. Mrs. Clinton, why is anything broken? You said you want to continue the great work that President Obama's done. What's broken? What's not working? Why in the world do you need to fix anything, Mrs. Clinton? Why don't you just run and promise that you're going to continue to do the things Obama's done? Just ask her that question, some variation of that. And she'll have to answer that. I mean, she won't. She'll give you a hem and a haw. But at least it won't be rejected. You know, you don't vote for Clinton and sex and Lewinsky or any of that in your question. They're going to be ready for something like that.
Oh, I can handle that. I'm just, the only thing that terrifies me about that is I don't want to be categorized as an Obama supporter. But I do like the question. I can do that.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how far you want to take it. Mrs. Clinton, it's apparently a great thing that the border's open on the southern border. Why not open the New York immigration? Anybody come into the country who wants to. If that's what makes America great, why stop anybody? Why not let them all in? You know, take anything that they support and ask them, why don't they do more of it? But the real thing to ask her is, I thought Obama was a great president. You've said so yourself, Mrs. Clinton. Why does anything he's done need to be fixed? Why not just continue every great thing he's done? Make it as simple as that. Whatever you do, do not expect an answer that makes any sense. You will not get one. In fact, you probably won't even be able to ask the question because they'll predetermine those. She cannot ad-lib or think on her feet. She's got to be prepped. They're going to not leave anything to chance here. So if you have to be selected to ask a question beforehand, then be honest with them. Here's what I'd like to know. And do not be confrontational or snarky in any way when you're talking to them. You never know. But that's what I would do if I had the chance. Stephen in Chicago, you're next. Great to have you on the program, sir. Hello.
Why, thank you. It's an honor.
You bet, sir. Thank you.
So I called in the last hour. I want to recap some of our new listeners. You were talking about how Hollywood is promoting like cigarette and smoking, why they're not doing something to dissuade people from either smoking or, as you were talking about, gun violence. And the first thought that came to my head was that Hollywood doesn't necessarily seem to promote or dissuade anything, but more so I see them as storytellers, just as an author would write a book. It come up with an original idea and sort of bring their story to reality. So, I mean, although, as your producer brought up a great point, that where there's a storyteller, there comes bias as well as their own opinions that they're bringing to the table that they tell in their story. I feel that Hollywood is more so free to imagine, as the American people once used to do, was to think for themselves instead of having to think or speak for somebody else.
Well, you want to get into the movie-making business?
Not necessarily. I mean, that was the first point, but I was also thinking about how politics are just sort of like spilling into every industry, including at times Hollywood. How everybody is not really talking about fixing anything. They're just snipping at each other with insults.
Well, that's interesting phrase. Yeah, you said that politics is spilling into everything. I would... Your conclusion is right, but I think it's the other way around. I think everything else is getting into politics. And because I think everything is politics. I think everything of substance in our culture and society has already become politicized. Whether, say, the viewers of the E! Entertainment Network realize it or not, or whether the people who watch TMZ realize it or not, they're watching politics. They're watching the political impact of things that they may think has nothing to do with politics. One of the objectives of this program has long been to educate low-information people how they are being impacted by politics in ways they don't even see. But back to Hollywood for a second. You may have misunderstood. I was not criticizing, suggesting, promoting anything of the sort. I had a caller who observed that Hollywood could play a role in influencing this or that when it comes to guns, if they chose to. I took her question and ran with it, putting forth hypotheticals. Now, Hollywood is as politicized as Washington, D.C. The only difference is that there is no Republican Party in Hollywood. Well, it's there, but they have, I mean, they literally are down in the dungeons. I mean, they don't even surface in public. And when they do, nobody ever finds out about it. But my only point was, I just find it interesting that here you have studio heads, actors, writers, producers who are dyed-in-the-wool leftists, and they publicly go out, they'll testify against big tobacco, they'll do all of this crap, And they'll make movies that glorify the stuff. Whether they're telling stories or whether they're trying to influence or not doesn't matter. The end result is they make smoking look cool. They make gun violence and criminality look cool. You end up supporting the bad guys. The bad guys become the good guys. Whether they're intending to do it or not, irrelevant to me. Point is, I think they do. You can't listen to Quentin Tarantino go off about the cops and then go watch one of his movies and not realize that Quentin Tarantino has a lot of serious problems about this country. Right now, he's on the Civil. He can't get off the Civil War. He can't get off slavery. He can't get off racism. He's obsessed and he's consumed by it. You'll see when you watch The Hateful Eight. Oh, yes, as a powerful, influential member of the media, I have seen the screener that they hand out to the Academy Award voters. I watched Spectre the other day. All this on vacation. I saw this. I watched it. I streamed it, by the way, watched it on my computer. Actually, my iPad Pro. My only point here, I asked the hypothetical question, what if Hollywood decided to actually join President Obama and try to get guns off the street? What would they do? It's all hypothetical. Would they make a movie or a series of movies that stigmatize people that use guns? Stigmatize average, ordinary Americans who own guns? Because right now, Hollywood glorifies these people that use guns. I mean, gun, you can't... Now, you call it storytelling. I'm not accusing them of motive here. I couldn't care less. I'm just, what's on the screen is on the screen. And... they may not want to admit that what they do, that their work influences people, and they might hide, no, we're just storytellers. No, we're just artists trafficking in our art. We're not this or that. But then you listen to them go on Oprah or testify before Congress, and you realize they are deeply invested, personally, politically, with all these things that they make movies about. So I was simply speculating if they hate big tobacco, but I'll bet you they take tobacco company product placement money left and right. Same thing with adult beverages. Everybody drinks. I mean, you can't have a meeting at 10 o'clock. Have you noticed in the movies now, even... In the Oval Office, there's a bottle of booze in the desk. And the president will drag it out. Or over at the CIA. Watch Homeland on TV. There's a bottle of booze in every office. I don't care. I'm just observing here what's happening. And it does. There are a lot of people who watch James Bond movies and fantasize about actually living that life. Come on, don't tell me in your life, folks, you haven't known somebody who thought he was James Bond. He dresses in a tux and he tries to drink a martini shaken and stirred and tries to act like some big stud for women. This is undeniable. Anyway, I'm up against it on time. I got to take a break. I appreciate the call out there, Stephen. We'll be back here in just a second.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh.
The big voice on the right.
On the EIB network.
Say, did you know that each time you use public Wi-Fi, shop online, or give out your social security number, you leave a trail of digital breadcrumbs? Yeah, and thieves can use this digital information to steal your identity and take everything you own. LifeLock uses proprietary technology to detect signs that somebody has picked up your breadcrumbs. And unlike the free credit monitoring services that only alert you, LifeLock has a dedicated resolution staff to help clean things up if all those breadcrumbs get messy. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can keep doing the things you do every day and feel better protected. Isn't it time to help protect yourself from someone eating your financial lunch? Plans start at $9.99 a month. Call or visit lifelock.com now. Promo code RUSH. That's RUSH. Save 10% on your membership. LifeLock's at 800-440-4833. 800-440-4833.
Are you hiring but not sure where to find the best candidates?
As a business owner, I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. I can also tell you that posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. But when you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with the dozens of different job sites. Until now. Thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, I can post to 100-plus job sites with one single click and be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. Just post once, and within 24 hours, watch your candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. ZipRecruiter has been used by over 500,000 businesses, and you can try it right now for free. Getting the right people for your company is so important. Try ZipRecruiter and get your perfect candidate before they go to somebody else. Today, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/rush. That's ZipRecruiter.com/rush. Again, ZipRecruiter.com/rush.
Hello, Lane County. The 2016 RV Palooza ends Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds. Don't miss the new RV Palooza. It's stocked with clearance bargains and over $1.2 million in markdowns. Buy any motorhome or trailer at the RV Palooza, and we'll include a Rising Star VIP camping spot at next year's Willamette Country Music Festival to see Miranda Lambert, Florida Georgia Line, and Cole Swindell. Shop a massive inventory of new and pre-owned RVs from around the country, from Heartland RV, Jayco, Forest River, Lance, Pleasureway, Road Trek, Newmar, Winnebago, all from Oregon's top RV dealer, Garrity. We'll pay top dollar for your current RV or motorhome, plus get a free no-obligation appraisal. Enter to win a free trailer, no purchase necessary, and drive the RV of your dreams at the RV Driving School. The new 2016 RV Palooza ends Sunday at the Lane County Fairgrounds.
Northwest Burger inside the Fifth Street Market has burgers so amazing, they're an experience all their own. Freshly ground meat, local produce, combined with the creativity of local chef Garrett Kirsch, made for a burger experience like no other. Northwest Burger, the official burger of the Wake Up Call.
You gotta get into Mattress Mania for our January clearance event. Our prices are unbeatable. Get a memory foam mattress for only $2.99. Mattress Mania. Save like crazy. Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
Every child needs a place where they can grow up healthy and learn and be safe. And be safe. Every child needs a place to call home. A place where they can play and dream. Dream. And plan for their future. Your support can help put a decent roof over the heads of a family like mine. Like mine. Like mine. Like mine. To learn how you can help, visit habitat.org.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey, folks, I have a question for you. Did you lock your day before you left the house today in the normal course of you leaving for the day? When you left for the day and left your house, you locked the day? No, just kidding. Let me ask you a question. How many of you were secretly hoping that you would get a Simply Safe home security system for Christmas? And you didn't get it. You could be a wife. You could be a child. You could be a grandparent. You could be anybody could have heard about this and maybe have got one either for the home you live in or for the home you visit or whatever, and it didn't happen. Doesn't matter. This is not something you have to wait to be given. It's so affordable, you can provide it to yourself. And it's something that should be at the top of your list, whether a holiday is upcoming or not. Talking about securing your home. A lot of people do not do it, rolling the dice that nothing's going to happen. And because the cost of what the traditional security systems are priced at, you think, well, I can't afford that. I don't want to spend that kind of money on it. Now you don't have to, because there's Simply Safe home security. A guy, college student, wanted a security system in his apartment. The landlord would not go for it, so he invented his own. And it was so cool that friends of his said, you know what, you ought to make a business out of this. And all he did was invent, well, not really invent anything, he just created a system of sensors, a wireless base station in the home, where the sensors on the doors and windows communicate. And then he found a way to have that base station communicate to the local police and fire department for only $14.99 a month rather than $54 a month, minimum 2-year contract. So essentially what you have here is a system. You go online, simplysafeusa.com, look at it, pick out the system you need, meaning the doors and windows in your house or apartment that you want to secure. They make sure everything's working fine. They send it to you. And in less than an hour, you have those sensors installed on your doors and windows. Not one wire is run. Not one wall is knocked out. Everything's wireless, connects to that base station. You put it in the house. It'll emit an alarm when you have a violation and call the cops and fire department if you want it to. And all of this with no long-term contract for any aspect of it. The monitoring service is optional, $14.99 a month, no long-term contract, as I say. If you want a home security system, you wanted one for Christmas and didn't get it, but still important to you, simplysafeusa.com. Go to that website and see this for yourself. Simplysafeusa.com. By the way, it's a 10% discount off the system you choose at that website. Rich in White Plains, great to have you on the program, sir. Hello.
Rush, thank you so much for taking my call. With regard to the alleged attack by Trump on Cruz's citizenship, from what you played before and, having heard what Donald Trump sounds like when he attacks, that didn't sound like much of an attack. Actually, it sounded more like it was reminiscent of the Stephanopoulos-Romney exchange at the debate where, Romney was set up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I wouldn't call what I heard was a Chuck Todd. And Donald Trump's response as, I wouldn't categorize that as an attack.
Well, I think you're pretty shrewd out there, Rich. It wasn't an attack on Cruz because Trump wasn't speaking to him. Stephanopoulos was speaking to Romney and asking him a direct question. What Trump did is, look, I hope it works out. I really do. I think there might be a problem and somebody should look into it. He raised the issue. But what you're saying, short of making an allegation, so you're saying, what's the big deal? He didn't hit him real hard. And you're right. Trump, I think, he's tiptoeing when it comes to Cruz. He knows the pitfalls out there in so doing. So I think it's fairly astute observation on your part. And I wish I had time to utter more about it, but I don't.
Somebody has to have the guts to say it. Rush on the EIB Network.
There is one important thing you can do to help ensure having a good day, and that's getting a good night's sleep the night before. Well, there's one company set out to make this possible. It's Boll and Branch. They have reinvented sheets and bedding with the sole purpose of making your nighttime rest more comfortable than ever. You can only get these fabulous products at one place, bollandbranch.com. There's no department store. There's no department store overhead. Go online to Boll, and by the way, that's B-O-L-L, bollandbranch.com. Try them completely risk-free for 30 nights. And it gets even better. Go to bollandbranch.com today. Get 20% off your entire order. And you'll get free shipping, too. Plus, all their products come beautifully packaged in their signature boxes. Go to bollandbranch.com today. 20% off your entire order and free shipping. Just use the promo code RUSH. That's bollandbranch.com. Remember, promo code RUSH.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide, 541-286-3030. or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart is there, man.
up and down the valley. They're everywhere you go, man. Stop and come inside, man. Dairy Mart saves time. We got soda pop, fruit punch, cold beer, crunchy cater, cookies, cracker jacks, ice cream, lotto tickets, hot food, quick stacks, mama's favorite gourmet coffee, donuts, hot dogs, tender turkey, ice cream treats, biscuits, gravy, sandwiches, and friendly faces, chocolate milk, healthy food, stopping now, lots of places. Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart is there, man. Up and down the valley, they're everywhere you go, man. Stop and come inside, man. Dairy Mart saves time. We're in Corvallis, Albany, Brownsville, Monroe, Harrisburg, Junction City, Cobra, Cottage Grove, Eugene, Springfield, Benita, Crestwell, drive-thrus, fresh fruit, daily papers, great smells. We're in your neighborhood. Come on, let's go down to Dairy Mart. Your store gets more. Dairy Mart is here, man. Dairy Mart's right here.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Closer to the weekend in the NFL Wild Card Weekend. The primetime game Saturday night. Steelers at Cincinnati. Going to be 0 degrees Sunday at noon for the Seahawks and Vikings. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Another down day on Wall Street as stocks extend their losses. The S&P 500 is on track for its lowest close since October 6th. Stocks fell worldwide after China weakened its currency, fueling investor concern that weakness in China's economy will drag down global growth. Byron Ween, vice chairman at Blackstone, says it'll be a weak year for the stock market.
The U.S. economy was not as strong as I thought. The Fed has stopped accommodating. The geopolitical situation has clearly worsened right up until today with the North Korea announcement.
The Dow Industrial Average is down 247 points at 16,911. The S&P 500 is down 26 points at 1990. The Nasdaq is down 58 points at 4833. Monsanto is cutting another 1,000 jobs as it expands a cost-cutting plan designed to deal with falling sales of biotech corn seeds and other financial headwinds. I'm Catherine Cowdery, Bloomberg.
Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Skepticism at the White House over North Korea's claim of a hydrogen bomb test.
There's nothing that's occurred in the last 24 hours that has caused the United States government to change our assessment of North Korea's technical and military capabilities.
But White House spokesman Josh Earnest adds,
any kind of nuclear test, like the one that North Korea conducted last night, is provocative and a flagrant violation of United Nations Security Council resolutions.
He's also defending the president's foreign policy approach, insisting it's further isolated North Korea. The UN Security Council unanimously condemning the test and saying new measures are in the works. The armed activists occupying a wildlife preserve in Oregon are facing growing calls to leave, but so far still not budging. Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal following this live.
Lisa Ammon Bundy says the federal government has too much land and took too much of it unlawfully. He says the Federal Wildlife Refuge is an example of this, and so is the case of the Hammond family. He says the Hammonds were unfairly prosecuted for arson for setting fire to their land, and that the feds then tried to take more of their land.
There is a time to go home. We recognize that. We don't feel it's quite time yet. We need to make sure that the Hammonds are out of prison or well on their way.
The Harney County Sheriff is holding a community meeting this afternoon for residents. A law enforcement source tells me there will be a security plan in place in case armed protesters show up, and they will not be taking any of their questions, Lisa.
Jessica, former CIA Chief David Petraeus is behind closed doors with the Benghazi Committee, facing questions in part about documents withheld by the CIA.
These documents are part of an internal communication system called Same Time. It's like an instant messaging system within the CIA that would show who knew what and when on the night of the Benghazi attack, who was in contact with who.
Fox's Catherine Herridge outside the deposition room. An hour to the close on Wall Street, the Dow's down 326. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Can you tell if this burger contains bacteria that could cause kidney failure? Listen. Can't, can you? You can't see it either. There's only one way to tell if you've cooked meat and poultry to a bacteria-killing temperature. Use a food thermometer. It's not an extra step or a nice to have. Raw or undercooked meat may contain bacteria that can make you very sick, or worse. 1 in 6 Americans will get sick from food poisoning this year, and roughly 3,000 will die. But you can keep your family safer by using a food thermometer every time. Learn more about this and other important information. Check your steps at foodsafety.gov. That's foodsafety.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Lane County Board of Commissioners has a new power structure. At their first meeting of the year, Jay Bozovich handed the board chairmanship off to Commissioner Faye Stewart, while Commissioner Pat Farr becomes vice chair. Bozovich oversaw the board during a time of financial contraction and union renegotiations that kept the county's budget afloat. The group that has control of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge headquarters south of Burns plans to return the land to local control. Lavoy Finicum says the land was taken illegally when the refuge was created in 1908.
The federal government can only purchase land by how? Look in the Constitution, by the consent of your state legislature.
They believe that consent wasn't given, and they plan to find the documents proving it. They say they're working with local ranchers who will take control of the law, and they'll defend them during that process. The city of Silverton is one step closer to allowing marijuana to be grown and manufactured within their city limits. The city council voted to approve the first reading of an ordinance to establish rules for producers. Manufacturers would be required to have an entire concrete wall surrounding their location, soon to be a compound, with setbacks of 100 feet for indoor operations and 300 feet for outdoor grows. Bill London, KPNW.
It looks like the 49ers assistant and former Cal and USC defensive coordinator Clancy Pendergast is atop the Oregon wish list of candidates to fill the defensive coordinator job. It would be a huge coup for the Ducks, but wouldn't come cheap as they'd have to pony up more than the $410,000 they were paying Don Pelham. One thing standing in their way, USC. It looks like he will sign on to become the new defensive coordinator with the Trojans. That's sports, 1120 KPNW.
Rebuild or replace transmission, $3,200. Anti-lock brake system, $1,000. Rebuild or replace engine, $2,400. Truth is, once your manufacturer's warranty runs out, it's all on you. Every last cent. Get protection for covered repairs with a vehicle service contract from Toco Warranty. Unlike other companies, with Toco, there's no down payment, and the monthly payments are really affordable. Not sure how long you're keeping your car? At Toco, you can pay as you go. Keep your hard-earned cash and call Toco Warranty right now at 800-261-7500 to save big money on covered auto repairs. Prices vary by vehicle, but for about the cost of a tank of gas per month, a Toco plan has your back on expensive covered car repairs. Monthly payments are very affordable. Get your free quote now. Call Toco at 800-261-7500. That's 800-261-7500. 800-261-7500. Cancellation fee may apply, subject to eligibility. Not available in Missouri and Washington. Waiting period and deductible apply. Coverage provided and administered by Warrantech Corporation or its affiliates. Not affiliated with any manufacturer dealership. Visit TocoWarranty.com for complete terms and conditions.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Larson Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to be with you and glad to get your calls at 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. Usually at this point in the show, I open up with a little commentary and such. However, I have a great opportunity to talk to a great American. He is Joe DeGeneva, a former United States attorney, and he joins me now on the phone because he's made a rather startling pronouncement about Hillary Clinton as a presidential candidate and as possibly a future inhabitant of a jail cell. Mr. DeGeneva, thanks so much for the time.
My pleasure. Thank you, Lars.
So Hillary Clinton's been under investigation for a period of time now, and a lot of us wonder whether or not the Department of Justice will ever bring charges against her and how likely that is. You say you think it's going to happen in the next 60 days?
Well, what I think is going to happen is this. First of all, Lars, let me just say, as a United States attorney, I prosecuted espionage cases and classified information cases. And under Justice Department guidelines, if this were any other federal employee, this case would have been brought a long time ago. But